He won Champions 2021. After that was pretty much MIA in 2022. So now coming back into this roster, this is a guy who has already hit that highest peak, has had the goal that most Valorant players consider to be the end goal of winning champions. Now he's gone back down to VRL and is focused on rebuilding something new to re-reach those heights, which I think is a fantastic mentality.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what you want to get. When you get to that peak, you want to make sure that you can achieve it again. It's just like when you play ranked, you might hit diamond that one season, then it resets and suddenly you're in platinum. It feels terrible to not be able to get back into diamond. You have that grind, you have that mindset of wanting to get back there, and it's the same for Bone Cold. For me as well, I just want to see if he can do what some of his former teammates on Ascend have not been able to do yet, which is make it through to that next round. We have seen them fall stars though. Zeke not being able to make it through. So far, it's only been CNED, so we'll see if he can join him there.
And then, you know, what you're going to want to lean on if you're Bone Cold there is these young players, these guys who you're going to try and mold to create this super team. And one of the players that I think we should definitely focus on here is Mulsey, right, from the squad, because who knows, right, what this guy could bring to the table here. I know a lot of people are excited to see him take the stage.
Yeah, you had kind of two duos that this team got built on. Two from the old Vitality roster and two from Oglu. That was Molesy and Destrian. And for Molesy, he's a guy who, within EMEA, has had quite high expectations for a long time. Playing in the VRLs, he's been fantastic as an individual. He has a very flexible agent pool, but this will be his first time taking his debut on this international stage. And this wraps back to the point around Bone Cold. They have the talent here, but it's another one of those rosters where we have to see what they can form out of it.
Yeah, and with so many fresh faces, of course, right? You hear me? With so many fresh faces, I think it's important to note that, like, there's a great opportunity for us to go ahead and meet this squad and get to understand them a bit more. So, to get a closer look into Vitality straight from their 2 stars, here's Bone Cold as well as Twistin. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Hi, I'm Bone Cold. I'm the in-game leader for Team Vitality, and we're here in lovely Sao Paulo.
Halo Blay.
Mostly
Kuat sampai RRQ nggak nih?
He
Insyaallah.
makes like impossible rounds very winnable for us, and then again, like, he's the guy who like secures just like lots and lots of rounds. He's just like a crazy polish frog. Destrian is our like smokes player, and Destrian brings this calmness and patience to the team. Then we have Senders or a Sentinel player. When we're practicing, when we're playing official, nothing changes in him. I don't know how. He's just always just himself. He's kind of a shy guy. He has like some funny twists in him. And then from Big, we picked up our future superstar Tristan as our jet player. He has this like aura of like energy around him, and he's the guy who's, you know, like in officials always like, brings up the mood. Also like mechanically just does some crazy things.
Hello people, I'm Tristan, I'm from Czech Republic, I'm 19 years old, and I'm a professional player in Valorant, and I'm from Team Vitality. With our playstyle we can be prepared for any playstyle we face, because we have a lot of practice, and I think we are really well prepared. This team is not full of all-stars or any like famous players, but we have like team that is full of good teammates, nice energy vibe, really good talent. Scary team, just scary team indeed. Spam in the chat V for victory and support us. We really need it for sure.
Mansen ini nobar hari ini lanjut langsung
V for victory indeed, and I just love the confidence that this team carries with themselves, Mimi.
Yeah, it is really, really good to see. This team is clear that they have been waiting and prepping a long time to get to this moment on the international stage, and that they feel ready for it.
Yeah, I'm pumped to see both of these squads take the stage. But, you know, earlier in the show, we put up a Twitter poll. We asked you guys, what is best quality in a teammate? What do you look for when you go into your ranked games? And the results are in. Let's see what you guys decided is the most important thing. AIM1, come on, man. You know?
I actually thought that Cool Name might take it.
I really thought Cool Name was going to take it.
I'm fine with AIM.
You know, sometimes you see a name and you just know you've won the game. And sometimes you see one and you just know you've lost. So very important.
Best quality in teammate.
Cool name. I'd say they're kind of important too.
Yeah. Also, sometimes you might know that you're going to win. I played against a guy in Korean the Korean ladder multiple times. His name is just Ion Bucky, and I know I'm going to win that game because he buys nothing but an Ion Bucky.
Oh, that sounds absolutely wonderful.
It's miserable to play against.
I had a teammate every single time he was like, I'm just going to get a Marshall. We're like, why? Come on, man. Help us out. Help us out. But look, guys, I know everyone's pick'ems got absolutely rocked yesterday. Thanks to Team Secret. We love you guys. I'm proud of you all.
Genuinely,
but
thank
here's the thing. Will it happen again today? Let's go ahead and get into our predictions. You know what? Why don't we all reveal at the same time?
Sure.
How about that? Does that work out? Okay.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, and
Hello, India.
GE fighting.
G logo. Okay.
Now that I'm done pandering, here's my real prediction. This matchup is going to be really close. We have two teams that we both know have very strong players, but don't have a lot of experience on the international stage, and are kind of both making their debuts here. I don't know what to fully expect from either of these squads. I think either of them could win, and it wouldn't be a big upset either way. I'd probably favor Vitality slightly, but I don't know. This is going to be a close one.
For me, if they have gotten the roles figured out,
Belum
I
mampu,
think
Blay.
Global should be able to take this one. I do agree that it can be close, but there is a lot of veteran players who have been competing in Valorant for a very long time that have experience playing on large stages, such as Bazzi, who watched League for multiple years. Now he comes over into Valorant. He's been a great player. He's shifting over to Initiator as well. We'll have to just see how it does. If the pieces are there, if they come together right,
Apaan
G
itu?
can take it.
And I think that is more or less like, I know all of us are, having fun, of course, welcoming the Indian audience into our broadcast because we're excited to be able to extend Valorant out to the rest of the world.
I'm welcoming their positivity into my Twitter page. That's why I made that poll.
Exactly. All right, guys. Well, look, before we kick off Lock-In for today, let's go ahead and talk about what's next on the international stage. As we previously shared, the next international event will see top teams from each of the international leagues travel to Tokyo for Masters. And today we are excited to share that Tokyo will feature a 12-team double elimination bracket that will include not only the best unpartnered teams, but top competitors from China. Reading is difficult. And of course, don't forget, we'll all see additional representation from the International League that wins the lock-in today or at this event, which means it's going to be an intense conclusion to this tournament, but we cannot wait for Masters. But today, 6 more teams enter this Royal Rumble and only 3 will leave. Who's getting thrown over the top rope? Let's go ahead and find out as lock-in Day 8 starts right now.
Sendiri aja Blay, ada Nanet ini Blay, belum nyalain facecam-nya dia.
Nanti dong. Cina sendiri yang auto lolos, yang lain harus lawan berbagai negara dulu. Hah? Dia kan ini EDG itu invitational. Lagi yang lain juga kan tim franchise nggak perlu ngapa-ngapain, udah langsung masuk kayak main. Udah tidur lu Blay? Belum Blay, harus tidur tadi Blay. Beda kemarin bilang gak mau tahu, besok gue tidur.
Gimana Blay? Monyet lo main lo? Ada foto ya?
Iya.
Halo Abdul. Aziz Abdul.
Yoi lah.
Siapa yang ngajarin lu bisanya?
Nggak ngerti ya ini. Oh main monyet.
Director.
Ini dianak emaskan sama
Will it be
Riot
V
Power
for
of
victory
sponsor
or
kayaknya.
GE fighting?
Riotnya punya Cina bangsat.
Commodities taking the stage, unsure what we're gonna get here today. Could
Riotnya punya
be
Cina
an
anjing.
absolute
Gila lu ya.
You know, especially with these two teams that are really just looking to
Riotnya punya
try new
Tencent
things
anjing.
and grow here in Sao Paulo.
And trying new things is exactly that. You have two IGLs so experienced on the international
Udah bukan anak
stage,
emas lagi
coming
anjing
back
yang
in with
punya
new
bangsat.
rosters, with young talent and with different philosophies. Only one of them can continue.
It's going to be a tough one. We'll see, though. You can see, I mean, the G players very much want to get into their seats. The rest of Vitality still huddled together, talking about the game plan, likely saying, let's keep some cool heads here. To all that younger talent, GE looking like they are chomping at the bit to go into the map draft.
Map select is a complete question mark. GE
Oh, yeah.
has not played at all in the offseason, and they'll ban away Ascent. I guess that's the map that they're not so interested. We have no idea what they're going to
I mean,
Ada
there's
goblok.
so many
Bab.
different components to this team coming
Gila
across,
lu.
from different rosters
I love it.
that we can't really ever get a read as far as what they are going to be going for, but they're
Prediksi
actually going
juara
to give a
VCT Brazil
split.
siapa?
It's going to be
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
Again, we have the
RRQ,
questions of who's
RRQ.
going to be playing the duelist on this team. What roles are slotting in? Will we see a raise? Who's going to be picking that up? GE is a complete question mark. Vitality,
Ooh.
more of a known quantity. They've played in the offseason, and
Yeah.
Pearl was their most played map 5 times during the offseason. They looked fantastic on it, but that wasn't the old meta. Chamber's been nerfed now. I would expect something new compositionally.
Yeah, see, have either of these teams, especially for the side of G, given that they're so new, have they been working with things like Harbor, the things that are so new
True,
into the meta?
true, true.
That's
Mana
another
tembak
question I
RRQ
have.
lu, Bray?
Inspired
I
Yang
was
lebih
about to
pakai.
say,
Alpha.
do they feel prepared on Lotus? And they must, because they're floating it as the final map.
This is wild.
I hope we get
RRQ
a second
Lemon
burst.
main-
Anyway,
main play.
this is the 3 newest maps added to the pool. This series is going to be very, very exciting because we know about the philosophy out of game for both these squads, but is their approach going to be in game? Will Aaron bring in some of that Xset style? Do they play a slow split like when Def was calling their attack sides with one player lurking and so many
RRQ
4-1s
Mansen main
in
lagi,
the mid,
gila
or do
lu.
they come out with something new?
Skip
How much will we
anjing.
transfer over from old versions of these teams?
And I'm really leaning on Aaron as well as Bonecold here, right? The veterans, the leaders in the field. They're going to be the ones that there's a lot of pressure on these guys, right? And Aaron knows that. We've been talking to him a fair amount here, while we're in Sao Paulo, and he's just got a great head on his shoulders.
I mean,
but here we go,
look
Prime
at the
Gaming Agent
hovers.
Select.
That is the most played agents for GE. You can see everyone's a duelist player but Aaron.
3 raises on the side of Vitality as well, but Texture, okay, you asked the question, was anybody going to be playing Raze here for this team? We're on
Mungkin
split,
apaan?
so of course
Jet.
they're going to. So Texture's going back to a pick that we have not seen for a very long time. I looked
Astra.
at it. June 18th, he played it in the upper bracket in the playoffs against Spear Gaming, but he's only played it 17 times compared to 118 games on Jet.
Twistin and Molesy both on this double duelist composition. We saw that work so incredibly well for Loud. It absolutely dominated against NRG. For a new team, that can be difficult to shut down. I'm interested to see how GE answers.
Let's just do quick predictions real fast. Who's winning map 1?
Vitality.
Vitality.
I'm going to go for GE.
Bo
Oh,
pasukan
the
anjing.
split up here. Well, I hope that our casters are ready to go because here's the thing. We're all set up for map number 1. So let's go ahead and send it over to our casters. My brothers from another British mothers. We got Brennan Sideshow.
Thank you very much, GB. Let's get into this match. I am so damn excited to watch this match in particular, Josh, honestly. Out of any of the first round matches, I'm not even kidding, this is the one that I've been most excited to watch. And I know
Not Cloud9 Paper X,
not
not
Cloud9
Sentinels
Paper X.
Kok dia
not
Astra sih
Sentinels
monyet?
Fanatic.
Gimana
It is
duelis
this match
ya?
right here because it is the high-risk, high-reward roster of global esports, pooling together these duelist players, seeing what could work on this big stage as well. Where
ambitious project.
These top players into a top team.
Yeah, and then it's the ambitious project from APAC coming up against a dark horse team from EMEA. It's not like Vitality
Mungkin bakal ada band
is
pick agent,
star-studded in
mungkin.
the sense that we all know these players.
Cuma nanti banget itu nanti.
So much. There's Bone Cold, obviously.
Agentnya belum banyak
we'll
sekarang
talk
cuy.
about in a bit, but I think the actual talent on the roster is super high. I think it's interesting that the desk is split. I would say Vitality are a little favored here, but there are just so many unknowns. It's very difficult to call anybody a strong favorite. We don't know how these rosters are going to perform. But I do think if Global Esports is able to come out with a win here, it says more. It's more of a validation for their project, and it gives you hope that these like massive global rosters where you're trying to overcome language barriers and cultural barriers and getting all of your players in the same place, and you know, SK Rossi only just getting to play with them because of visa issues. They have had to overcome so many hurdles that I think
itu tuh mousepad yang kemarin G840 punyanya SK Rossi ya.
yang pink.
All the players obviously.
Berapa main 750 ya?
769 ini 700 sekian lah berapa ya?
Tapi mouse-nya pakai temennya. Enggak dia.
The audio was passed.
Dia nggak pakai mouse-nya, yang pakai mouse pink temennya.
Oh.
He's such a confident guy, but when you listen to his backstory, and Global Esports did a documentary on him recently that was fantastic. You should definitely go and watch it. But he's talking about how he didn't really see his parents too much during his childhood because they were working so much to put food on the table, and he just randomly decides to go to a gaming cafe one time and then realizes, hey, I might be good enough to be the best in this cafe. Oh wait, maybe I can be the best in South India. Maybe I can be the best in India. And that process took so long, it was so arduous with him. I mean, making a deal with a gaming cafe for some free time that he would just stream voluntarily for them in order to get free time because he didn't have the money to play. And then his winnings would all go into travel. I mean, this guy, SK Rossi, is the definition of started from the bottom, now we're here.
Absolutely.
He is unbelievable, his story. And he does have the weight of the Indian subcontinent on his shoulders. But I don't think that has amounted to pressure for him. I think he's just excited. When you talk to him, it is just excitement and confidence, nothing else.
And now we are ready to get into it. The pistol round here, map number 1. Between Global Esports and Vitality. No time being wasted already. A fast take up towards A ramp. There's a flash play as well to push them back.
Mulai
No ground really being gained as of right now. Trailblazer used in response to that one. Looks like a boombot also going to be queued. And look at the fight that's being taken. A call made. An aggressive one at that to try and push through the smoke and collapse onto the Vitality players. But they hold their ground. They do survive.
Global Esports really trying to find a timing, but Vitality were aware of it. Quite nice control for a double duelist comp, which would normally be playing really aggro. There's Zender with 3 in the round. That Ghost looking so precise. And it puts everything on the shoulders of the new IGL Arin, North American player that we've seen at these tournaments before.
Oh, and the players are weak! Beam them down, a single clip was all that was necessary.
And 10 HP on Molsey with the spike.
This is more than winnable. Aaron really slowing down.
Menang ini Aaron.
Didn't overstep himself.
Masih ada Molly kan dia?
And the other part of this too is, Molsey has a frenzy. That's actually quite difficult to kill Aaron before 10 damage is done. A frenzy v frenzy battle, you normally exchange some damage.
Contact play, does Aaron even realize? Jumping up onto the box, trying to catch an unusual angle, but Molsey missing a shot to the snake bite. Oh my goodness, pushes Molsey away for but a moment. That's a fight want to be taken. Aaron moving forwards, making a lot of noise though. Molsey very aware that he's not playing there, but the positioning is known, and now a nade pushes him forwards, running down, 65 health, but run and gun is the play. And 3 kills in a round for the IGL player. Team captain for them.
What a clutch.
Bisa nih GN nih, Blay.
Aaron leaning on that confidence to win a 1v3. The Red Bull clutch coming in there. But that was a tense pistol that could have gone either way for sure. And I think Split is such a great map to showcase Aaron and Bone Cold's strengths, the 2 IGLs of either team. Because Aaron's new to the IGL, defense sides for XSET. And Split was an amazing map for XSET, an amazing map on the defense side too. So this is comfort zone for Aaron. They're also even playing a comp that looks really similar to stuff that XZ ran in the past. And you look over at Vitality, sure, Bonecold isn't on the Omen anymore, but this is the same comp that Ascend used to run when they were at the top of the world, the best team in the world on Split. Times have changed, metas have changed.
Blay, ini menurut lu game menang nggak, Blay?
Which IGL's idea comes out today?
Ya aku telat ya.
Berapa, Bang? 1:16, 1:15, 1:13, 1:12.
Dan aku pindah ke PC. Aku telat banget.
Didn't invest too much into this round, only this.
Aku masih 1:06, 1:05.
Beda 5 detik.
Dan aku pindah PC.
Fight being taken, Bonecold, he spotted. Beam down there with a wall play. Global Esports are going to be aware that this is a fake play into B. Obviously, the side already being taken. SK Rossi going to be hearing all of this, including this plant going down. So now it's up to Global Esports to react in kind and see if they can surround.
It's a very open plant. And also, look at the deliberate cage that Sender put in the middle of the site. I assume this is for Twiston to play around later on in the post.
Bit of a kill trip there being played by Sender. What a shot! You've got to be joking. Just absolutely rattling them off one after the other. And there was no trade in sight, yet still, dangerous task ahead. What can they do with a weaponry though? Got to hold this one down. And Neural Theft already revealing the positioning. SK Rossi moving across onto the site, but he has fallen. All down to Aaron once more. One player isolated, but time is running low. And at the back of the site, the crossfire was there. And honestly, just sheer heroics coming out of these Vitality players to just manage to turn that round into their favor.
Oh, it's all Sender, isn't it? He's 6-1 right now. And the double kill on the players trying to retake is everything there. Absolutely everything. Sender is incredibly talented. I was watching his games, been watching him for a while. Used to play Breach on a full Lithuanian team, and then he's gone over to play Chamber very recently, and now on the Cypher. He's played a lot. He's mega talented. For my money, he might be the most talented player in the server right now, but people like Texture and people like, Twiston or Mulsey will certainly give him a run for his money.
Just containment here for Vitality, looking to see if they can punish this play on the eco. Esports, look at that, just trying to see if they can collect any more kills, and they're making it incredibly aware.
Valorant di block nggak sih, Bang? Di block.
Weakened as well on the players.
And that's rough. Mulsey is one away from an ultimate. And considering that
ya kagak lah, kalau di block gimana itu orang-orang mainnya bangsat.
Win the second round, it actually delays the rifle round by at least one. Right, because Vitality are now gonna. It's gonna be round 4
PUBG yang di FF juga ya.
And that means that Mulsey has an extra round.
PUBG setahu gue di block.
Online that he can use to turn the tide of that fight. So I think things are starting to look a little worrying here for Global Esports. If Mulsey can get in a good position, considering that they've got 2 Phantoms, a Vandal, this next round, Global need to win it.
Yeah, weaponry's looking quite good. We were building up these players, Josh, as well, in this particular round as well. Sender as a player.
Malam Mansen di game ini katanya ada yang member dari Indonesia, Kak. Nanti member yang RRQ. Nobar nanti SK RRQ, insya Allah kalau belum tidur. Ini ada yang pakai Astra. Monyet.
Breakfast in the elevators. I've just been always just meeting up with Vitality players and the coach as well. But he was saying to me, listen, if you want to sound
PUBG
like
FF diblokirin dia.
Hype up Sender, because according to their coach, listen, of course he's going to say this, but he said that he's currently playing like the best player in Europe.
Yeah.
His own words, obviously quite biased.
Sounds like he's gassing his own player up, but I also think that there's probably a shred of truth to that.
Iya anjing, Monyet main Astra.
Fantastic in the run-up in the off-season prior to being picked up. This is a massive round, though.
Yep. Dash across. SK Rossi just hoping to try and take that angle, but Twiston. Oh, look at this.
Okay, so this is
much pace.
This is going to be a pinch, but I'm not sure they were aware that Aaron was going to use his ult in mid. Obviously now, Aaron and Monya are not in a great spot, but there's no or really informational tools they can use to help them get inside the pit.
Maybe the plan was for Twiston to try and backstab here, because the rest of Vitality have been lurking, creeping, and crawling all the way up into B main, and that's going to be Q for the ultimate here. Slow orb at the feet of Mulsey, and no one is going to be on this site, so thinking a couple of layers ahead here, but despite admit that is important. Twiston, he wins it versus Munyet, and he's going to be backing away with his life. Plant starting to go down now.
That's the second time that Munyet's pushed through a smoke and taken an unfavorable fight. Bazzi, though, responding, takes down Sender, who's been a menace in some of these rounds. Twiston is miles away from the action if Global Esports can hurry this one up, but the Sage Walls are just delaying everything.
Yeah, just a cross-section for it, and no one really aware of it.
Rusuh banget itu wall-wallnya.
Move over to the other side of the wall, but a double face there. Drop down onto a high-low setup. Destrian had to TP back onto to try and help him out.
Ini emosi-emosi ini nembaknya kepala semua loh.
Know where Twiston is. Dash enabled, moves forwards. Trying to contest this one in a 1v1, but Aaron, he has to stick it. The percentage play needs to try and get half, and it sets up Twiston for the easy slam dunk win.
Jago ini vitality ini.
Think about how different the round could have been if Twiston had been dealt with and cleared out of ropes when they knew he'd gone into there. They were aware that Twiston was somewhere around. Possibly they thought he escaped after he got up to heaven, but I would have thought that Global Esports could keep a better track of the Jet player there. Interesting
Bazi tuh orang mana sih Bazi?
early on, and it pays dividends for them in the post plan. And now Global Esports are in a pretty horrible position here. They're
Korea ya Bazi ya?
great on the defense side, and they're going to be looking down the wrong end of a 1-4 beginning, despite the heroics coming out from their IGL Aaron.
I see a timeout being taken now for Global Esports. Biding their time, seeing if they can cook up anything in particular. Texture is one away from the ultimate, so he's going to be able to get that showstopper, assuming on the other end of this round, whether by playing for an orb, a kill, or even just dying to one of them.
And the players with the least experience here on Global are SK Rossi and Monye, right? They've for SK Rossi, he's been playing a lot domestically, but he hasn't had an opportunity like this on the big stage just yet. And those two players have yet to really get going.
First India player yang ada di Valorant International Event cuy. Rossi tadi tulisannya
mengharumkan bangsa dan negara.
Anjay. Siap Bang Nanat.
The talent being demonstrated. For Vitality, I mean, if you smell blood in the water and you realize that Global are a little shaky to start a match, you got to hammer that home.
Yeah.
Nyalain facecam dong.
See if they're going to be pouncing on the opportunity. So far in this match, what I have been noticing is there's a lot of presence towards A main from Vitality. Yeah, heavy emphasis being played from them.
Mau background jamur apa pohon apa pasar?
Doesn't seem to be changing things up too much in this round, keeping it simple for them. Paranoia, Twister moves forwards, and the one and done position is checked from Aaron. Kick guns obviously from them. Bazzi just trying to play up behind the wall, seeing if he can get anything done, but very well executed so far.
And the defensive Viper wall actually allows Vitality to come in without having to worry about a lot of angles on A. So
dulu Blay, di joki Blay.
How best to play these positions.
Punish there, he's trying to take the play. Texture tries to make the most of this one, but again, just can't withstand that kind of pressure when he's up against the rifles.
Yeah, body's hitting the floor. All right, now here's the important round for Global Esports again. They have massive ultimates to work with, especially Textures. And I think setting Texture up in A heaven almost guarantees value out of his ultimate.
Yeah.
Vitality have not been going for big B bursts, but actually, Vitality's comp, one of the big reasons why this used to be a meta comp on Split is that it has a lot of variety in where you can play around the map. It's good for bursts on both sides, but it can take mid control too. However, Texture's set up in B heaven, and it looks like Vitality this time are going to play towards mid. They'll just use Sender's cages to put some pressure over on A ramp,
katanya.
and instead,
wow, okay. Just a bit of raw spam, yeah, straight through the smokes. Also just trying to lurk up behind it. Trailblazing
Ada Marcella, kemana aja Marcella?
Clean off from Sender. Trying to catch that lurk, but obviously his positioning was known prior.
Alah,
Speaking of heads being taken off,
background Tanah Abang. Ini Tanah Abang.
Dash forwards from
Mansen
Twisted, play
milihnya
to be made from
background
him perhaps,
pasar.
but he's now stuck in this position.
Tapi
There's
dia
going to be a
ngomong yang
showstopper. That was a
jamur
direct hit. What in the Lord's name am I watching?
Bonecold's attempting to create some pressure in B with this Sage wall,
Phantom
hoping that
nih.
it opens up the middle of the map, but it hasn't at all. With Sender dying and with the Sage wall being placed on Rossi, the rest of Global Esports can completely flush out this hit in mid.
Coba dia pakai protokol.
Well. Pure confidence on the side of Global Esports.
Nih, bukan yang ini.
No wasted moments from them. Smoke across the cut forwards. Destrino up close and personal. And there's another punish.
And what a big round from Rossi and Monye, the players that we were waiting to see anything from. 0 and 4 coming into this round, and they get 3 kills between them out of the 5.
Yeah,
with SK Rossi using the utility from Bazzi to flush out Sender early, and then Monye just spamming through the smoke, gets the first kill, and then playing around the smoke.
Lucu banget anjing kalau
really like the way that Rossi has picked
caster luar ngomong monyet.
flushed out Sender.
Monyet.
Good utility usage. a good punish. Otherwise, Sender's going to be a menace over there on A.
Absolutely. A good adaptation. Getting the operator in his hands. In fact, switching up the positioning as well, because SK Rossi now not playing towards the A ramp area, but that is where the majority of Vitality are.
Kayak ngomong monet.
So what is the
Iya
answer here?
ini.
A bit of random spam coming
Pelukis.
through. Slow orbs. Multi already into the back of the side. He satchels up on top of the box, actually. Holding this angle, yet still Aaron anchoring into the back of the site. Flash to push
Ini
them
juga
back. And
protokol,
they
tapi
did
memang
push
protokol
Aaron out
yang itu
wide.
yang Nanat
It's
pakai yang
capitalized on by the
abu-abu
Vitality players. You can see
pink.
that Sender have managed to get themselves in, and that plant will go down.
That's
Iya, teh
unfortunate
botol
because the
gimana?
Viper
Teh
retake
botol.
mode is now not going to be active. Big clash
Hey,
in ropes.
saya
Destrian
saya
trying to find his
betul.
timing in mid is going to be
Kasih.
so important right now, and he does
Saya
win it out.
betul.
If he stays alive, he's going to be causing issues for them, and still holding that close angle. A re-peek, just a little bit too late, and still it has crumbled before their eyes. Operator in the hands of Twist, and he makes the most of that one.
Yeah, even with Destrian
Cu, city side,
finding
cu, jangan
success,
kebanyakan,
the biggest
bangsat.
problem for Global is the trading there through screens.
A little bit delayed.
Very delayed. And I think that that speaks to how new of a team Global are, and maybe the comms getting flustered in these moments. Because look, there is just nobody behind Texture. The next player is almost 2 seconds later. And
Twistan
it's
19 tahun
Rossi
tadi, Blay.
screwing with an op.
Pas dua wawancara.
Iya.
One of their rifle
Iya.
players needs to get
Kira tua banget
online.
komuknya.
Iya.
Okay, operator battle though.
Kayak at
as we
least
get back
24
into
lah
this
gitu,
round.
24, 25. 19 tahun anjing.
Debate.
2-1 lah aku masih percaya.
But SK Rossi is in. I mean, he's on such a deep line and he can't escape.
Saya
Oh,
turu.
he's actually using
Pengalaman
the ball.
Lani kurang anjing.
It's a little weird because he needs to
Wajar.
reposition and get value out of the operator. Vitality are going to be playing quite quickly, so he relies on the rest of his team here to slow Vitality down.
So far, it seems like the early game plan of Global Esports was to play heavy for that extremity control. And it's created this opening in mid. You can see Vitality have already taken up that space. Just exploring. Spike in the hands of Multi. Waiting around, seeing if they can force a fight, a play to be made. They're going to be looking to regroup with the rest of their team now.
Wait a second. Did Rossi put a terrible Sage wall in B main that Bonkol can just jump over? Yeah,
he did. Yeah, there's a box behind that you can just jump over that.
I didn't realize that he connected it to the box so that you could just jump up. That's an experience on the agent showing there. Obviously, Rossi playing a new role. And that's where you don't expect him to miss. Normally so talented.
And look at this, pressure being applied to just every single direction on the map. Oh my word! Stray shot, Bazzi dropped down to 110, spray down, he is low, up in the air, no way! From that kind of range, but Bazzi was weakened. And Aaron seems to be aware of this play that was occurring. There you go, click on the head, and there we
Aaron lagi anjing
go.
lah.
But it is just left up to Aaron, and maybe getting a bit flustered now into this 1v2. Destrian backs away again. That kind of patience and discipline. Doesn't want to take the fight, just makes it nice and awkward. Not giving any easy 1v1s for Aaron to be able to take to try and win this one.
And now Destrian gets a sound cue as well as Aaron goes up the rope. This is an almost unwinnable situation because Vitality just haven't given Aaron anything to work with.
Quite aware of where the positioning could be, but a
Berharap nggak ditungguin dong.
yeah, just not wide enough. And well, Shorty up close once more. I mean, Twiston was saying, listen, if you think we've been seeing Shorty kills up until now, wait till you see their game, because this guy, he makes full usage of that weapon.
He definitely does. The Shorty in Twiston's hands is a different weapon. His movement
Tapi rambutnya ternyata bukan di blonde, tau setelah close up tuh dia kuning bukan blonde.
Yeah, we're really seeing there's clearly a game plan coming
Kayak
from
nyala
about
gitu
how
jadi
Global should play their
rambutnya
defensive
gitu.
side, but it's the small mistakes that are really slipping them up.
Lihat antara pasti kalau di shoot tos-tosan gitu tuh nyala anjing.
But I think in that round in particular, it's
Jadi kayak ini pita kado yang pita mas parcel gitu tuh.
scrambled them a little.
Ada serabut-serabutnya.
Puts down a better Sage wall and is then able to off in mid on a more aggressive angle. Maybe that round goes differently.
It's just been that consistent uphill battle
Oh,
for
mau
Global
digituin nggak
Esports
rambut?
so far in this half.
Waduh, skip
Global are
anjing.
going for a gamble stack on A, but when you don't hear anything early on,
Udah kayak ayam yang di depan panai SD anjing dijual.
because Vitality, when they have been ending A, have been at least taking space A ramp fairly consistently.
Mansen dulu katanya mau ngecat rambut abu-abu.
There is nobody home on the B side.
Ntar gue bikin milestone ntar.
Gue bilang nggak usah, setahun lagi juga kan udah ubanan. Gitu.
Goblok.
Setting themselves up into this position right now for Global Esports.
Dia kenapa nggak full Korea aja pasti jago. cuk. Kan orknya
Go down
ork
to the spike so they don't give away any more ultimates as
ork
well.
India anjing.
Sender with his late lurk position. Shutting them all down in mid, and there's a re-swing attempt. It looks like Global Esports want to try and fight this into Sender.
Kayak ngirim manifest di Twitter, nder.
If you have to feed yourself into
Nder.
somebody. But this is going to be a very easy round for Vitality to clean up.
Wah, gemeteran banget monyet.
I think you can just see the way that Vitality has been built. It relies on pre-existing synergies between the players. So they have a bit of a core from Oglu, you know, and then some from Vitality, and a little sprinkling of
Bergetar
Big on the touch as
sekali.
well. But they have some players that are familiar with each other enough to have a bit of synergy, a bit of chemistry there. And with Global, they are genuinely starting from square one. And so it's going to be a much
Iya,
difficult
seru
project
banget
to get off the
liatin
floor. And I
animasi
think
dia
that was the
lucu-lucu.
concern that everybody had with this team. How much time do they require? When you listen to the players and the staff, they're thinking about multiple
Aneh-aneh deh
seasons,
pertanyaan
but
orang-orang
still wanted to get
manifest.
wins early on.
Kayak
Very long-term
bener
focus with
untung
this
lu
Global
manifest
Esports
kalau nggak
squad.
Much better Sage Wall in B main
nggak
from
ngerti
Rossi.
gue.
Not allowing anybody to hop up on top of it. Looks like a fight
Kenapa
might be
ada
trying to be
manusia
taken.
punya
Again, that
pertanyaan
spam and just
seperti itu?
holding for now. As he moving forwards inside this Viper's pit.
Does
There's a
he-
timing taken.
does he
Does he know that they crossed? Okay. Bit of
Ini
whip
orang
there
mana
from
ini?
Sender, but did he know?
Wah, nggak tahu
They've
gua.
been compromised right now
Indo yang
towards
pasti.
A ramp. That space was gained. It's a pop flash play. Fazzy nails the target, but Bone Cold was not playing in position for that one, so he does trade it out relatively effectively. And now that resurrected play, Aaron is being squeezed.
Oh, this is
Convergence on either side. Bit of spam there around the corner, and Aaron's been caught.
awesome distraction from Twiston when Destrian got inside the ult. Can Texture be a playmaker here on the flank?
Yeah, these positions have flipped all the way around. Just as Aaron was being squeezed this time, it is Texture coming for that late flank. Players in heaven though, is anybody going to be watching for this one? You've got to be aware of it surely that
Houstonnya
ramp
di
they could
situ
have been playing.
tuh.
No, Twisting gets away with it for
Kan?
free. The shots just going one after the other. Texture does eventually claim that kill, but so much to deal with right now, and the retake made that
Curang
much
Kiri
sepertinya,
bang,
harder.
Bang.
mau di kiri bang.
Rossi is using this operator. Just
Waduh.
unfortunate timing once more.
Yeah, Global Esports getting outplayed. Vitality with nice protocols to clear out the Viper's pit. That, to Aaron's credit, he's been getting them into good positions.
Kalah di
But
mana?
Mana
Kalah.
nih
always
Mansen
able to
katanya
sneak past
jago
them,
GE.
blast their way through them,
Buset,
and
gua
then surround them on
fans
all
gue garis keras,
sides.
cu.
The raw talent as well is showcased here from Vitality. Twiston 16 and 4, Sender and Molsey also having a great game individually, just able to farm these Global Esports players currently.
Mansen sampai
We
ini
need
tau
to see a bit more
ngegambar
resistance.
GE di
okay.
bantalnya.
This is
Jadi
double
kalau
up
dia
trap play from
tiduran
Twiston.
gini kan,
Yeah, with the
okay.
knives as
lihatnya
well.
GE.
Okay.
Sage wall updraft.
Not going to spot anybody.
Saking
Fuzzy,
ngefans.
he's nearly there.
Yeah, could have got his head taken off, but no.
That's actually another Ascend classic being called from Bone
All
Cold.
the way back in the day.
I've seen CNED do that.
Yeah. So desperate times here for Global Esports. Got to get something else on the board. It's like half by round from them, so the weaponry is that much weaker, but so far on their defense side of Split, it's not looking too good.
Nonton Breaking Bad udah tamat belum, Blay? Buset, udah berkali-kali gue namatin Breaking Bad.
They need a miracle here, really, don't they?
Yeah.
The poor weaponry, even a 4-8 half. With the pistol, maybe you start to have some belief. Oh, the time in there. Brutal for
Udah
Monye.
berkali-kali.
Is he even going to think about
Kemudian
reclearing
Nana
mid?
juga ngulang lagi, terus dia itu ngulang lagi kan ya?
Not sure if they've just heard one yet drop or
Banyak
what,
banget
but yeah,
ngulang
as he goes to
berkali-kali
reclear
aja.
it, was just so unaware. Just left out of SK Rossi. He's only got the Bucky, and it's, I mean, just full patience. Really, really well played by Vitality, how slowly they were playing that one. Not willing to give anything away.
Semangat deh akhirin.
Cepet banget
That
anjing.
is a prime game in Flawless. Vitality
Last
is
man
so
mulu.
in control of this game. And we've actually seen Split be somewhat
Tapi nggak
attacker-sided when
pakai
people have been
giling-giling
running these
dia.
double phoenix compositions.
Iya sih.
But
Gak
then
kayak Nats
the
kemarin
other
geleng-geleng
problem with
yang
that
nyil
is
banget.
too that when people run the like heavy defensive
Gue
roles,
kesel banget
they're not
ngeliatnya
racking up
anjing.
enough rounds on the attack side themselves to equalize it. So
Tuh top
maybe
frag
we're seeing the
klasmen
double Judas
standing
Medic
juga
come back.
nggak
People like Loud
giling-giling.
also playing it on this map. Twiston and Mossy have put on a masterclass, and I think Bone Cold's calling in general. He just understands this map so well.
Early fight
Final
for control
chance.
here, and yeah, it is that final chance, Josh. Josh, the Cosmic Divide going to be used very early on here by Global Esports just to try and deny control of
Bizarre
a
ultimate.
lot of areas of the map at once, but I mean, Vitality, they just contact up through this, and there's going to be that paranoia. Lovely play to deny that one. Multi, the satchels were clean, the movement was nice, but he does get taken down on the high ground, and despite the fact that Bone Cold was vulnerable, he wins out that engagement. Seeker's going to be giving him a lot of information that the players found their way onto the site now. They're just containing. Twiston holding close now below into Hell. He's going to be taking first contact for them. Varying up his angles. Is it going to be cleared? Not quite well enough.
Where's the second player there where Bazzi peeks? Oh, perfect timing though from Texture.
Yeah, these
picks up
timings
Sender in mid.
A very nice final round now. Texture does have the ult, but he rips it out at just the wrong time. Destrin finding that one, still one player left. Alive, Destrin, you cannot give him this one, but the swing is just perfection. Munyet will claim the round for his team and get 3 on the board for this first half.
A lifeline, one last desperate lifeline.
Monyet kill berapa?
Unless you're on the 9-3 curse hype train, this is
double
like
digit
a brutal beginning to split.
6.
20 kills from
Sekarang
Twiston.
3.
And something makes me think he's not going to slow down in the next half.
Yeah, this is a hell of an opening for Vitality, honestly, on the global stage like this, and Global Esports have to really
Friendly saya sekarang sih gue delete anjing kemarin. Bawel banget kalau main anjing.
difficult from here, but that's going to do it for the first half of this map. Send it down to the bench to break it all down.
Ngatur mulu anjing, gue kesel banget kalau lagi main kompe. Gue delete anjing.
What a showing from him in the first half there, dropping 20, but I think it's safe to say
Bukan udah anti banget orang-orang yang begitu tuh anjing.
Fundamentals, everything that you could want to have in this squad, it's working.
Yeah, it really is working fantastically for this team. That first half to me felt like kind of a gap between coordination for these two squads. And as we look back on one of those rounds, what I was especially impressed with were some of the game plans they built around this double duelist comp. They start this one off with Twiston diving into heaven, finding this weird timing to get into vents. His team then goes back and executes B, and a bit of a blunder from Monye. He actually falls to Twiston.
Monye.
Twiston then reactivates on this look and is ready to push back around again as his team is holding on this post. GE push it a little bit close on this one. Some of these players.
Cuma nih gue pas dibacain caster luar dulu PUBG juga aneh anjing. Nggak bisa nyebutnya anjing. NYUP.
Iya, dia nyebutnya per huruf enggak.
Iya. Dia nanya sebelum main tuh nanya kayak lu mau disebutnya apa di kalau caster nyebut. Aku udah bilang kayak nyup.
Sure, he has. He has been the kind of
Tetep nggak bisa ya.
He is the veteran. He's the one that has that international experience. But it needs to be more spread out amongst the rest of the roster here, because right now he's the only one in the spotlight. Everybody else left out in the shadows. He needs to be able to guide them to a strong attacking half. It's 9-3. It's definitely
warna ungu orangnya.
Feels bad going in with that scoreline.
Oh, kan settingan yang ganti warna.
Yeah, on split, that is a difficult scoreline to come back from. We need a better pistol round from them. We need them to not rely on Aaron's clutches. GE, this is going to be difficult.
Yeah, it is going to be quite challenging for GE to climb their way back into this game. But with Aaron on the calls, hey, anything is possible. Let's see what happens. Send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Anything could be possible. It's always in the hands of the players of Global Esports to see if they can mount that comeback. But
yang penting dapat spotlight kamera mah, Blay.
And that is the duelist players of Vitality.
Menang kalah entaran. Yang penting ntar streamingannya rame, Blay.
Series we did that little pre-tape. Their team doesn't have any star players, but might be weaving a different tale possibly.
9-3ers kasen. Enggak cuy, ini split anjing. Defense sided banget, tai.
Later on down the road, Global Esports with a big engagement. They've got past Estrian.
Still, they need to deal with this heaven position, and they do take the fight with the players and making sure that the spacing is good.
Susah banget anjing. Sen bikin Blade turnamen.
Every single bullet in the clip being used as he rattles off the shots.
Udah cukup sekali gua anjing bikin turnamen dulu. Turnamen Valorant pertama di Indonesia gua yang bikin bangsat. Udah cukup sekali itu aja anjing, pusing banget ngurusin orang-orang anjing. Nggak cocok bangsat ngurusin orang-orang gua. Nanat juga ikutan anjing. Sumpah, pusing banget anjing.
I think the swing from Bazzi, or swinging off other players' contact in general. There was a trade from Monye that came through that looked really good. And then also Bazzi swinging at the end to shut down Twiston looked nice. So, a pretty drilled
Bang, turnamennya hadiah token listrik mana, Bang?
gives me a little more confidence that they could mount some form of comeback.
Token listrik
They have to
ini.
make sure that after winning the pistol, they don't immediately fall to the Sheriffs, because that was the story of the first half. Both pistols going the way of
Ayo
Global,
ikutan
but
bukan
they
pesertanya,
had
tapi
the
lu mau
momentum in the
jadi
first.
apaan, Pap? Lu jadi sponsor ya kan?
Just how they want to play this one.
Ngerti gua, Pap.
Vitality. There's that double face. You can see Sender just holding
Pap,
from
beliin gue
Bale
monitor dong,
while
Pap.
this is going on. Util being used just
15 juta, Pap.
exploded out into mid.
Ngepet dulu, Pap.
Berapaan 15 juta?
Yang tadi 360 Hz, goblok.
Boombot clears a lot of these angles and it's up
Nggak
to
tahu
Aaron
nggak bisa
to
nangkap dia
hold
sebelum
down this one angle, and he does indeed. There's no one going to be taking him out with any stray plays there. Classic right clicks in order, but Twiston did get a bit of an upgrade in the form of that Sheriff, so that's been dealt with. But the site should
Pas
be
di Zoe, iya
relatively
cuy, yang
free now
tadi
for
kan.
Global Esports.
Tadi ada orang yang nanya anjing, lu pakai monitor apa sekarang?
Actually, that's going to be perfectly rebounded, and you got to be
Terus
joking.
gue lupa, sekarang Benki udah ada yang 360 Hz.
Oh my word, you got to be kidding
Buset.
me.
This Vitality team is so cracked with the
Nih,
Sheriff.
Vitality aimnya sakit-sakit banget, buset.
Iya.
And they are just making the most of it.
Tajam tuh.
One after the other, isolated down to that 1v1 Sender. He's Lodo, has to
Monyet,
nail
monyet.
the shot, and nail it, he does.
Kalah
All
mandor.
the players weakened. And it is just a repeat of that first half. Global
Under.
Esports, they win the pistol round and immediately
Sangar ya
lose to the
Vitality.
Sheriff purchase.
It's tragic and absolute.
Ah, tapi belum bisa dibilang sangar sih, belum ketemu tim lain ya. Gue pengen lihat lawan dia tim lain dulu nih.
With a great pistol round on both halves. But they just can't compete with
Tristan
this
sama
level
kamu
of
jago mana OP-nya?
talent. I mean,
Gua lah, gila kali lu, siapa yang ngalahin gua pakai operator? Buset, buset, buset kalau ngomong. Tapi dulu bang. Sekarang udah nggak bisa bang. Sekarang kalah umur bang.
so many 1v1s and Vitality are
Tristan
super
umurnya
happy.
setengah Mansen lah.
Something we said as well about Vitality.
Pala lu ketekuk setengah anjing lu ya.
Obviously focus much more on
Hampir.
upgrading the team.
Pala lu hampir.
Hampir.
Jauh anjing.
Here is
Enggak.
so annoying to deal with.
Cuma beda setahun.
Global. It takes every bullet in
Tahun
the pistol
matanya setahun.
just to get
Zaman
rid of
G512 ini gue sekarang pakai G5102 lagi cuy.
it. You gotta
Cuma
nice
kayak udah
and
kagak ngefek blay.
control around it.
Emang udah umur.
Trap plays.
The double face just missing Destrin as he was peeking for that information. Sends out that paranoia as well. Slows down a faster play. And Vitality are swarming it now with the rest of their players, making sure that they contain that choke point that was being watched for.
But there's less than a minute on the clock. They don't control any area of the map. And Global Esports are 4-10 down. They need
Mansen sama lu beda 5 tahun. Pala lu ijo.
Once more, kill gonna be found there just from a stray peek. Backing away, I believe. the
Bisa
spike-
beda 5 tahun.
Enggak 5 tahun, 4 tahun.
To rotate and twist
Pala
the
lu 4 tahun.
Sewers making all the noise in the world. Flash play around the
4
corner.
tahun kalau lu
Clear
habis ulang
clearing
tahun
this.
terus
That
gue
is a
belum
whiff
ulang
though.
tahun
The
4
players
tahun
they clean it,
cu.
and there is the capitalization.
Mana ada
Dropping
anjing.
down.
Iya
Accurate with the aim.
anjing.
Cuma beda setahun goblok.
Will nail the
Matanya
shots,
setahun.
clean up the remaining
Kan lu
players.
98, gue 99.
found themselves an opportunity. but
Bisa
again,
jadi tuaan gue.
coordination on how they get in through a choke point. It's stuff that
Nih,
needs to be drilled.
anjing nih karakter gue dibunuh mulu bangsat, tolol banget nih.
Global are really struggling.
Padahal
to
yang
get
punya
that second player
streamingan
in
dia
behind
yang
for
dibunuh
Texture,
karakter
or even
dia.
offer any utility for Texture to be favored. I mean, look, there's 3,
Mansen
4
tahun
seconds
ini
before the next
memasuki
player
abad
swings
baru,
there.
guys.
And no
Pala
utility
lu,
to
obat
help
baru.
get into the side.
Ulang
I feel
tahun
like that's
tahun
just
ini
been
harus
a repetition.
spesial.
Every retake, every attempt
Tolol
to
banget.
attack.
Steadily, the wiggle room afforded to Global Esports to stay in.
Gue dikit lagi ulang tahun, Blay.
Just getting shortened.
Sorry, I'm just watching the exact same kind of setups that I've seen before on Split from teams like Ascend, teams like 100 Thieves. I mean, this Vitality team has got great protocols on
Fight to
Split.
be taken, dropping down into ropes. Tristan holding this one with the operator, but not going to be given any easy
Serang Mansen udah
opportunities to
tiap
take
hari
a stray shot.
makan
This might be
permut
overpeaking from
kan.
Destiny.
Dari gua balita bangsat, gua makan permut.
Yeah.
Iya, cuma balitan bayar panas. Sekarang makanya susu
Trying to get a
unland
read, but this could have
gold.
been the B split.
Terus tiap hari minum omega 3 Blay.
Mati nggak tuh?
Mencegah kepikunan.
Nggak mati ya? Mati nggak sih anjing? Semoga next game next mapnya nggak begini banget Blay anjing.
Gini aja lah biar cepet RRQ.
Lu sama Regi tuan lu kan lu pergila bego asli.
They earn their way to that 12th round and now one more round. So it stands between them and winning this map.
Rambutnya mana ada anjing, nggak ada kebotakan gua. Nanat ya no kebotakan anjing.
Nggak kebotakan dia. Tuh gue bantuin. Lu nggak kebotakan. Cuma udah mulai uban aja.
Mana ada anjing. Gila dia.
This one is definitely going the opposite way. Vitality is so in control, and the weaponry is brutal here for Global Esports.
Yeah, you have to force up into this, obviously. No more opportunities. Looks like they're just going to be opting into that B split. A heavy take into B. Heaven sender. The rifle spray down, just about. Gets the aim online now. You're going to see that Viper's pit.
Mansen sudah tua. Giginya tinggal 2. Nice try.
GG Vitality. Ente monyet.
Sepi banget yang nonton.
So far Vitality, that dark horse aura that's just been surrounding them. Looks like people weren't joking.
Not at all. Wow. Spoon feeding Twist and the kills, is that the metaphor there?
Mending ini ya. Riot suruh gue dateng ya. Kasih gue tiket pesawat aja. Gue ramein ya di sana ya. No, bangku kosong kasih gue 1 gitu ya. Nggak mau apa dibiayain gue ya kesana ya. Blay, lu mending nih 100 orang nih ya, lu email Riot bego suruh gue datang ke sana. Kalau nggak nih 100 orang, 1 orang donate gue 10 juta ke sana gue Blay. Bener kan Nenet?
Bener.
Masuk spam Blay. Jangan dong anjing.
Kalau ulta berubah jadi Blue Eyes Ultimate Drake.
Mending kita bisa .com. Enggak lah anjing.
Anjing gue punya lagi kartu Yu-Gi-Oh nya itu Blue Eyes. Apa Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon.
Lu baca chat yang mana sih?
Apa? Yang
Oh,
atas.
di atas.
Itu lucu.
Itu mahal banget Nanat kalau ada. Waktu itu kita pernah ngomongin kan. Kalau asli.
Ya,
Cuma ternyata punya lo nggak asli ya.
Kan yang beliin bapak gua di ambasador. Kayaknya decknya cuma
Red Bull give you wings.
Wah.
Nge-like aja barusan.
Aku juga. Kita refresh.
Udah siapin liang lahat Blay. Buat apa? Liang lahat tuh ini kan? Apa? Kuburan kan? Gua immortal Blay, gua abadi Blay.
Baca yang Ria Mansen, tapi pakai nadanya nada yang bener.
Apaan? Sabar. Ini dari kemarin ini copyright mulu nih anjing. Gue dari kemarin nobar semuanya copyright anjing. Udah miskin makin miskin, cuk.
Niatnya bekerja ya.
Iya.
Burulah Blay, Maret ceria Blay.
Tuh pap. Udah disuruh lu pap, buru pap. Burulah.
Maret ceria besok Nanet nggak ada.
Apa kalau Maret ceria Nanet besok nggak ada?
Kalau nggak Maret ceria besok nobar Nanet nggak ada.
Kenapa gitu?
Apa bercanda aja.
Immortal apa masih rank cendol gitu? Itu rank Valorant bego. Gue di kehidupan nyata gue immortal, vampir. Tau gak lo? Jacob Kulen. Siapa Jacob Kulen? Jacob Kulen. Siapa sih anjing ngentot gue lupa lagi.
Itu nama 2 orang ya.
Iya ya, Edward Kulen anjing. Edward Kulen.
Maret ceria itu kan Februari ceria sama Thomas. Maret ceria belum ada.
Anjing, kok kita jadi malakin orang mulu ya?
Gak makin orang kan ini ngasih klarifikasi dong. Jarakku sama Nanet 10 tahun. Enggak nyampe 10 ya Mansen ya.
Apaan?
Jarak kita
10 hari Ulay. Jadi gue ngomongin jatuh berapa lot. Kok lot sih?
Red Bull Cikiwi.
Red Bull give you wings.
Icikiwir katanya Riaru. Icikiwir. Icikiwir.
Neng, udah habis lagunya. Tapi kayak tadi udah kena juga ada anjing.
Emang nggak kelihatan kapan kenanya? Kalau udah kena belum kena gitu.
Kelihatan pas udah kelar aja ntar dapet email.
Kalau masih ongoing nggak kelihatan.
Nggak.
Let's go ahead and jump into the breakdowns though. Mimi, I think we all were coming into this high hopes for GE. We were interested in how the experiment was going to work.
Lagi benerin mouse anjing. Lagi siap-siap mau make mouse yang mana. Bocah gonta-ganti mouse mulu, gonta-ganti sensi. Iya dah, udah paling jago deh anjing buka bumi. Belum aja lu anjing. Ketemu flip jeder anjing, dijeder pala lu.
Yeah, it really was. Sideshow also mentioned it. Just go ahead and give him some more props. That overall macro strategy not too bad from the side of GE, but the details are where everything fell apart. You see these
Twistan ini anjing.
Sheriff savants, as we've gone ahead and given the moniker. They really just.
Jadi gue kebagian gak Marek Teriasan. Lu dari sekarang juga nggak apa-apa pap, sumpah. Lu orang kaya anjing.
It's just tragic that they can't get the follow-up. They can't win the anti-eco, and they just cannot build any momentum off of that. And you have to expect that, especially losing that second anti-eco round, that's just when all the gas just spilled out of the tank.
Yeah, and part of that, I think, is the unforced error of this team is just really, really good with the Sheriff. And part of it is, that's a forced error. And part of it is the unforced error. Just GE's coordination was off, and they were giving a lot of these 1-versus-1 duels in positions where they had no business doing so.
Yeah, well, let's actually go into our Verizon high-speed moment of the match here, because of course, all eyes are on Multi and Twistin in this one, and I think that part of the reason why you have to highlight these two players here, they're coming in hot, they're showing what.
Kemarin kata Kanana tunggu Maret ceria dulu.
That that GE might try to conjure up here in these situations, and this is one of those.
Bebas dah.
Yeah, I mean just monstrous performance.
Buat lu mau bebas pap asli. Lu mau channel gue juga gue kasih lu pap.
Been able to perform so well that reaction time, just get that right click across, instantly scopes in on the screen and just take down Aaron, who is very consistently finding himself as the last man standing. He had that one clutch in the pistol.
Kenal Nanat di mana, Blay? Comberan.
The other ones, he just couldn't quite find their shots. They couldn't get those bullets to connect.
Yeah, this is a situation that we've seen all tournament long, where
Apa yang salah dengan mulut
the
gua?
new players to the international events come out and perform absolutely excellent.
Kata comberan.
What we
Bahkan
wanna
ada
see
di
is
live
players
chat
like
Blay,
SK
berarti live chat
Rossi
adalah comberan, berarti
really
kalian
need to
semua
show
di
that
dalam
Gotti
comberan.
come to know and love from him. That's actually gonna lead us to our pre-map warm-up.
Boleh-boleh lu comeback begitu.
Wah, bener nggak? Kita ketemu di live chat. Terus kamu bilang ketemu aku di comberan. Berarti live chat itu comberan. Berarti viewer kamu sekarang lagi di
Scan for
dalam
Escarosi
comberan.
Crosser.
We're really looking set for just some more output from him. How do you feel about him on that Sentinel role, at least in split?
I mean, unfortunately, we didn't get to see too much. We saw him trying to push the operator into his hands, which is normally a very big little pair of hands to put the operator into, but unfortunately, he was just not quite hitting some of his shots. And I wonder how much of that is going to be nerves. We've heard from other players that had their debuts back at Champions.
Jadi sekarang kita nontonin tai.
Yeah, when you do get up on that stage,
Parah banget.
Aku ngatain gue baliknya ke lu lagi,
Mansen.
Kapan sih mau
Gua
belajar?
di cam dulu.
He's gonna need to, because that first map, the
Dulu,
defensive
bawa
side, I
rokok.
think one of the issues is that he was not finding value with those early operator fights. They invested in it multiple times on that stage, and I don't think he was ever really able to shut down those early gambits that the double duelist comp was sending out. So the expectation very.
Kalau ketemu yang kayak Kanat di comberan, ikhlas saya, gue bisa banget lu cu, bisa. Becek Nanat digituin goblok.
Pearl here for map 2. This is of course Vitality's pick here. We have seen Vitality favor this map in the past, obviously when Chamber was prime and was in play.
Live chat mana Kanat? Dia viewers gue Blay. Dari viewers gue naik tahta jadi moderator. Dari moderator jadi pacar, Cuk.
Enggak ya, itu yang ngechat buat gua, kenapa sih nggak mau terima?
Nggak mungkin anjing.
Dan sampai orangnya gue suruh ngomong sama lu, ya iya gue yang ngechat gitu.
Alright, Prime Gaming Agent select here for Pearl. What do we get now?
Sayangnya sekarang udah musuhan sama orang itu. Gue tanya asli.
But it's been very much fixated on these B-long fights, these well-set
Lagi
executes.
mandi
It'll be
Blay,
Genie
di
starting on the
chat,
attack, which I think should be
pakai
a
HP
stronger
gua,
side for them. And they
ngechat
do go
dia,
for a check
tapi
composition.
gue nontonin
This is
Mansen
similar
dia,
to your
tapi
X's
nggak pernah
running, but they run
ngomong.
the fade over the
Cek nggak lu
Sova,
pada
which
Blay?
I question, because I feel like you get a
Itu
lot
kayak
more
bualan
synergy out of
banget
the
ya sih?
Sova when you run it alongside the Sophie Light. Yeah,
Serius?
both teams have made that decision.
Neither going for it, so be really coming down to just
Ngentot IC Cindo Isap.
Let's just wait and see for now. Looks like Vitality though.
All right, well, let's go
Namanya
ahead
pemburu
and
Cindo,
jump
what the
into
fuck?
map 2, of course. Can we get a map 3? Let's go ahead and find out.
Sange banget lu gue liat-liat.
Sideshow for the call.
Very much Golden Boy, yeah, that's the question, isn't it? Can we get to that map 3? But it all starts here on Pearl as our map number 2, and Vitality.
Ya bahan kemeja caster yang kanan enak deh.
Solid calling from
Enggak.
Coco. Listen, the guy was at the bottom of the scoreboard, but it was the calls that really sailed them away to a really dominant win.
Itu yang lurus banget gitu kan.
He made it to the top of the mountain, was all the way up at the peak of Valorant, lifting the 2021 Champions
Mirror
Trophy,
pick, oh
and then
iya.
dropped all the way down to play in the French leagues and the VRLs.
Bener gak kalau pacar orang itu pacar kita juga sakit juga asli. Jangan mimpi. Bangun nih, bangun.
Gak sehat emang login di sini. Anjing tuh ketarik juga ya?
Ketarik. Turret juga ketarik.
Nggak, maksudnya kan bukan anjing apa, lele. Lele kan mesti jalan gitu kan. Kalau turret kan diam ketarik.
Lele ketarik juga.
Kalau lele kan nggak nginjek tanah. Tahu aku dia ketarik.
Perungkat nih kayaknya. Lu Abin lu ini ngebet GE. Berapa oddsnya? 20. Pengen cepet kaya lu ya gue liat-liat ya.
Hidupnya bergantung bercomeback.
Similar tale to what we saw from the previous map, where they were just winning these pistol rounds with great consistency. The question is now going to be, can they continue that? Can they actually convert it into another round on the back of it?
Global might be the team with the highest pistol round win rate in the tournament to go home in the first round.
Yeah.
I mean, they need to be able to convert off the back of this. They've won 3 out of 3 of the pistols. Surely, this is not going to be heartbreak again. If you look just at the minimap here, I think the danger could be averted instantly. The Vitality have gone for a gamble stack, and the Sheriffs are on the opposite side of the map completely.
Oh no.
Line up banget
No,
bro.
surely Global Esports are not overcooking it. I think this is just going to be.
Halo Mbak Mansen, halo Dil.
They're taking their time early on to set up Aaron.
Dijoki dulu Blay. Lagi nyebat Blay.
The knife from Mulsi did make them second guess things because that landed very late over towards A main. Faked a bit of that presence, but no, this time the Global Esports players will be just flooding into that A site.
Map 3 ini. Semoga dah.
No resistance.
Gue pengen lihat monyet menang sih.
In one of the pistol rounds, or rather one of the follow-ups, we saw the retake just so many opportunities where Global gave them 1v1s and didn't trade.
Playing offside here through main.
But I think this does favor the Spectre system. And the Global Esports players are so clumped up, they can't help but trade.
Kepala gue pusing banget, buset dah.
Yeah, so the knife there not going to be tagging onto the Asher player. They're going to be able to get that pull through. Enquiries just moves forwards. They're losing a couple of players. Now to C's also claiming
Lapar lagi.
one of the targets there. Sticking onto the
Tapi
fuse.
hujan, mau gue FUT HP.
Not sure, no he doesn't. Tonight that at least. And the spam through. This game plan a little bit all over the place. Sticking to no way, not a shot in hell, but time running too low for him to make the most of that one again. So my word, they do just about scrape through and claim that round, but Global Esports, it's an expensive one for them to win.
They're going to give the Global Esports CEO an aneurysm.
Yeah.
I mean, these second rounds are absurd.
Yeah.
The decision from Rossi to push the smoke when Monya had already used his pull.
Yeah.
There is no chance that anyone is on the spike there. And it's, again, the small details making those rounds losable for Global. But all right, they get through it, and they're going to force up. So this is not a bonus round. This is just a straight-up rifle v rifle round in round 3. Everything on the line. Whoever loses this, drop back down to an eco.
So much importance now being placed on this one. Global Esports not messing around, are they?
Malah hapus mau. Biar dapat dibilangin biar dapat spotlight, Blay.
Global Esports trying to exec into this one because it's a little bit slow and it affords Twiston the right time to strike. What a flash through! Almost the entirety of the opposing team just blind to that one, dashing through to the side and
itu ke alam semua kan? Dia ngeliat
you
kan?
absolute animal. 3 kills claimed, but Bazzi will answer back. But he's left in this 1v2.
Pintar
This is
juga.
going to be difficult for him. He tapped the spike and just trying to at least hunt out one of the players.
Kayak operator bentar lagi, Blay.
Doesn't give him an easy task. Just trying to hunt him down.
Parah banget lu.
Playing exactly the same on split too. Never
Udah gitu-gitu udah ke Brazil no, Blay.
Because of his passive positioning. Twiston is playing like a monster in this game though. He's feasting. And because the trades are so poor from Global, he's just able to take one-on-one, then another one-on-one, and another one-on-one. He always gets the opportunity to reset his spray, reset his aim, because Global are just not.
Bekasi lagi, Blay ya.
Depannya sama B ya, tapi jauh banget.
Iya, Bekasi, Brazil. BB. Bristleback. Bikin Ion.
Into that previous round, but Global Esports just taking their time for now.
Solardis.
Playing for that heavy A main control, just trying to grab some orbs, get some ults online potentially for the next one.
Twiston's going looking, hunting for the fights.
So greedy, but
also so confident, right?
Crimson Guard dong, Blay. Wah, di Dawn of War nggak butuh, Blay, Crimson Guard. Gue mainnya DOE doang anjing, Dota sekarang. Setiap hari gue mainin. Top global gue Blay, asli.
Ini ada menahan kalah.
Ya lah.
Ya. Lo modal assassin medal lo.
Lah, menang nggak?
Coba nggak ada assassin medal, kalau kan lo menanat.
Lah, ngapain orang ada fiturnya bisa beli assassin medal, lu beli juga lah assassin medal, goblok.
Ya nggak laki,
Nggak laki.
Hero lu cuma bisa gitu doang.
Emang gua enggak deh. Nggak jadi.
strategy. They got locked down.
Kangen Ember Spirit lu Blay, anjing jago banget Ember Spirit gue Blay anjing. Gimana klip gue ya? Ih gila jago banget Ember Spirit gue bangsat. Ada tuh gue klip satu pakai Ember Spirit. Ngeblok finger, buyback, terus ngekill siapa lagi ya? Anjing the best banget dah.
It is also a dangerous position to hold because we've seen Texture could double updraft and get the kills on him with the knife. But okay, contact reclear now into A main.
Sen banget monyet nggak dikasih duit, nggak dapet duit. Iya anjing. Aneh banget anjing. Seekor monyet nggak pakai duelist.
Yep, dropping him down to 10 health, so Monyet survives, and Global Esports are just picking apart Vitality, it seems, is what it feels like, and now it's on Twiston. What can he do? Just a bit of an ego peek there with the operator through that smoke, gets the one kill. Horn going to be spotting out Multi, drops down an aid, and Monyet none the wiser. Look in his astral form.
Look where SK Rossi is here. He's gone all the way through B on the world's longest.
Dia ngegantiin yang nggak main kan Monyet? Yang nggak main itu smoker.
Seems to be just aware that this could be a possibility. Angles being watched. Pop flash play as well for that reclear. And now time needs to be paid for. Yep, the flank not being watched for. Tap onto the spike, and all the pressure is on him right now.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my.
Klip.
FYP TikTok langsung bang.
Now the line up there from Vitality, pretty big mistake, but an understandable one. Great play from SK Rossi. I was worried that his flank would be either way too late or watched for, because Twiston felt like he had the read.
Emang dikasih smoker. Oh.
Rossi was coming around. I don't know quite how Global Esports got read like that, but still, Rossi coming up with the goods. That's the first round where we've really seen him take control of the game.
Orang skinnya kagak bisa ke Brazil. Iya, tadi dijelasin. Nggak ding, gue ngeliat di follow e-sport media kalau nggak salah deh. Apa KJC ya? Nggak tahu ada urusan apa gitu. Urusan pribadi kalau nggak salah tulisannya. Nggak dijelasin namanya.
That is great work from Bone Cold as well. He had to use that exactly in reaction to SK Rossi's ult. So he was prepped and knew perfectly what he wanted to do. Read the play and countered it.
It does feel like Global Esports have been thrown a bit off balance here, because now it's just a scramble. 5 players now grouped up. And use that Prowler to re-clear deep into B main, but
I would have loved to see Aaron use his lockdown as a fake re-hit onto the A site to allow Global Esports to go for this pivot, but they're making it really.
Tapi orang skinya bukan smoker.
The footsteps all along, and Vitality are just booking it to the B side.
There's no nuance in this approach from Global Esports. Making all the noise in the world right now. Angle not being watched for. And what a timing to take, Monyet. Ripping off the header sender. Swinging through. Oh, and that spacing just not good enough. The collateral in play, one after the other. They're trying to take the fight, but they will all fall. Twiston, absolute masterclass in his performance. But again, it's just those little errors piling up for Global Esports that just doesn't allow them to sail away with a round win.
And when you leave these openings, a player like Twiston, especially on Jet,
Superstar baru ini Blay, Twiston. Ada ya tiap event beginian ya. Ada ya satu yang baru yang kelihatan lagi jago.
He's 11-4 already after 6 rounds have been played. He had 20 kills at the half on split. I can't remember exactly what he finished on. But this is an insane opener.
Now a fight to be taken. So risky in play, and you've just got to be kidding me.
There's another one. Yep. It's over in a flash.
I mean, collateral after collateral.
The word
udah pede banget Vitality mainnya anjing. Di otak mereka nih anjing, gue menang AIM, pick aja semuanya anjing.
Yeah, it was an eco round, but even still, it's been a recurring theme, honestly, for Global Esports dropping a couple of these rounds just from the fact that they haven't been able to swing with enough spacing between them. And that, honestly, it feels like right between your elbows. I mean, even he's like, okay, well,
sure.
Not sure how I achieved that one.
Sure, I'll take it.
Okay.
Siapa?
Global need to find an answer. They still haven't found an opportunity to use Aaron's lockdown. Aaron's been playing the middle of the map, trying to push and pull the different pieces that he has on his chessboard, but he hasn't really found enough opportunities to get involved himself, and Aaron was actually one of their biggest players on Split.
Apaan tadi warnanya? Kuning ya? Titik ininya.
Crosshair.
Titik crosshair operator.
Lockdown as a response though.
And they know that this is going to get value because Bone Cold had cleared out the whole of A. However, Bone Cold running into Monya there does open a path for Global Esports to just pivot back.
Just didn't expect there to be players there, I suppose, but Lockdown used ever so slightly later, so yeah. Clearing out this site, but there was space at the back of Hall. Someone needs to break this turret. Texture just being whistled down to no health at all, but players are weak.
Do they know the Vitality could be in back halls here? Do they know the lockdown?
No back halls control, and that's an immediate punish from that one. Just on a heavy position, he was offered a free shot, but it just about missed this one. Are they going to be able to get this plant down? They haven't cleared these players out of back halls again. Just seeing limits to it, and Destrian, he's caught this flank timing. No one's watching it. So many gaps in the play, and just like that, picked apart. Munyet, 1 star, has the pull. He can disrupt this one, but so much to do for him. Good timing off it. He is smoked away though, but that's going to dissipate. And it's all on this.
They don't know where he is.
What timing can he take? Buys his time.
Waduh.
Has to hit the shots. Reset one of the avenue, but it's just being stuck.
Waduh. Di quick scope anjing itu. Operator secepat itu.
Hitting the no scope after someone tries to shorty him. Yeah. How dare you shorty?
Replay dong. Lihat itu dong.
15 and 4. And Global Esports just not able to put together a round again. The gap that Destrian exploits is inch perfect. He got into this position because he'd slunk his way, on the flank.
Makanya harus kasih main neon. Emang dia main neon sini? Nah ini. Wah, no scope bahkan anjing.
And he knew that Monya wasn't watching it.
Menyala sekali, Bung.
But also,
ya gue Tristan ya.
Such a good job at just abusing all of the holds, right?
Makan apa dia tadi pagi ya? Pengen gue ikutin buat besok. Besok live main kompe. Jadi Tristan dah gue dah.
Belakangnya udah samaan Tristan, Mansen. Kamu harus cat kuning dulu.
Waduh anjing, skip banget bangsat.
Aku stabiloin.
Yeah, there's obviously chances back into this map and chances back into this series. Especially if their players were feeling the nerves and that impacted the game and they can get over it.
Iyalah feeling nerve anjing. Ini turnilannya dikit anjir. Buff tato di tangan Tristan itu, Blay. Ntar gue bikin tato dah di biji peler.
Next round, the most important one though for Global. It's an opportunity to get the momentum back and put around on the board where you'll still be able to buy next time. Cosmic Divide can be massive. I mean, we've seen teams just pop a Cosmic Divide down on B, go for the plants behind the box, play post plants off the back of that. There are certainly options here. But it's about how they navigate the space and make it so that Vitality aren't just stacking the side of the map that they want to play. Oh, Vitality are looking like they want to fight really heavily over B here.
This feels like a hard read almost.
Lapar banget dah.
Puput.
Hujan deras banget.
Top side there of B main.
And the brutal thing about this, Brent,
apa ya kalau kamu nggak pesen ada Bang Gojek lagi nungguin orderan, tahu nggak pulang-pulang kan nggak penuh orderannya.
Waiting to deny the plan
with a turret covering his head. Yeah, I mean the setup is just so
well
thought out
order,
right now.
kamu kasih win-win solution kan, dia dapat orderan, kamu dapat makanan, orderannya penuh, dia dapat tip.
Setups are looking nice.
Iya, contohnya misalnya gue beli KFC ya, KFC gue ada kuahnya ntar paling. Ayam KFC kuah, menu baru cu.
Kan diplastikin ini, orang nggak tahu teknologi nama plastik ini. Hidup pakai daun kelor.
Halo Ultramio.
Absolute ego plays, fully blinded up with a pop flash, but Well, just some blind fire, it seems like. Now Bonecode needs to be the difference maker. Because Vitality have dropped like flies, and his timing is absolutely everything, but the shots just do not land still. One after the other. SK Rossi, does he expect it to be a second player? The answer is no. This high ground position, a bit of spam there with the Odin. Destrian does reveal his position. Left down into a 2v4. Double swing there, and a weapon just not good enough for that job.
Good double face, though. That's what we've been missing.
That is what we've been missing, and despite the fact that Sender's crosshair placement was immaculate, not going to be afforded anything else.
I like the pathing from Global there. I think they found a really nice opening through B-Link. But what on earth was Malsey doing? Flashing with his knife out, running through the smoke.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a major blunder. And so far, all of the unforced errors have been in Global Esports camp. And that's the first round where we've really seen Vitality make a play and then fumbling. But you've got to give credit. The utility pressure from Global was great as they went through B-Link. Yeah. They pushed Twiston away. They just also got gifted the kill on Malsey. Can they string together this one opportunity into a decent half here? They still have this Cosmic Divide. A B site hit would be nice, but I think Sender's got the read. He's got nanoswarms in the common plant spots on B.
Yeah. Counter knife is very nice. Really getting off onto the two players there, so it suppresses them and it pushes them back.
My big problem though is Global are creating no pressure on the other side of the map. Destrian has already been confident enough to just poke his head around A main. Oh, yep, nothing there. Yep. And there's 4 players already on the B side. Global need to have a bit more of a spread presence, a global presence, if you will.
Oh my god.
On the map.
So I'm looking for a new co-caster.
Kagak ada map controlnya bangsat.
In your applications.
I think Pansy's in need at the moment.
Yeah.
G.
Okay, so now actually, Global cutting a bit of noise and offering the tiniest of noises and pressure in mid has made the defenders spread out a little bit, but not enough.
Aware, surely, because look at this reposition. Close to the corner, Sender's there. And is there going to be util to clear them out? Usually there's a seize that accompanies this push. Lassie does have it available, and they just push forwards. Shorty's in their hands. Right up in the air, inaccurate, still finding the kill. They have been pushed back for the moment now. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me! Oh my goodness. Weakening the players, still they answer back and into the back of the halls. There's just a fight being taken. SK Rossi winning it out and does claim that area of the map for them. Down to Destrian. What can he do here? Is anybody going to be watching for him? Aaron tucked behind the box, just waiting it out. A lot of fights he needs to try and take, but it's all that pressure. There's no way. Good swing timing from Aaron though, but left now. Now 2v1. And Twiston is running out of time. Exchange there for the rifle. Has one more cloud burst, but that nano swarm. Tags onto him, 55 health drop down, a bit of random spam. Finds the first kill, but he did not get half on this defuse. Dash enabled. Aaron sticking all the way through, and oh my goodness, almost making the play, but salvaged in the end.
Whoa, that is an incredibly close round. But I think Global Esports has done a great job there. Their ability to get into the site and use the Cosmic Divide to get into a favorable post plan, I like that. They're finally being able to string a couple of rounds together, and this is already a good half. 5 rounds on the board. If they can push it to 6, they're really starting to apply the pressure to Vitality. And you're seeing the players get a bit more confident. They're waking up.
Waking up indeed.
Nggak ini kan, jam lane dia nggak beda jam kita kan?
Be beautiful for them. Lovely setup. This fight is about to take place with the operators. Guess what? Bit of a jet diff occurring right there and then. Actually making a name for himself, honestly, as well as that Korean jet player of 2023. And Twiston has been so far an absolute demon in this series. Shutting him down early. It's going to be quite good for them.
Makanya nontonnya di bar.
Taking out the final boss in the early stages is definitely going to be useful. But there are other players on Vitality that can be just as problematic.
Contact reclear. Oh,
Monya's going to have to control this.
Yo, the timing there was just so unfortunate. Monya dropping into his Astra form, but now there needs to be some pace. Moving all the way forwards. Can he take control of the back of this site? And oh my goodness.
They're planting in the open.
Just beamed all the way down. Nothing covering them as well from that position. Bonecold's handed some of the easiest kills of his life. And now the lockdown. Just layer after layer. Pushing the players back. Texture just cannot quite get out of there. And SK Rossi in that 1v3.
Clutch bugil.
But with 25 seconds left, he's put in an impossible task.
Siap nih.
We saw Aaron win a 1v3
Siap
earlier on
nih.
to give Global Esports the first pistol
There's
round.
one.
Rossi's got the talent.
Fight being taken, but not much time left into this one. Util just being tough
Wah.
through, and a wall watch for Destrian knew that time
Nyampe
pressure was
udel
on.
doang itu Blay. Kalau 2
That
kill lagi
scoreline,
lepas.
Global Esports fighting back in their own way, making it quite respectable.
Yeah, I think that is a respectable half. That's what you're looking for from Global. Apply some pressure. If they can come out with the pistol round win and follow up again, which would be 4
Keren
out
channel
of 4
banyak
pistol
kagak
rounds, if they
Blay.
can do it,
Relax-nya
this is still
Blay.
a really close map.
Yeah. And now a very special halftime as well. Let's throw it down to Yinsu, who's got a special guest for our halftime interview.
That is right, Bren and Saisho. I've got Rushi with me, the co-founder and owner of Global Esports. You've waited a long time to see your players up on this stage. You know, how does it feel to finally see them play? I see you guys down there supporting them as well.
Yes, it feels amazing. It's crazy. We didn't think we'd get this far, but here we are, playing on the biggest stage in the world.
Yeah, I love hearing you guys cheer for them as well, all of the GE fighting coming on as well. What do you make of their performance so far? That was a really close half.
Yes, it's been okay so far. I know this is usually how the team starts, so even when they're scrimming, the first map is usually the slowest and then they pick up pace. It's looking so far so good. I think we should be able to pick up and take this map out and hopefully take it to map 3.
Oh, you have faith?
Yes, I have to.
Now, if you could, talk to your players right now, give them a little bit of motivation, what would you say to them right now?
Oh wow, it's easy. GE fighting.
GE
What the
fighting?
fuck?
Yes. Anything else? Because I feel like a couple of them looked a little bit nervous in the beginning, but they're really picking up the pace now.
No, I think they're okay. A lot of them have experience on stage before, and the people that I was worried about are Monye and Texture because they haven't played on such a big stage before. So I think they're doing pretty good. I think now the team is just getting warmed up. They'll be good.
We're going to get to a map 3. You're promising me this. You're confident.
If not, I'll get you a jersey.
Oh, I'll take it. Okay, let's get a GE fighting at home for the fans that are watching.
Okay, perfect.
GE fighting!
GE fighting.
Yes!
And also shout out to the 300 plus people watching at our watch party in Mumbai.
Oh, okay. I love that. I love that shout out. Thank you so much for joining me. I can't wait to see what they can do in the second half, and I'm going to pitch this back to Saisho and Bren to get it on the way.
I'm dead.
GE fighting. That's the key.
GE fighting.
That is the key, Josh. The key to victory. And listen, this map is looking much better for them in comparison to that first map that we were just watching on Split, where it was very one-sided. You know, when you have new rosters being formed in this fashion, like Global Esports, talent coming from different directions, different teams as well, different nationalities. There's always a risk that they might just falter on the big stage like this.
Yeah, but heading into this pistol round, it's going to be so important. I think it's almost too much to ask that Global Esports could win 4 out of 4 pistols, but so far they've been good for it. They've had set plays, and I feel like maybe quite a lot of their prep focus has been on winning those pistols.
Yeah.
And, you know, they tripped up on Split, they weren't able to convert, but that was a different map. Maybe they were in a different place mentally too.
Turun dulu Blay.
This one's really important.
And so a lot of focus being placed now onto this pistol round. You already see it. Waves of that
Juga
utility
kayak
being used.
tiduran nih kayak gitu lagi.
Hammered into the back of the B side. Twiston up close, and there's that Nana Swarm. Texture just trying to evacuate. He was dropped down low and does fall, but SK Rossi still alive, still in the fight, and he answers back. 2 kills claimed, making it that much more difficult for them, and still the flank being watched for.
Nice play.
Yeah, controlling that spray down, so watching for the flank. Now it's down to the 2 players of Vitality. Bonko will get this plant off. There's not going to be any pressure applied to try and disrupt them, but Destrum with the timing, no one really watching that one, and now taking the swings all together. Munyet inside of his astral form, and finally the swing is there from Aaron, the team captain, the IGL, making sure that they can slam dunk once again. Another pistol.
Proyeksi MU Barca siapa menang Blay?
4 pistols for Global.
Barca 2-0.
They look clean in these rounds. They just need to extend it. That kind of focus to the
Besok
rest of
paginya
their game.
Surabaya
What a
hati-hati Blay.
performance. And what a 2K from Rossi as well. This one really crucial to shut down Sender. But the anchoring from Rossi there was very nice. The kill onto Texture, so important. And Brent, I know we've talked a lot about Rossi, but I feel like he's just such a cool player in terms of his backstory and his motivations. And I was watching a recent interview that he had with Yinsu, and he said that he's done well domestically, but that was never his goal. He said, in India, we always worship foreign idols, foreign teams. We never had an Indian team to look up to or an Indian player to look up to because we had no achievements outside our country. And SK Rossi was saying, I need to change that. I am in a position to change that. This is my moment. I need to do it.
belakangnya baru suara.
That just
Nggak
speaks, I
di
think,
depannya,
to
nggak di
the way that Global
titiknya.
Esports is approaching
Oh,
this
gitu.
game and the way that Rossi's approaching this game.
Karena kalau
This is a
dibarengin
winnable
ntar
platform.
dihancurin bareng.
So winnable.
Kalau
as well for
enggak,
India as a region.
kenapa ditaruh di
really have been
mundur?
hammering this point
Karena
home,
bisa
but
orang kena
it's a region
rambut,
that's just
biasanya refleks mundur.
Bad, I think, by
Kalau
issues with the
ditaruh
infrastructure
pas,
as well, just really kind of
dia
like
kena dikit.
putting a dampener on
Anjay.
the esports scene. But
Analis kita satu ini, Blay. Profesor Klepon.
Yeah, can you capitalize?
Serius?
And the rest of Global as well. I mean, it's players from all over the place with different backgrounds and different stories, which makes it a really ambitious project. Texture picking up both of those kills over on A and shutting down one of the biggest threats. A 3v5 for Vitality. Surely it's unwinnable,
I mean,
even with
listen,
the Sheriff potential.
even with the Sheriffs, I mean, oh my goodness, it's looking a bit awkward. Nowhere near as awkward as it has been in the prior map. Already just layering into the util. Sees the horn, everything being used. Multi just trying to make it difficult for them, but Texture's watching that angle down. So this time, Global Esports able to win out in that anti-eco round. Not too much damage being done as well to their own economy, so a much better beginning to this half.
Yeah, super important. And if you recall, last time,
Kamu ngebet gak?
round 2,
Oh iya, lupa,
Global
anjir.
Esports barely kept anybody alive, and they had to buy up for round 3, so they didn't
Poin
get
gue
a
berapa
bonus.
sekarang? 100.000 udah kagak?
With how cleanly Texture
Belum
dealt
ada,
with these players,
96,2.
they've got a good bonus round.
Yeah.
So do we see a set strat? Can they
Poin
damage
aku berapa?
Vitality economy?
Poin
Can
aku
they keep some
24.000.
momentum going? For the first time in
Rungkat
this
lu ya.
entire series, the
Aku
play is
nggak
actually in
pernah
Global
ngebet.
Esports' hand.
Kan kemarin lo ngebet kalah.
Mana?
Ada kemarin yang lu bilang, ayo gue ngebet itu, padahal gue ngebetnya ini. Apa ya kemarin ya?
Kemarin ini.
Iya, ya kan gue bilang tadi kemarin bangsat. Gue kesel banget dengernya anjing.
Kemarin-kemarinnya lagi, bukan kemarin.
Udah kayak lagi ngomong sama binatang, tau gak lu?
Twiston is so pushed all the way into their spawn with the rifle in his hands right now, and it has been cleared, but where's the
Buset.
trade? It's not there. Oh,
Gue
the
gak tahu
trade
Twiston
for
yang
Lon,
jago
the
apa itu
dash
tadi
back,
dua
just
orang
to
yang dibunuh sama dia
disengage.
tolol bet tolol.
To play with the rest of his team in his high-low setup. Brutal
Antara
shot
dua itu dah.
breakthrough. Texture, in the midst of all of this, that's managed to find himself a rifle, but 2v4, might as well try and play it. A bit of a random spam again, just onto that common angle means that Monye's dealt with.
Itu aimbot anjing.
Reactions, just dragging that one all the way down, finding a final bullet.
The spray control from Twiston and Malsey was impeccable in that round.
Buset.
And once again, the same as Split. This duo, this relatively unknown duo to the global stage is pounding. Yeah. And if you talk to any fans of EMEA, Twiston and Malsey, they're primed. They're ready to take that next
Lagi
step up to the big
nge-spam
stage,
smoke,
show
cuk.
everybody how talented they are.
Orangnya keluar di flick anjing.
But
Di flicknya lagi sambil nge-spray pula, buset.
Have just been waiting for that opportunity to showcase what they can do on the global events, on the global stage.
And that bonus round from
Abis
Global
tuh Prowler.
didn't actually do very much damage to the Vitality economy. So,
Aduh.
Flash play! Oh my goodness, that's a little bit awkward.
oh, Texture didn't take a point of damage, but I don't know how.
Yeah, I mean, just about gets out of there, doesn't he? Still, another pop flash play, and that angle was just perfect, but oh my goodness! One yet just running circles around them, spraying them down, a bit of inaccuracy helping them out, and well, the main choke point also being watched for. Texture. A bit more of a defensive position from him, but this round so
Anjay,
far
Monyet dapat 3, cuk.
entirely secured up from Monyet, really.
Yeah, I think the biggest player that has improved from map 1 to map 2, and maybe shaken off some of the nerves that Rushi was talking about, is Monyet. How many times did we see him push a smoke, take a bad fight, not be there for a trade on Split? And now on Pearl, he is in the right place at the right time more often than not.
Timing of that was just insane.
It was, yeah. I mean, he's playing anti-flash and he swings to help his teammate, sprays them both down. Second kill, maybe a bit of run and gun.
Sender's going to try and do his best to win out that round, but no swings, no easy fights being afforded. And so a Prime Gaming flawless here for Global Esports. 8-8 being this scoreline.
That's major.
Yeah.
And Vitality are actually now put in a difficult spot. their economy is good enough to force, but it will leave them with a bit of a worse setup. How Sender quite beats that first engagement, I am not sure. Sender should have had the kill on Twiston. Oh, sorry. Sender should have had the kill on Texture 10 times out of 10 then.
But a flawless round working out, and now it has pulled out a timeout from Vitality. They're feeling okay. Setting up the heat a little bit. Map 1 was nice and easy for us, but this one is a bit of a different task.
Vibrant banget warnanya.
Feel pressured to take that time out.
Bocil-bocil game.
I think part of
Udah
the
gak kuat
decision
mataku ngeliat
do we
begitu
want to
adanya.
force or not? They can afford 4 rifles, so I think the best option is to force in that situation. But Destrian's only going to have a Sheriff. So it puts him in a bit of an odd spot, but it's pretty fine to have your Astra play passive on the attack side and mostly just control one area.
OT.
Play the post plant.
Some good ults to
Ngopi Blay. Wow, udah 2 gelas Blay hari ini Blay. Gue gak mau 3 gelas aja ini.
Lockdown available to them. One away from the no command.
Sakit perut mulu anjir. Gue ngopi.
There's not too much that Salah can be talking to them about here, because their explorations through the map have
Besok
been
gue nggak boleh ngopi
successful.
ah.
They just got
parah
double
nih kayak
spray
lampu.
towards Art. I don't think that's really like something you need to change the macro game plan around.
Here's a fight that's going to be taking place. Again, the battle of the Jets, you're going to be witnessing this head-to-head. Recall star up close. At least just a star popped, actually, off the back of that one, and it's left ever so slightly a gap. Texture. Beautiful shot from him, just finding the target. Twiston, though, playing up close. Flash play as well. Let's see if he wants to try and play through this one. A dash forwards into it, and the angle not watched for. SK Rossi with the anchoring. Might have just overcooked it, though. Tries to take the wider swing, wanted a little bit more, and he is going to be punished. And that lockdown, Texture just mistiming it.
Okay, doesn't look like Texture's going to get punished, because this would be wild overextension for Sender, but they might catch a rotator, retaker.
Yeah, pushing forwards, just trying to take this fight forwards. There's a Prowler, and a whole lot of utility just jumped through. Texture, though, what an answer once more. The Blade Storm.
Wah, gila seneng banget ya.
Ripped out of his hands, and 4 kills were found in that
Ya
round.
sudah.
Wonderful response, and you know, for as much as we have been highlighting Twiston as that player, as that guy who's just been the spearhead for the entirety of Vitality, just putting up monstrous numbers. Texture finally coming online and finally really just showcasing what he can do.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I was worried when he got caught in the lockdown, but they'd already shut down the player that could punish him. I think if Twiston was alive, he would have sought out that duel, but instead Texture allowed to stay alive and pop off. Aaron's happy with that. Texture's not a bad replacement for Cryo on.
Yeah, apparently.
As a teammate, as a Jet starter setup. Have we seen Vitality on an eco round yet?
I mean, we have when they've been losing these pistol rounds.
Sure.
But outside of that, it feels unlikely.
I can't quite recall, but it definitely feels like Global have got the best opportunity they've had. Again, Monya, though, gets a 3K out of that position, even though he's pushed.
Being pressured there by the Stingers as well is a difficult task to really remain unscathed. So the fact that he did get 3 is quite impressive. But they have handed over this rifle to Destrian. But not going to have the players afforded for Vitality to make the most of this one. It's going to have to
Map 3 yuk, bisa yuk.
again, heroics.
RRQ Blay langsung Blay, udah Blay.
You can see him throwing out the starter just to throw in a bit of
Wah.
subterfuge, but I believe there's an
RRQ
alarm button
juga
just
langsung
before it.
ya.
Yeah, so they're just fully aware that he's not going to be pushing through that smoke.
And he was hoping that the smoke would draw more players to A and allow him to get a lurk off, but Bazi was watching that area no matter what.
Yeah.
Doesn't really look like there's going to be an opportunity for Vitality to turn this one around, especially with only 30 seconds, but
Kemarin kan menang banyak lu, Bin.
Iya, balik modal jadi Blay.
Gue belum nyobain duit haram lu nih, Bin.
Astra Star's just being placed down, and yeah, all down to Destrian, but is contained, taken care of. Global Esports Showcase.
Ini berapa odds ya, Bin?
Fully aware of that one, obviously losing prior control of mid in that round, so they have taken the lead in this map. This next round now going to be so important for Vitality. Ton of ults available to them if they wanted to try and swing it around, but Global Esports not even on their map pip. They are finding themselves with a steady lead. The potential is there now to try and take this all the way into that map 3.
And I think that the level that Vitality's playing at is maybe slightly lower than Split, but to me the big difference between map 1 and map 2 is Global Esports stepping up to the challenge.
Anjing gedean yang kemarin 6.
A fight happening in mid here as Global Esports look like they want to pressure with the operator. Nice shot. Again takes that tip of the spear off.
Just able to do that one on LAN apparently.
And now Vitality without the tip of the spear are just left with a stick.
And again, it's a recurring theme, it feels like. Texture just removing that threat of Twiston. The guy is supposed to be leading the charge.
The defensive side probably just favored, you know, in the Jet head-to-head in general, but that's what you absolutely need to do. You can't allow Twiston to just have his way, which he was able to do all the time in map 1.
The Prowler does push away Texture from that angle. Now opting to play at the back of the side, but there's going to be that no command. So watching for the smoke push. No one there. It's going to dissipate. Now a Cosmic Divide as well. And Texture, you got to be kidding me. You can't be trying to push through this one. I mean, can't use any abilities whatsoever. Doesn't even have a dash. Does he still want to try and take this one? Plan it out into the open.
It's a great plant spot.
Yeah.
I think the key player to watch here is going to be Monye.
This timing just being taken into mid. Could be a bit of a backstab play. Prowler goes through the wall as it does fade away. Monye now. Off the smokes, it's a double face, and okay. Contained, just that flank, that one play that was happening. Now to Nightfall, scatters his way across, but it's that 3v3. Bazzi sticking it, does manage to get half. The shots, not five,
Kok teman-teman ini nggak di depan dia sih bantuin?
Has enough been done for them? The smoke again fading away. Texture sticking it now with the cloud burst, but eventually enough shots.
Kok jadi di belakang
ada? Into the cloud burst, so they find their mark, and
Malah jadi kayak ayo kamu bisa.
Iya, cu.
Eventually claim it.
I think though the strengths of Vitality's post plan would win them most of the time.
Harusnya lu jadi tameng gak sih?
The fact that they control art
Hey,
so
what?
heavily, and this kill here to me just closes the round out because without any pressure, they have 3 players holding.
Kayak lu nge-spam terus
the spike is just right in the open.
sambil ngejagain orang yang diffuse.
Unless the spray misses miraculously and someone gets a full diffuse off, they've got this. And there's the punish. I was wondering if anybody would try and pull that out. It is such a dangerous position to opt from when your opponent has knives.
For exactly the reason that we just saw. And now that Jet head-to-head, that battle that's taking place between these two players. Twiston, he answers back, doesn't he? Gets up to 20 kills on it, but holding the up-close position. Dash was just about fading, he couldn't get out of there.
And that was a really bold angle to be taking. The defenders have the advantage there almost all the time. And this lockdown is so early from Aaron. Monye can't overheat.
Offsetting of the movement, do they want to try and punish this? They know where he's going to be isolated. Jump Peak going to be spotting him out. Bazzi has to try and bail him out here. Util drop forwards, and there we go. Swing is just perfect. Fragment nade did rebound against the wall and take out Monye, but
bisa nih Black MF 13.
showing that discipline, but they have offered up.
Kalau menang round ini
now.
map
This
3
lurk
nih.
timing from Sender. He has managed to find his way deep to the back of A. Now the Lombard though is going to be revealing that that position is compromised. So
Fight in mid. There's something going on here. Destrian
what is occurring?
clashing with Aaron. They're walking back to back.
Yeah, I mean, just right down into sewers, watching it. Timing needs to be the trade. Bazzi contains, pushed into the corner. The position is no,
10
and the flick of the
seconds.
wrist is there, but is there time? That is the question.
Tinggal ngemuli dong,
all the
kejar.
way with a knife out now.
Rossi has nade.
And it's not really planted. A quick tap of it right out into the open. It should be a slam dunk. Indeed it is. SK Rossi. Safe hands from him. So that 11th round is going to be claimed now here for Global Esports. One step closer.
Something we haven't even mentioned
Broken by kan Vitality nggak ada
is
duit.
that Global Esports, from what we've been told, were not intended to play with this roster. They were intended to play with Ronski on the team.
Yeah.
And so Global Esports have like a 7-man rotating roster, but
Ini
they had found the core that worked for them and were
Apa?
forced to pivot coming into this event. And the fact that they are now on the precipice of going to a 3rd map and taking the game to Vitality, a dark horse squad from EMEA with a lot of skill on the roster. This is already impressive.
Yeah.
Already impressive. Global Esports, though, need to keep their foot on the gas. You can't allow Vitality to come back into it, and Vitality are going to have opportunities.
Vitality mulai cemas.
Yes, next round, though, they're taking the timeouts whenever they've got a force buy situation.
Iya bang,
Their
Pamos.
economy is really poor here, Vitality. They can afford like a rifle or 2, but it's not great. So I think Salah's going to be saying here, and having the final decision on whether or not they play for overtime. I don't know what you would do in this spot. This is so tough.
It's a really hard ask, isn't it? It seems like what they are opting into is half bite. Rifle in the hands of Twiston might just be good enough.
Yeah, it's a hero rifle.
Yeah, but the bunny's running so low.
Kalau
and
kita
no
ikut di dalamnya.
That's all in the camp of global esports. You look at that, so many tools to try and offset whatever might get thrown at them.
Global esports is going to be pushing a B long, but that's going to open an avenue on the map.
Kita gitu.
And Tristan having the hero rifle, he's the player to watch here.
Nggak tahu aja jelasinnya pokoknya kalau aku nyemangatin kamu gitu. Itu bukan kamu.
It is even though 3-3,
but now they got rifles.
Yeah, they have exchanged the weaponry around. Spike needs to be taken. That is such a massive one to win.
Because that also gives up the entire part of the map that the spike's been planted for. Destrian has an awful position here. He's not going to meet anybody. He's going to stay alive, but he can't spam the plant.
The wall blocks him away. SK Rossi with a flank timing. Just impeccable. Bone Cold not expecting it. And this task ahead of Destrian. Just to try and salvage this, it's an impossible one. Doesn't have any util. Not going to be watched for. Either side swinging back and forth. SK Rossi finalizes it. And Global Esports now on the precipice. One more round is what's going to stand between them and bringing this to map number 3.
Their defense side has been so impressive on this map.
Gila si Alvin ini
but also
bisa kaya raya nih anjing.
Really working. Textures coming alive.
Alvin lu ngebet berapa, Abin?
And even when the rounds are getting dangerous, they're finding the punishes and clearing these areas of the map out really well.
Yeah.
One more round required, and we head to Lotus. And I have no idea what can happen on Lotus. Don't even get us started. Big clash over B main.
Massive fight being taken, and the flash is good for it. All the players just out of position. SK Rossi, he's swinging wide right now. He's being forced back and forth. Flick of the wrist, it misses. Texture doesn't land the shot. This is painstaking right now. They've already lost it, but it is not 1-for-1.
But I think Rossi panicked a little bit. He used
100k 4,7 nih bisa. Gila, kemarin lu 100k odds 6 dapat 600.
Yang di sini 5,65 oddsnya.
Apa G?
Iya.
It forces him to just keep his eyes on it physically himself. Doesn't have that
Waduh,
util. Does have his back being
salah
watched though.
ini.
See the util there with the alarm button, and Nanaswan needs to stay alive though, and there we go, timing. Nanaswan's
Kurang
popped off,
jackpot.
and has separated them. Split them up, SK Rossi right into the corner. Does he realize finally spots it? Spike dropped down, and now to re-swing. Reset in the aim, one after another. SK Rossi with his country represented India.
FYP
All the way now to map number 3 in this series.
What a map win, and what an emphatic way to do it at the end. Pearl belongs to Global Esports, and Vitality have been knocked.
Gila. Abin menuju kaya raya, Blay.
Expecting to give that map up. We got a game. And I have no clue.
Sender mau kirim manifest dulu. Gimana ya caranya menang, Ber?
But I'm so glad that Global Esports woke up after a shockingly poor display on Split. But they finally demonstrated what they're actually capable of.
Overcoming an absolutely massive obstacle, but we will be heading to map number 3, and we're going to take a short break. On the other side of things, of course, continuation of the series.
Gila. Gila, bosku. Gacor kali.
Carrier kill.
Gue tinggal dulu, Blay, beli rokok sama makan dulu. Siap, Blay. Semoga game menang ya. Tadi udah kena copyright tuh, bodo amat lah. Kena. Males gue ngebit lagi. Lagi ada yang ada back sound lagu pas caster yang ngomong juga, anjing itu kena juga tai.
Tiga, kamu ngebet siapa?
GE fighting lah. Udah jelas lah, lu masih nanya gua, anjing. Shanks return, Oda finally reveal Shanks true power. Oh, siap bang.
Sekarang si the goat, anjay.
Power of masalah dosa. Apaan masalah dosa anjing?
Masalah itu kan makanan ya?
Nggak tahu.
Chicken masala. Tuh kan, Indian dish.
Oh iya.
Salah dosa. Rip.
RRQ menang ini harus sama FUT. Lagu apaan anjing?
Kita tiduran dulu, Yoki.
Kamu besok ke kantor, Nanat. Kamu pakai HP aja di sana sambil tiduran.
Aku pakai jersey RRQ.
Ya iyalah.
Ntar aku nggak disetujuin nih kerja sama copyright Valorant Split 2.
Gue cari 9 dulu dah. Gua perbat setah.
Tidak menonton RRQ.
Do you believe in magic? Oh, well, it seems like all the GE fans definitely do is they pick up a pivotal win, tying the series up 1-1. Welcome back to the desk, everyone. Goldenboy here alongside with Mimi as well as Achilleos. And, you know, it could have gone poorly for them, but they managed to find a way. GE managed to find a way round after round, and you got to give credit to a lot of the superstars on this team. Players like Texture, players like Rossi, finding those opportunities and those moments, Mimi. What a match that was.
It was really a great game. And it started off, in my opinion, GE looked really, really rough on that attacking side. The spacing was bad. People were pushing in front of their Jet player. Nothing was clicking for them. It looked like the game was done and over with. But we get into the second half, they win the pistol and play a fantastic defensive side. I knew they had it from the moment that they didn't drop the anti-eco. No, but you're completely right. There was a lot of roughness, but then as we got over to the defending side, good Lord, everybody absolutely activated for the side of Global. Texture as well, back on Jet, is just chef's kiss performances coming out of this guy right here, dropping a 288 ACS. I mean, it's huge. This is why, if you could look back, he's played now 119 maps of Jet compared to 18 on Raze. He is a Jet through and through. This guy could very well be the Korean Jet of this year. The Korean Jet, he is that guy. And there were similarities between both these teams on their attacking side. Team Vitality, same struggled. Spacing fell off. Our Jet player is pushing in front, struggling to trade on those B-long executes. You saw it in the clip. Every time they made one of those mistakes, it was Texture really, punishing. And their side execs as well were struggling against these fantastic anchor players.
Yeah, actually, you know, speaking speaking of the anchoring, I do want to give a shout out to Aaron as well, because he has been such a reliable hand for this team every single time. Put him into midfield, he'll get you one. He puts the utility where he needs to. He's locking down these sites.
On X set, Aaron only called one side of the map, only the defense. This is where this guy
bread and butter,
thrives,
baby.
and he did it again. The anchoring from him was fantastic, and same from Meunier. He had a great map set.
He really did, and that was one of the more surprising things because we didn't see too much from really anybody on GE on that first map of Split, but Meunier in particular was also struggling as that second controller. It was Aaron who was really the only one who was able to get anything done, and then Bazzi as well in that second half. But yeah, what a leveled up performance from him, constantly coming away with 3Ks, 4Ks. It was a nutty performance from this guy.
Well, and here's the thing, right? One of the things that we were really highlighting, especially in the Split game, Mimi, was the pistols.
Yeah.
If they were able to win an eco, maybe there's a chance here. And they were able to find that success. And how big was that for them?
I mean, it was fantastic 4 for 4 thus far in the series, but this time they were not choking away to those rounds with the Sheriffs. It felt like they cleaned up, particularly in that second half. If Split was defined by a lot of unforced errors, the nerves, your first time on stage, this map was kind of defined by GE warming up and showing us what they can really do.
And that just goes back to our interview there with Rushi and what he said. He said in their scrims, they do often drop that first map. They start off a little bit slow, and then they heat up, and then they take the scrim from there. And that might just be what we're looking at.
Yeah, and, you know, also, well, the pride of India, right at the end of the game there. SK Rossi doing it big on the world stage, and I'm sure everyone in Mumbai was watching and losing their mind with this, because this young man, we know the skill is there, Mimi, and this was the moment where I really felt like, hey, SK Rossi, welcome to the VCT.
Yeah, again, look back at map number 1. He was whipping some easy shots on the stage. Comes into this one and individually is feeling it. And you see how much it means to him. But also, from that watch party that you're talking about, it means so much to the Indian fans. This is the first time that entire subcontinent of so many millions of people has had someone to represent them at an international Valorant tournament, and it is paying off.
Yeah, it is a wonderful thing to see. But let's go ahead, though, and move into our last map here. We're going to map 3, folks, and it's going to be Lotus. We've been talking a lot about global esports, and they certainly deserve their moment. But let's talk about the fact that Vitality were flustered coming out of that game, and now you're going into, well, an unknown commodity yet again.
I mean, it went from easy breezy, you know, shrugging, saying, like, I don't know what these guys are doing, you know, them feeding each other, miming feeding each other at the end of the map, just looking completely lost in that second half. But now we go to Lotus, and we have to once again say, what is going to happen?
Prime Gaming Agent Select is about to take place here, and you see what the players have hovered before. Harbor from Destrain, maybe? That could be nice.
I would like to see that one out of Destrain. It looks like if they do go through with it, it would be a solo controller answer to this map. For GE, they're going for kind of a simple comp. You see this on a lot of maps. The Omen there as a kind of the double dive with texture on that Jet. But for the other side, Vitality go for the fade raise. They're going to be good on their defense at Gambits. They're going to be good at stalling out, retaking with that Harbor wall as well. But it's a solo controller. A lot of pressure is going to be on that Harbor player.
Absolutely.
Well, here we go, folks. Map 3. One more to decide who moves forward in this competition. Let's go ahead and send it right back over to Brennan Sideshow. Hope you guys are having a good time.
Certainly am, yeah. This series is delivering so far. And yeah, this final map going to be deciding who moves forward and who goes home between Vitality and Global Esports. So far, back and forth, honestly. And now we're heading to Lotus, honestly. Even more unknowns. We didn't know anything before we were heading into the series about these two teams. You know, we had rough glimpses, I suppose, of Vitality from the off-season. But now we really don't know what to expect.
I mean, just nothing. You can look at how you expect the compositions to work, but we've seen a range of different comps have a lot of success on Lotus. So I don't know who to give the advantage to
this fight. A lot of early pressure.
Yeah,
like
gue tadi
towards A main. There's going to be a fault line there, nice and early.
Bikin shot.
The connector. The goal of this is just to try and contain this space towards A main. An instant response though. Look at this. Vitality willing to pivot, taking control of B main actually, and now going to be using the wall to just rotate all the way around, try and claim a free side onto C. A lot of util being dumped into the back of it just to clear it out, making sure that if anybody is there, they're going to be scurrying away. But it is going to be afforded now a free plan, but it's flank timing. Oh my goodness! Huge. Punishing this one, still running backwards, backpedaling from Sender.
It's a good paranoia.
Yep, it was good. Caught onto him there, and now this pressure is really on them. Sender needs to come up with the goods and just can't quite deliver it. Taking a awkward fight there, awkward engagement The spike's been dropped down. Vitality were getting
Jalan
ahead of
dua,
themselves.
Bang.
They took complete control of the connectors with the back of their spawn ahead of time, thinking that it was just going to be offered for them.
How do they get the spike back now?
I mean, how do you play retake? Not much utility.
Jadi nge-lag ya?
Iya, baper ya.
Let's see what he does here. Splitting up the side now. They can isolate a
Aku
fight, but
bikin
they'll just all the way through. No
kopi.
fear
Apa
whatsoever.
Lapi?
And that consistency
Yoi.
that we've seen time and time again from Global Esports, winning another pistol round.
Yeah, another one. 5 out of 5 pistol rounds going the way of Global Esports. And on top of that, I feel like the way that they're using the frenzy is giving them so much success. A lot of frenzy usage in these pistol rounds, and the big flank there, catching the planter completely unaware. Vitaly had no idea that they'd given up their own spawn.
Pagi Mbak Via.
And I'm
Siapa
not
ini?
even worried
Via.
about this
Nadil
round.
Via.
Probably shouldn't say that.
Yeah, what a way to curse it.
But I'm not worried about this round because Global Esports, since Pearl, just feel like they've fixed that issue.
Flooding through into it. Spike going to be dropped down to the corner. Late lurk from Bonecord. He could do some real damage.
Pak Istilahnya mana?
Okay.
I'm worried.
You should be worried, Josh.
I'm worried again.
Yeah, listen. You're going to get the entire ire of India on you as well if you keep this one up.
It wasn't my fault.
Well, kills are
Surat
offered up.
keluarnya tuh
3-3
lucu tapi
still in
kaget
this
gitu.
round now.
Gitu.
3 versus 3, I should say. And now slowing it down a little bit here for Vitality, making sure that they wait it out.
I think Vitality's composition is usually going to have a lot of utility. But in these early rounds, they can't afford all of it, obviously. So Global Esports should have opportunities to get much better retakes early in the half compared to later. The question is just whether, Sender lands a headshot or Bone Cold finds a pick. And the Global Esports players are not going to have any idea whether Vitality have pushed deep. Because they're miles away.
They've content it all the way up. It's always awkward, honestly, retaking this C-side when you don't have any control of the inner workings of the map, the connectors, because you really do have to clear everything carefully. You don't know if they could have pushed up. See Aaron making sure it's a slow and steady approach here, just trying to link up with the rest of his team from Waterfall.
Time is going to tick, but Vitality, again, have no util, so no post-plant ability.
Flash to push them through. One player holding it water there. That's Bone Cold to the back. They want to fight this one, and the Sheriff's in their hands. Anything could happen. Running gun in action, but Aaron, he will win out the fight eventually. Drop down to 17 health, but listen, not as clean as we've seen, at least from Pearl being able to convert those anti-ecos, but it does get converted nevertheless.
There was no need to be worried.
There was
Erin nge-clutch mulu ya.
There was no need to be worried.
Guys, don't flood my DMs. It's fine.
Last man nge-clutch, last man nge-clutch.
Yeah, Global Esports, really important that they convert that one. Now, Aaron has been a rock for them to hold on to. It was Texture and Monye really dominating map 2, but Aaron was there solidly the whole time, and he pulls them through in another
Lotus
pistol,
has been proven
just like he
to
did
be the
open
most
split.
attacker side.
Let's see what happens here with this next round. So Global Esports not opting to buy into the rifles. It's a much weaker buy from them, just continuing the bonus, keeping it going, seeing what they can get done. A lot of util being used though, and that flash, oh my goodness! Up close, corralled into the corner, slowed all the way down. Twiston making a Vandal look like a Phantom. One yet though up close. Oh my, trigger discipline, just can't quite find a second shot.
Could have been everything, couldn't it?
Yeah, makes it dangerous for them though. Jump peek, SK Rossi taking it again. There's a bit of a Marshall moment. Gun is quite good, by the way.
Any damage done here is actually huge. Rossi could give his team a phenomenal advantage in round 4.
So how does he want to play this one? I mean, he hoovered up the rifle in his hands right now with his Phantom. And he should be playing for the kills, like you said, Josh.
Yeah, I think he wants to be playing pretty aggressively. I don't think
Wah iya lupa ngebet juga anjing goblok.
Oh iya, Ana juga lupa.
Looks like he just wants to take a cautious approach. And that's going to
Mansen nih.
that's going to let those guys off the hook.
Buat terus.
Maybe not willing to give them
Apa?
potentially an easy kill.
Buat
He's too
terus.
away from his ult, so
Yeah,
doesn't
there's
wanna try and
always
play close to it.
there is always a risk reward.
Satu lagi tuh.
3 away from Bone Colds and Twiston, so
And there's a lot of ways to play for ult orbs on this map. But still, okay. SK Rossi taking the safe approach there. And Vitality, that means that they're going to be able to get a decent buy. But I think this breach flash, where you just saw Twiston follow up, That clearly was not accounted for by Global Esports.
No.
So they need to adjust to that. If they're going to commit so many bodies to try and control A, you can't just allow all of you guys to get flashed and stuck in a corner. That was a massive miss. Texture with an operator in his hands, though, was such a major win condition on Pearl. And here we see it again.
Yeah, might be just that. Once more, that is a heavy stack, though, from Global Esports. Look at that. Essentially leaning 4 of their players over. Obviously, the connector still being played as well by Bone, or by Bazzi, I should say. And they are, once again, pushing up off the back of this drone. Now, they did this prior, though. They did this in a pistol round, so it should be contained and aware. And look at this vitality. Oh, they've got all 4 of their players ready for the approach, but it is just an absolute slaughter back and forth.
I don't think they were expecting as many of the global players to be there. Vitality have called an immediate pivot into C. But that's the game plan from Aaron. He wants them to run into the nano swarms.
Look at this angle. Operator in his hands, Texture. He's holding for it. If the clearance isn't good, oh my goodness, the spacing just good enough. Still a bit of damage done there.
Kalau nahan angle gitu miss mulu dari tadi dah.
5 health.
Dari Pearl juga kayak gitu dah anjing, aneh banget.
2v3, still you can't afford to give up too much. Paranoid play, Twistin tries to just spam the angle that he was expecting a player to swing from. Left down into that 1v3, Bone Cold will have to really pull out all the stops to be trying to win this one, and it's just not possible, not with the resources available to him. So Global Esports, really good options, really good ideas as they're heading into this defense side.
Yeah, I think that round was fantastic. I mean, the triple stack from Global Esports on one side of the map, driving the Vitality players into Nanoswarms and the Operator on the other side. That is really good. And also, the small mistakes that we were seeing from Global before, where they would line up and give easy spray downs and not be there supporting each other, a lot of that has gone away, almost all of it. And because of the weird situation that Vitality's economy is in, they're almost baited into force buying again. They've had 2 back-to-back rounds where Global Esports has the advantage in the economy. This is scrap metal
And
that
another
Vitality
clash,
are working
though.
with.
That's what's going to be happening here towards the A side of the map. That's done. The fault line is there. And yeah, with a bit of spam through the doors, and when an Odin's in your hands, I mean, that thing can seem like paper. Still, the fight needs to be taken. Got to be careful. Don't want to give away too much. And what's going to be offered for them? Well, has to dodge that flash, and as he does, it creates that opening.
It's the same breach flash ruining Global Esports' control over A, and it's opened up a gap for Twistin.
Oh yeah, and just with the door opened up, that one connector, the prior fight being taken, lurks his way in. This is all but over for Global Esports. I mean, Texture's doing a lot. Very disciplined there as he just tries to slowly pick up onto this angle. Get a crouch peek as well. Nade pushing them back. I think if you are Global Esports, just want to be saving the weapons that you got here. Don't want to be giving away the Operator.
Yeah, if they can play exits, that would be beneficial, just to keep damaging Vitality's economy. But this map, you can just exit everywhere.
It's a lot offered for them, but just to talk about this round that actually ended up happening as well, a recurring thing that we've seen, like you said, Josh, that breach flash that's not being dealt with when they fight over that A main control.
It's
I think
devastating.
Vitality's comp is much better at fighting for that early A main pressure.
They have a lot more utility that they can throw into that area. And also, I feel like whether it's players getting blinded or players having to turn away, that breach flash is ruining them. And it might be something where Texture wants to pre-cloud burst the area, just so
to block it off.
Yeah, just to block it off, so that when the flash pops, he doesn't have to worry about it. You just saw it there in the replay. It blooms kind of really high in the defender's sightline.
Itu bisa tembus semua, Cuk. Banyak banget tembusan di Lotus.
Apa?
It's difficult.
Or alternatively, have somebody play from
Odin tapi.
Beneran nih hujan.
they're anti-flash. And they can swing.
Vandal juga bisa nih.
Angles are awkward.
So we step ourselves now into this round here, round 6. Swing off the Prowler. Oh, that's dealt with. Twistin. Felt like there wasn't too much else behind that one. Maybe just a little bit late with the stun that should have been coming, but
I like this Odin idea from Monye. It is working.
A lot of warbang angles on this map in particular. Saw Cloud getting good usage of it actually earlier in the tournament. A couple of Guardian kills, but it's an interesting round because the ultimates are building up on either side. A lot of tools to work with. We start to see some of them offloaded.
Gak kedengeran kalau pakai
If
speaker.
Bonecall gets his breach ult in there, those guys will not be able to hold.
Hujan deras.
It is a tiny choke point though, so risk
Yang
reward
bawah dong.
maybe
Satu
not
pintu
quite in
tuh.
Vitality's
Bisa.
favor. Wow. Lockdown being used here seems strange to me because Aaron's still going to be able to back up and pop his nano swarms off.
It's quite interesting.
And he has a counter lockdown, so is this all just a fake to hit B with the breach ult or the nightfall?
Looks like there might be a pivot in play. Yeah, there's a nightfall. Moves them back. No more audio cues from Munyet. And there's a rolling thunder. That's used in response. Global Esports pushing them back, but still pushing their way through. Aftershock into the corner. It's going to be causing it to be a little bit more awkward. And time is running so damn low now. The wall's still blocking off these sightlines. Plant's going to go down, and no one really disrupting this up close to the wall. Texture does cover it.
What a shot.
And it has to be heroics. It has to be now. One after the other. The double swing, not spacing themselves out. And it is just crumbling before them.
Ya.
What was an opening, what was an opportunity for Global Esports to at least turn that in their favor? It just crumbles. The same errors we were talking about.
4 lawan 2
just rearing their
anjing.
heads there.
Orang konektornya tadi yang di sini anjing dapet.
A 4v2 retake, I think, where it all just fell to pieces. Texture did such a good job at hitting the first one on pedestrian. But then this kind of crouch peek play from Buzzy is
Santai, Twisted.
Set sender up for a 4K.
Set.
Holding on.
Pengen dimakan gua.
sama aja.
Lapar dia.
So forcing Global Esports down to that eco. Texture one away from his Blade Storm. It's a heavy stack over towards A. This time, not willing to fight over some of that A main pressure, so they've realized the mistake prior. And they're like, okay, well, we don't really have the util to go pound for pound and try and fight for that control, so we'll give it up.
If they can sniff out the A stack, though, the rest of the map is so weak from Global's defense.
Wide open.
Banyak banget air tuh kopi kayaknya.
See this positioning being played by Aaron. I mean, he was behind just the bank of sand there, but
Kayaknya airnya banyak banget itu. Enggak kebanyakan airnya.
util being used into the front side of B.
Dan gelasnya kecil.
Ih.
The spike is returning over to A. Global Esports haven't moved an inch.
As he's holding his fall line, I think.
Dengar nggak?
Maybe off a bit of util, but revealing a couple of these players, fault line, and a nade as well.
Okay, the pivot into B here makes more sense to me, I think.
Yeah, a lot has been showcased so far, I think. Global Esports making it quite obvious that they've stacked this and out into B.
Kurang pisang goreng aja nih, enak
Should be a free plan,
banget.
yeah, especially with the cove. It's going to be blocking
Hujan di mana? Di rumah gua, rumah Nana juga hujan.
even there in the first place, but playing for this retake, I think narrow sight lines, narrow angles as well. Could see that the pistols get a bit of work done. Dart pushes the players back now, and Vitality feeling the pressure. It's definitely on. Shorty right up close, and personal still twisting. Lurks his way around, and no one is dealing with this guy at all. Shorty in play. That's going to be that slam dunk. Looking like it could have got a bit dangerous, but no, Vitality win it out. 4 players remaining alive.
Pisang goreng.
I think at this point
Pisang
in the
goreng.
game,
Pisang goreng kalau enggak tempe yang kering banget itu.
And this is where a good attack side caller or a good coach is going to be able to give you a lot of other good ideas for the rest of the rounds. And something that strikes
Yang tepung doang itu apa namanya? Cimol ya?
Cireng.
Cireng.
Players do that a lot in some of the previous games.
Itu juga kadang enak.
Jing comes to mind, but
Lu doyan segala tepung. Cimol iya.
he has his
Cireng
razor.
iya.
There's only really been Aaron holding the C site early on.
Cilok.
I feel like that's incredibly abusive. And Global Esports have taken a timeout here, but that also allows Salah to
Indomie
talk about
rebus
how
pakai cabe rawit
And I'm concerned
potong
because
sama telur.
Global's defensive plan doesn't look too bad, but they're putting a lot of resources into fighting A lobby, and they're still losing that. So that weakens the rest of the map whilst not even allowing them to hold A lobby. Yeah. It's not like
Cireng autocorrect jadi cimori. Kesel banget.
tools to really execute.
Indo iya aci.
One of the best looks that they have
Ini
showcased so far
lagi ada
is
tren
putting
apa
that
sih?
operator in the hands of Texture. Because
Cindo.
one of the
Kenapa
weaknesses
sih
of
sama
Vitality's
Cindo?
comp, I will say, is that this harbor is solo
Menarik
controller.
ya,
You can't
memang.
smoke just A main and fake that you're pressuring A main. So an operator is really powerful from long sidelines.
Counterpoint. What if SK Rossi on Sova ops?
I mean, that is okay. Hello, India. I'm ready for it. Let's go. I mean, sure. Why not?
Very unusual. He's probably going to have to
So
send out a
far
recon dart
OP,
early for
ini.
some control and then operate. But, I mean, look at Vitality. I think they're going to go for the play that I talked about. Double blast pack with the Razor into C.
Util being dumped through, so control of A.
Tadi jadi ngasih kayak OP
They
lu
know that
kenapa?
they're pushing up a lot of the player base now. You can see a lot of the team of Vitality. Dumping a bit of utility through, and now you see it Reckoning and a Showstopper. Great combination. Clears out the side entirely, and this ult is a little bit
really
awkward there from SK Rossi. Yep, dashing away just to avoid that Showstopper rocket that was flying right towards their spawn, but
and one of the problems is, I mean, if SK Rossi had ulted as the plant was going down, then maybe they don't get that one off.
Timing. Oh my goodness, the lurk.
Enggak denger.
Just a bit hidden, isn't it? Monyet, will he be able to be aware of this? Not quite. Sender's reflank has just been brutal for them. Backstabbing them. Moving forwards though, Aaron does deal with this one. Now how does this retake happen? A lot of util, aftershock into the corner. SK Rossi moving up, has the operator. Does he suspect the player is close? Time is running low. Texture trying to stick this now. The raw spam, the random spam. Trying to go for the quick scope, half onto the defuse. No one's dealt with Twisted.
operator ini lu anjing.
And he was just that extra layer that they needed.
Ini gue skip nih anjing. Dia mau ke operator sekali lagi gue udahan sih anjing. Mending gue nunggu RRQ FUT anjing.
Kind of setup here makes it really difficult. That post plant spot that is miles out in the open, and they're able to get that plant down because there was nobody on C. They're leaving C open super early in the rounds. I think you're probably going to see something similar here from Vitality. If they try and go towards A and they meet too much resistance, pivot C, get a plant.
Yeah, they just want to fight over this one. Again, the double flashes up into the top corner. This time, no Texture. He does have the Blade Stormer, and yet backing him up. Paranoia now, going to be ripping through, and it does land on a couple of the targets. All that util being dumped forwards. Going to be able to win out this fight. Question is, can they fight and claim over this next rifle? Destrian's there, just trying to take the battle to them, making it awkward.
Yeah, they trade a kill but get 2 rifles for it, so it's still good for global esports. Double Vandal, 3v3 retake.
Kalau habis cuci tangan, kepret-kepretin ke temen bilang lagi jadi harbor gitu.
It becomes really hard to try and clear out. Players were holding close.
He's given away where he is.
Yeah, it's revealed. On a headshot angle though, there's not going to be a re-swing. Dart push back now. Has to be aware that there could be a push, but time, again, starting to run low. These post-plant positions, they've got to know that there are a few players there holding it. The timing. Someone needs to start sticking this. Where are the protocols? Where are the layers? A tap onto the spike, but it's just so difficult to try and win out now, and left up to Aaron. Will claim a rifle in the middle of all of this one, but another round tallied up now for Vitality. They're going to be, I think, 6 on the board.
And this is where Global Esports needs to change up the defensive setup. I mean, you can't just do the same thing every time and expect it to work when Vitality have got the read. I think you need to be putting pressure. Maybe you fight Sand this round, or maybe Texture opts towards C this round, or you go for, you know, a stack towards B and play retake A. I don't know, there are different options here, but the point being that they need to shift. Vitality have got the read. So you see it happen actually, and it looks like Texture is going to be set up with the operator on C, but they've still got the kill.
Ngantuk bangsat.
Might have been better off putting Aaron on B. But
gue nyalain AC nih, habis makan gue udah mager nyebat.
Oh my goodness, Bazzi giving a timing. You can't still be taking that fight though. He does back away with the aftershock, so early kill found. Pretty vital target as well in the form of Twisted, but instant rotation now by Vitality. They noticed that early utility wasn't being used towards A main.
Jangan
not playing it, but SK Rossi gets some really good mid-round information, and that drone spots at least 2 of the players.
And there's 3 players ready to defend A.
Yep, swarming back onto the site. Operator, Texture pushing forwards. That's a risky maneuver.
And he missed the shot.
Yeah, missed times, risky timings, and there was a gap into the smoke. The spam is just not being afforded, is it? No angles to really play for, and the operator's going to be salvaged, picked up, backed away. Global Esports forced to save for another day.
Umuran sama Jesse Fast Borkum ya ini bisa mata lo ketekuk.
I like the pivots as they move around the map. I think one of the big things that Boncold's done well here is make his team quick to react to things. When they realize there's pressure in one area of the map, they're very fast to immediately group and hit somewhere else. They're not trying to play the clock, they're just trying to play the rotations. Make sure they get easy access to sites. Global Esports had the read though, it just... Vitality overwhelmed them as that sloppiness came back into play.
Enggak.
Trying to play retake there. I mean, maybe it's different if Texture ends up landing a shot. This could be really
Kurang
dangerous. With a no
Jessica.
scope, he can't even save the weapons into it.
Seumur
that's
gua.
Yeah.
Absolutely brutal. Not only do you lose all of your weaponry,
Umurku
but Vitality
96
didn't have to
cu.
use their Breach ultimate or their Killjoy ultimate. They still have
Tuh,
two enormous
April
tools to win another
96.
round. On C, on B, you know, wherever they want to use them, maybe a post plant A. There are just so many options on this map for how you want to work the ults.
Steadily gaining a lead. Obviously, the map has found itself to be quite attack-sided so far at lock-in.
Yeah, so
could
I guess
bode well, I suppose, for Global Esports, but
how many
honestly,
rounds do Global Esports need?
yeah, I mean,
4 in the pistol?
4 in the pistol, I think, might be the minimum, but we'll see. Still early days, still a new map, a lot of unknowns, but half buy, that's what Global Esports have been forced down to, and it's pretty obvious, this pressure. That's a paranoia, but doesn't catch all of it, and the Horn has to be dealt with, which resets the aim of Texture. He can't even get a kill out of it. Nano Swarms down low into the corner. That nade, Aaron forced out wide into the open. Doesn't pay for it with his life. Could spam the common angle, but no, there's a cove in the way, so even the bullets would be blocked. Quite interesting though, he has managed to lurk his way into a slight timing. But Ordis Util just slowing him down. Lovely siege just to delay this one. Phone call as well. Right at the back. Angles are being watched for and played for. Even that lockdown, but no, they just wade right into that common angle.
And I think at this point, the defensive
Lockdown dari
ideas
situ
are
nggak cover
reaching
sites di semuanya.
Global Esports with an attempt at a sand crunch, but no one was pushing on C.
Bit half-baked.
Very half-baked, yeah.
Mansen,
Iya.
Needed more time.
tidur kamu ya?
Gue jawab lu bangsat. Cuma kayak gara-gara mic gue jauh aja.
Global Esports can get this round. Their dominance in the pistols might be able to carry them through to still make it a map out of this. But it's the same idea again, the same pressure. Let's see if the breach flash from Bone Cold works.
Yeah, already to flash over the top. Texture dashing forwards. There is a dart in play. No one was dealing with this one. And yet again, okay.
Bazzi used his ult
element. Yeah, that was an ult to push them back. I mean, have to use the smoke, I suppose, just to plot the course all the way into B. You can see the players have already taken up all this space. The spike, though, out in the open. Bazzi just needs to contain this. But they could be anywhere right now. Nightfall now being used for a fight towards A main. Smoke's going to be fading any minute now. And a fight being taken and won right now. Global Esports. They shut that one down. Have to be aware. Bazzi backing away. Peak timing. Twiston's position known. But now it's all down to Sender. Still,
Sender menang.
Should be an easy one for Global Esports.
Yeah, I think the spike being down made all the difference. Like, trade offer. We take A, you get the rest of the map. Normally not a good trade, but when the spike is down and there's nowhere to pivot, Global Esports have the advantage.
Hampir.
Making sure Sender doesn't
Hampir gue melakukan hal bodoh anjing. Kalau Sender nge-clutch.
Still be winnable for Global.
The potential is there. Like we said earlier, it is a bit more of an attack-sided map than what we've seen so far at the tournament, but probably going to need the pistol round as we head into that second half. That's going to be the big question. But before we even get into any of that, the first half is done and dusted. Let's send it down to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you so much, fellas. And it was definitely a great half there for Vitality, especially at the closeout, Mimi. I mean, just undefeated until we got to the half.
Yeah, GE really struggled to shut down on their defensive side, and I think a lot of that came down to the read on the game and the way that they were playing towards A long. In, I think, like quite a few of the first 5 rounds this half, we saw this squad going for a lot of these early long fights, but against the composition that has been brought out here for the side of Vitality, it's really difficult to win that. You have the harbor wall to cut off the team, you have those breach flashes to re-push in, and then if you ever lose that fight,
Karena lock-in warna kuning ya, dia just rambut kuning.
Yeah, I mean, the mid-round movement that we're seeing here from Vitality has also been fantastic. Just getting a sense of where these players are positioned from the side of GE.
Emang lock-in warna kuning? Itu di sana itu lock-in.
They're all stacked up on that
Kuning.
A site, and they just get a sense of it. Immediately cut through, get on the feet, get that plant down. It was fantastic for them. Do want to take a closer look, though, at Twiston, who has been impressing. Wasn't sure how he was going to look moving over to the Raze. I actually had to flip back, and I saw that this is his most played Asian, actually, of all time, overtaking his Jet. His Jet looked very, very good on that first map. Was curious to see if it was going to be him or Molzy picking it up, but so far he's had a pretty strong performance on that attack.
Yeah, and on the defensive side, the gambits you can have with this Raze is really good. It's, again, going to be a stronger comp at fighting A-long. You can fight early space and get a lot of value out of that nade. But here is where push comes to shove. GE, they have had a great series thus far. They have debuted, proved that India can compete on the international stage, but they're on the precipice of going home. This is where it matters most. 5 out of 5 on pistol rounds thus far. They need to win it again here. This 6th one will be the most important.
If they can get the 6th, it would be monstrous. Bren making a mention of how so far in this tournament we've
Gede
been
banget,
seeing a lot
buset.
of success
Mancung
on that
gede banget.
attacking side. Let's see if that still remains true here for GE.
Cing, itu kalau berantem gampang banget berdarah anjing, ditampol dikit.
Now the question is, can they claw this back and pull off something? I don't think Vitality
Terus
was
kalau
prepared for
hidungnya
this series.
pesek
Let's send it
nggak
back over to
berdarah
Brennan Sideshow.
karena
Ya, enggak.
ditonjok nggak kena.
Ya enggak ini banget, maksudnya enggak gampang-gampang banget, Blay.
Mana sih hidungnya gitu.
Quite the display. There's
Nggak
that stat
kena.
again. 5 and
Hidungnya
5 so far
kena.
for Global Esports with these pistol rounds, and now potentially one of the most important ones they've ever played
Jahat
coming up.
banget sih.
Almost looks like fake pressure towards A, but they are going to follow the flash recon play, at least initially here. Vitality have taken sand, so a bit of a flip in the map.
Mabuk banget ya anjing, apa dah?
See, and that's pressure being again just
Bisa nggak sih gue sambil tiduran di kasur gimana caranya tapi ya?
Smoke is just a little bit off in terms of the angle. Tried to take an early fight. Doesn't know if they pushed him. Backed away. The plan's gonna get off, and this repush. They don't quite claim too many more kills, but Destrian falling is a big one.
This is wonky now though, because Vitality control every other part of the map. They're gonna ambush Global Esports.
To reflank the post plants, there needs to be some plays being made, and guess what? Monyet steps up to the plate. Hands him an easy kill in the form of Bone Cold. Aaron's reflank is everything, but doesn't bite his time, just backs away.
Oh my God.
It does the job.
Oh, flanks on flanks for Global Esports.
The IGL just doing the most right now for them. Last player known, Twiston is finished, and
Gila, itu 2 pelor terakhir ya.
on the pistol round. Beautiful stuff, and it sets off Global Esports on the right foot to try and get even in this final match.
Lu ngapain Anet anjing?
Even if Global
Cengar-cengir.
Esports end up going out of this tournament in the first round, I think they've showcased that their pistol rounds at a minimum can make matches happen.
Ada ini.
Bahkan satu anjing, pelornya 1.
Coach and Aaron, the IGL.
1/0 pelurunya anjing.
The post plant flank there was good. The push into spawn was a nice idea too. It's not simple. There are layers.
Airin.
Okay, are they aware that Twiston went for this push before? Because Vitality are doing the same thing again.
Close stun. It looks like he wants to clear it. Yep, stunned up. There was a
Kayak
crossfire.
Mansen.
Good work.
Almost taken off the head of
Hari-hari
Azzy, but yet
kehabisan pelor.
show a lot of patience with clearing that one.
We saw Carmen Core run the same kind of play with XMS and Navira. And that one worked a treat. So good play from Global Esports to clear that out. What is this? The Harbor Circle of Doom.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of angle, I suppose, that a player could be wading in and out of, but
Tuh, orang jago pakai protokol,
Paranoia rips
guys.
across, so doesn't seem like it's going to be too troubling for them. There we go, nice and easy. Another flawless.
Smoke-nya dibikin
Prime gaming at that, and
dibikin buletan anjing.
This is an opportunity for Global Esports to have a really dangerous bonus round because they have just hit them with the prime game and flawless. I feel like any opportunity the global players have to get their confidence up is going to be dangerous for Vitality. We saw that momentum build on Pearl and Vitality could not stop it. Obviously the halves flipped here. Global now has to do it on the attack side rather than the defense.
This is what they've got to be careful of though. Vitality, this comp is so good at punishing this, and look at that, the nade was actually landed intentional for any sort of player that might be TPing behind that wall.
Yeah, it was actually a C's nade as well. There was a crazy lineup from Mulsi.
Yeah, so that's a set play, anticipating that Monyet on the Omen would be TPing across, but no one deals with a haunt. Lights him up through the wall, and it offers that easy kill, but they do get the 1-for-1.
And I think this breakable wall is such an interesting dynamic on Lotus. Whoever
Kopi jadi
controls
ngantuk
this
lah.
A segment of the map
Kopi jadi ngantuk.
that wall that connects it to B.
Oh,
So the Vitality players don't have any info about whether they could be going through to B. They're having to hold very passively in the 4v4.
Tidur sana lu kalau nggak kuat.
And from our point of view, we see
Ntar
that Sender might well be under a bit of
Gila.
pressure.
Gue juga kayak nggak nonton RRQ kok.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
Ngantuk banget, Blay.
Udah seminggu, 2 minggu kita tungguin Mansen.
Remain and Aaron, wow, let's just watch for
a second too early.
Yeah, the timing just slightly off. And
Sudah
as usual, the
berkorban
bone cold is
banyak.
just offering out to them. It's doing
Sekarang
quite a lot. There was a
kalau
cove to block off that angle. But again,
Lanjut tonton RRQ gablay.
maybe just being injected into this round, and Sender, he could just anchor this fully for them. Turret dealt with right at the back. The Nana Swarm making sure that he can't be pushed. And it's down to SK Rossi. But Sender again, just that off angle. Perfect crosshair placement.
Damage done though on the bonus. And remember that is the goal for Global Esports, is to keep Vitality's economy honest. And I think they've done that. There's going to be, you know, one of the players had to rebuy armor, the other two are on light armor. It keeps things suppressed on the Vitality side. But you do have to be putting important rounds on the board, and this is one of them. Can A-Ring get an ult orb and get some kind of lockdown play going, perhaps? SK Rossi with an operator.
Yeah,
Aduh.
Sova op. I haven't seen this since Prime Wardell days.
Operator lagi anjing, gue cici banget ngeliatnya.
There we go.
Angle watch, Sender. Even trying to go for a jump pick or what, we'll have to see that in the replay. But now you're seeing all this pressure on the phone call. No one was watching that angle but the Dart. Reveals his position and Texter's good for it. Just slightly just moving around there. Sight gonna be game.
Bangunin gue kalau RRQ udah mulai dah.
Oh no, Bazzi actually forced to go for a safe plant here.
Yeah, it drops back now, and you're seeing this lockdown being used. Attack side lockdown. Global Esports looking to see if they can get this space, but it's a contacting in. Fight being taken. Twiston opting into this. Oh my goodness, in the fault line, Twiston. Oh my word, did he get detained there? Looks likely. Just couldn't quite satchel his way out of there, but there's no punish. Still, the plant goes down. Leaving Twiston alive might be a costly error.
But it is a safe plant, which is a bit more difficult to work with. You can see A-Ring's in a spot to swing off
Into the
Monye.
corner, Bravo as well. He needs help. Keeping away, actually, just backs.
The best
Out control of water is going to be so important to just hold this one. Sees into the back, double swings there. It's beautiful. And the Seas catches on to two, just lined up. Vitality. They cannot be stopped. And moments like that just getting so dangerous. I said it. Twiston was detained.
Enak banget cuy tiduran asli.
Yeah, maybe that's going to bite them.
Gue kayak harus bikin setup streamingan tiduran dah.
That duo that has just been so stellar in this match of Twiston and Mulsi. The duelist duo, if you want to call it that, but obviously Mulsi playing Fade here. But the way that they're syncing these things up,
Ada apaan?
the C's, the nade, the swing timings, they have got such great synergy between them.
Ada apaan net barusan?
And that puts
Collapse shit, what? Lol, cacat.
Yeah, this is a really rough position now for them.
Terrible
Nat.
stuff. I mean, pistols in hand, and SK Rossi.
Ya anjing dia udah mau ketiduran. Muka lo ngantuk banget anjing.
Playmaker, Vitality though pushing forwards. It's a heavy take.
Udah menang jumlah masih kalah. Oh.
Any attempt of a punish is just offset immediately, losing two players. It's a pivot though. Global Esports moving forwards, and still the rifle in the hands of Rossi needs to be the playmaker. But a difficult sight for them to take fault line into the back of it. Plant position is there, but the wall blocking them off. They need to move past this. Playing forwards deep onto the site. Rossi wins the first duel for them. First step of the miracle plan. Tries to take the second with a wider swing. Dealt with. Flash timing ever so off. And Bazzi, with just a classic. There's only so much.
Buru dah. Menang dah.
I love that play with the Harbor Cascade. Destrian using the Cascade and the push out of B is so good there. It blocks off the long sight line where you might be able to get punished by somebody in spawn. And it also, if someone tries to swing through it, they're slowed. So it's really difficult to help this player that gets stuck on the right. And Texture tries to help, but he's just so labored and slow. It's like going through molasses. Global Esports are going to take a timeout here as they
teman-temannya dibolehin dia pakai.
Now, SK Rossi's hero rifle hasn't hurt their economy too much here.
Kalau enggak dia berak di celana kali di situ. Dia bilang, gue OP kalau gue berak celana gitu.
It is goodbye India. So this is the round that everything
jelas dikasih anjing daripada malu. Satu orc.
All of the retake ultimates are available for Vitality.
Dia yang pakai ini, pakai taplak pink enggak jadi deh.
So difficult. 6-11 being that scoreline. Vitality on the cusp.
Tangan dulu dah.
Take away the series, take
Mau
away
beli
the map.
mouse-nya Yampi aja.
No room for error for Global Esports. And that's what this timeout is aiming to achieve, seeing if they can cook up a plan.
I think it has to be around Texture. If Texture is going to be using his knives, you want to put him in a spot to capitalize on that early on. And so either you want to be dashing him on top of the bank on A, playing inside his smoke and then swinging out of it with a flash, or I think you want to be sending him fast into C with an updraft dash and seeing if you can overwhelm Sender.
Ke depan.
I think those are the two best
Jangan
options
ke
for getting value
samping.
out of your Jet.
There's no way.
But, I mean, you look at the positioning on the minimap, and this looks almost exploratory towards B early on. Maybe they're planning to use a Cloudburst and connect with their C players.
But again,
Kadang lupa mulu, Nenat.
afforded this operator.
Kalau ini cuy,
Strange, isn't it?
So much faith
kalau
into his
abis make Kaladin yang
It
gel
means
itu
that
kan,
he's gonna be disconnected from his team and
terus gue ngucek mata, anjing perih banget.
They're splitting their win conditions, and it might be a compromise
Lu
that
pakai
hurts.
Kaladinnya di mana?
Di tangan kan pakai gini nih, pakai jari kan. Terus kadang-kadang gue ngucek mata.
Can't move anywhere, still alive for now. Where's going to be dealt with? And he is finally the spray down.
Vitality grab hold of the tempo, never allowing Global Esports a moment to imprint their pace on the map.
It needs to be an instant.
Dia beli OP lagi tuh barusan.
You're seeing it. Live in a flash now as the players walk forward.
Gila ini orang ya.
Critical kill for him.
Iya, oke
Late lurking
lagi.
into mid, finds his mark.
He's been good on them, hasn't he?
Yeah.
These lurks have always found value from Aren.
Mending gue cari
It's a
tontonan
better
lain
play
dah.
position now.
What is the play here? Monye.
Sambil nunggu
Close
RRQ.
to the smoke is about to fade. He's pushing forwards into it, and it's a run and gun. They're just trying to fight them deep into the
3v2.
play. A dash forwards to try and disengage here. U2 being held, a bit of run and gun, and somehow Aaron wins that one. It is so damn awkward, but it's down to that 2v2. Wall blocks the sight line, Cove as well. It needs to be spammed for. The Blaze Storm just not catching it, and Texture forced to spam, forced to try and find the fight, but he can't do it. Stuck all the way through, and Vitality find themselves now on series point.
So many opportunities for Vitality. Any mistakes from Global Esports, and they are gone. The buy doesn't look its best, but they're still going to have rifles. One last desperate run for Global Esports. But Vitality look like they've done the important work already.
Yeah, I mean, this is
Gimana
them in
kalau
the
pas
driving seat
eval
and more.
kayak
3 big ultimates to their name. The util
Lo nggak pernah
combos this time.
bakalan kalah.
Lay it into A main, doesn't grab any kills.
Karena lu pakai OP.
Forwards, Manel actually sticking this ultimate
Males
as well.
banget gue ngeliatnya asli.
The backline. Position's known though, Maltz is going to be backing
Sedih
away.
banget.
Does dodge that paranoia, but it's creating an awkward timing right now. What does Maltz want to do, holding the edge of this smoke? Meanwhile, Esports not wasting any time with this kind of pressure.
Bangun jam 3 ya.
Shot, pushing them back out of the way. Fight needs to be taken right up close and personal. It is traded though, but still Vitality.
Udah kelar.
And it's all down to
Gue kelar.
Texture. A 1v2 to keep his team in it. Just to try and survive. Texture up in the side, dashing forwards, dodging that showstopper. He knows where the positioning is. Spike in his hands, a tap of the plan, needs to force the fight, but a double-up position is there. Vitality safe, hands for them. 13-6 is the scoreline. They have sent Global Esports home.
Global Esports definitely made them work for it, but it is a win on the board for Vitality. I think
Hampir
both teams
kecolongan.
demonstrated some really cool stuff in this series. Vitality's split looked really well thought out, a lot of good game plans coming from Bone Cold. We saw set plays on Lotus from Vitality. The breach ult to isolate SK Rossi in those final couple of rounds was really good. And Twiston, Malsey, Sender, the individual talent is there. But also, when you look at Global Esports, there were so many doubters who just thought this team was a ragtag bunch of people thrown together at the last minute that didn't have a hope. And I think that they've proved people wrong, despite the loss. Taking a map in the manner they did, and showcasing that they still had what it took to push Vitality. I think this was a decent move for Global Esports, and something that they will definitely be building on as the year goes on.
That's always been the goal for a team like Global Esports, is long-term focus, high-risk, high-reward project with them picking up so many duelist players, but I think you can see glimpses of success here. But ultimately today, it is Vitality
Lagi
who are on
berak
top.
banget.
Vitality who reign supreme, and this is a dark horse team heading into this tournament. I think they showed glimpses of really well-thought-out stuff, moments of sheer brilliance as well from some of their star players, Twiston and Malsey in particular.
Yeah.
Really setting the pace in some of those rounds.
Yeah, remember
tadi
those
anjing mau
names.
biar tapi
Twiston
kan tadi
said earlier
masih
that they
ada
don't have
anjing
any
yang sekarang
big
si
names, any
jago
big
belum.
stars on the team. But that's just a matter of
Bukan
time.
dia yang hilang
This
tadi
team's
anjing,
got
tadi cuma
talent, it's
berempat.
got skill.
Satu
Look at the
mana
figure
anjing
down at the
kabur
bottom there in
malu
the
ya.
middle, Bone Cold. How far will his journey go this year? He's already been up to the top of the mountain, and now he's back, pushing that boulder once again, but Vitality should not be underestimated. I know that this was still a close game, but they've got upset potential.
Yeah.
I spoke to Bonecold, and he said that his goal for the team, and Salah's goal for the team as well, is to be a team that you hate to go up against. Someone that when you see them in the bracket, you think, crap, really, Vitality? We have to get through them? And that's what they're looking to do at Lockdown, is build that reputation for themselves. The first step is winning this match right here, and they move on.
They have done that, but definitely putting the pride of EMEA on their back as well, you know, after some unfortunate early exits on the other side of the bracket. But yeah, this was a fantastic showcase, I think, from this team. My MVP, as you can see, you can take your vote here, Twister, Multi, and Sender. Great options for it.
Yeah.
You're gonna ask me who I want?
Who do you want?
I would take, I think you'd have to give it to Twister.
Yeah, I was
right?
thinking the same, yeah. I think just the way that his jet performed, he did get shut down on Pearl, so he didn't get too much value on that half. I think that was actually one of the big win conditions. If your win condition is shut down Twiston and you get the win, probably means Twiston's doing pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for the first series of the day, but guess what? Don't go anywhere. There's even more Valorant action happening on the other side of this break, so we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Nggak bisa ngomong apa-apa lagi, Bro. Cuma bisa ngomong nice try ya nih.
Nggak usah di try gimana?
Nice aja nih, nice.
Berapa menit lagi nih?
15 menit lah nih kayak. 20 menit lah.
Banget ya. Dikit-dikit. Tuh, kursi lu bisa tiduran.
Nggak bisa mentok sampai bawah.
Tuh, adapts to your spine. Anjay. Jauh banget. Tiga menit.
Horor Maljum kagak ada konten baru, Cuk. Bizar babnya. Bule kagak ngerti belai Maljum.
Enggak ada ya?
Kagak ada anjing di sana mah. Kasih gua kontennya dong, apa kayak gitu?
Maljum.
Bukan, maksudnya video apa gitu? Video apa yang serem lah? Sulit anjing ngomong binatang anjing. Nonton rumah, Bang. RRQ menurut lo bisa menang berapa round, Blay? RRQ bisa menang map-nya, Blay. Bisa menang game-nya bahkan. FUT kayaknya nggak strong-strong banget. Kayaknya ya.
Kamu nyalain facecam dong, jokin aku dulu.
Mau ngapain?
Tiduran.
Dih. Aku lagi nyebat. Gak boleh ya nyebat ya. Belum mulai juga kan game ya?
Gak boleh.
Ini masih nyebat anjing. Ya udah enggak apa-apa. Lu tidurannya dulu.
Aku nyebat nih.
Udah enggak apa-apa, sana tidurannya dulu.
Kayak Eskarosi. Itu bacanya gimana sih?
Apaan?
Elmemor.
Elmemor.
Elmemor. Elmemor. Elmemor. Elmemor. Nya lemon berarti lemimor.
Love me more. Kata Hagai gitu.
Lemimor. Oh.
Sad boy banget anjing.
Lemimor. Oh. Lah susah banget. Valorant collection.
Push glory nak. Push glory man. ML ya? Mana udah
Matanya
minta belum?
glory. Gue keluar dari GM-nya belum keluar.
Two unknown commodities taking the stage, unsure of what we're going to get here today. Could very well be an absolute gigabanger, you know, especially with these two teams
Mana
that
jersey
are
aku
really
ya?
just looking to try new things and grow here in Sao Paulo.
Trying to contest this one in a 1v1, but Aaron, he has to stick it. The percentage
Tar,
play needs to
tar.
try and get half, and it sets up Twisted. But he
RRQ
uses
Pride
slams
nggak
on
nih
the way.
Blay? Pride banget
Joki
Blay.
ganti kostum.
Heaven Sender scattered out cross through the choke point, but no one is dealing with this guy. Vitality, they clean it up. Another day in the office for this team. So far, Vitality, that dark horse aura that's just been surrounding them. Looks like people weren't joking. Swinging through, no, and that spacing just not good enough. The collateral in play, and one after the other. They're trying to take the fights, but they will all fall. Twiston. And a whole lot of utility just jumped through. Takes Shadow. What an answer once more. The Blade Storm.
That's what we've been missing.
That is what we've been missing. Spike drop down. Now the re-swing. Reset in the aim. One after another. SK Rossi. This country represented India. Taking them all the way now to map number 3 in this series. And it has to be heroics. It has to be now. One after the other. The double swing. Not spacing themselves out. And it is just crumbling before them. The same errors we were talking about in map number 1. Just rearing their heads there. Acting in.
Yeah.
Sees into the back. Double swings there. It's beautiful. And the sees catches onto 2. Just lined up.
Mana coba lihat kayak gimana?
You're so sexy, guys. Oh my god.
Vitality saved.
Anjay.
For them. 13-6
RRQ
the
Witches, Cok.
scoreline. They have sent Global Esports home.
RRQ biar dapat kopi.
V4 victory as Vitality push forward here at the lock-in with a 2-1 win over Global Esports. And what an exciting series that was. And let's just jump into the MVPs and who was popping off in that game, because really, like top to bottom, we looked at it and we thought the composition for Vitality, sound, good idea, good execution, good planning. GE playing what they're familiar with, and I think that could have cost them in the end.
Yeah, I think this map did in a lot of ways come down to the composition and the read that these teams both had on the map in the offseason. In the second half, for Vitality especially, I think they had a great understanding of how to play with their comp. They went for these early gambits, then they reset and they played in with consistently fantastic retakes with Twisted popping up.
Dapat OP-nya.
Really curious moments. I mean, Rossi just going for that
Udah berapa
operator
kali
time and
nih?
time again.
Halo,
Like
Mus.
Silva did get that opening pick, but they had so many rough moments here. Did GE when they're trying to get these plants down, it ends up getting delayed. And they just go in for the retake here on the side of Vitality and they play it to a T.
I mean, you can see the coordination on this roster. Vitality was building on pieces they already had with the core 3 players from
Baik
Vitality
ya,
when
ini
they were playing in
observernya
VRL, plus
highlightsnya
this duo
diambil
from
dan
Oglu,
dia
and everything
nge-kill
just
pakai
looked
OP.
incredibly well oiled. Well, they struggled a little bit on
Maksud diambil yang
control, and I think they
jelek-jelek.
had quite a bit of work to do on that attacking side.
For
Other
sure.
than that, this team looked very, very clean.
Kan
Yeah,
dia
and
nge-kill
that-
banyak kan
like
yang
pairing
pakai
the tag team of Twisted
rifle.
and Malsey.
Yeah.
That is going to be one that I
Diambilnya
think
pakai
our friends over in
kayak-
EMEA are going to be talking about quite a bit when they see them take the server during the league.
Yeah, especially if double duelist can remain a thing and maybe even spreads out to a couple different maps, because they looked absolutely phenomenal there on Split.
infection.
I mean, I would definitely be scared of
back.
Did have a slight little fall off there on that pro, but like you said, maybe there's some things that can absolutely be corrected. And same for the side of GE, a little bit rough there, leaving the Lotus open. Seemed like they didn't quite have a full idea of what they wanted to get done, but that is something that can be workshopped. This is just the first debut.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, let's go ahead, though, and see who you guys thought was the player of the match. Did Twitter do the right thing? I don't know. We'll find out.
They often don't.
Twistin, they did the
They
right
did
thing.
the right thing.
Hey. Well, honestly, yeah, look, guys, you could have gone either
81%.
way. If you're a Sheriff enjoyer, you go for Sender. If you really like to see a great support player helping out your teammate, you go for Mulsey. But if you really just like seeing people giga clap on the server, Twistin's your guy.
Support player, but also he was pounding on Rays on Split as well. Like Mulsey was popping off. Sender's lurks were incredibly impactful in that last map. Gave so many options to Bone Cold in the mid round.
is
And beyond just the new
incredibly
players that debuted and
impactful.
looked good, it feels good to see Bone Cold back back on an international stage.
Pearl,
He's taking kind of his first step to return to the heights that he has hit in the past, and I think that story is going to be very exciting to follow through the rest of Lock-In.
Before we go forward, though, do you think Bone Cold is like getting back to that point, or
I think so. The calls looked on point today. The coordination was good. The work he's done in the offseason with this team was fantastic.
All right.
Lotus calls in particular, just being able to pivot a lot when they were on that attacking side. I think it was a very good indication of his calling, so I'm looking forward to seeing more of it.
Yeah, same here. Well, let's, of course, it means we have to say goodbye to yet another team here in Sao Paulo, and that team is going to be Global Esports. The Miracle from Mumbai coming in and giving so much love to everyone that was here in the arena, cheering on DRX, cheering on their Pacific homies as well. Always nice to see them around, but ultimately when it came down to it, Mimi, in the server, they just couldn't quite close out that map 3. But boy, oh boy, did they have a lot of people hoping.
Yeah, and the casters ended on this point. They weren't able to win this series, but they proved that this theory of how to build a team, of putting together different pieces, can work. They had issues, but they also showed us good moments, and with more time, I think this team has a future.
Absolutely. I think we just need to see some continued growth from them. But I think the thing I loved the most
Positif
about
sekali caster ini ya.
is just not only do they approach having the team be a family, but they want everybody to be a part of that family. The way that they're interacting with the crowd and interacting with us, with the other Pacific teams here. It's just such a friendly environment, and that is just, you can see like how good it is, the interior of this squad, with just the smiles on everybody's faces and whatnot. So I think if they can continue to support that environment and work on their games, it's going to be a really scary Global Esports going into the Pacific League.
Yeah, and we should always remember, this is a new theory. Pretty much every team heading into Lock-In.
Ya basically ganti tim aja gak sih Bang?
They took a risk, didn't pay off at this tournament, but it might down the road.
Yeah, for sure. But look, guys, for more on that matchup,
nyebutin semua aspeknya, skill, teamwork, communication, working on the teams. Berarti kan setimnya aja diganti.
Thank you very much, GB. You know me too
juga ya,
well. That's why I've got both.
Semua aspeknya disebutin. Berarti kan udah simply ganti semua aja.
How great does it feel to finally be back on another Riot stage?
Bisa banget ngomongnya si Abang.
Like the whole stay in Brazil has been like super nice. Seeing the crowd, like I don't think has been like a nicer feeling than just like taking off your headset and then hearing the crowd roar. So yeah, it has been nice. I've been waiting to get back to the Riot stage.
It's been really nice to have you here as well. I gotta say though, when it comes to the game, a
itu tuh yang itu ya.
Interesting choice on Destrian as well, who's been like doing incredible on the initiator role. Talk me through the thinking behind why you guys decided to show that.
I mean,
apa biar nggak kegesek-gesek aja? Apa
biar ngegesek mousepadnya sama aja nggak sesuai kulit lu?
Like the amount of like walls and like control you can actually get on that map with him is actually like super nice, and yeah, we just like.
Tapi Mansen itu cuma setengah gitu.
The comp just feels like super nice.
Itu yang kamu cari, yang kayak
good on you guys for going with that. One thing that didn't work though, I hate to say it, Bone Cold, pistol rounds. What was going on?
I don't know. Just pistols. We were like thinking about, is it like, are we buying like way too less like frenzies? Is there something on the strats? I mean, sometimes you just need to win 0 pistol rounds in a day, so you can like the next time you win one, it's going to feel a lot better.
Yeah, one at a time.
Yeah.
Now, lastly, Twiston. I think he was updrafting, dashing with a shorty.
Hagaino ya, lagi setup ya.
Every single time the observers were on him, I could feel that something crazy was about to happen. What did you make of that performance, and where did you find this guy?
Where did you find this guy?
Like since coming to Brazil, Twiston has been like absolutely like smashing it in like practice, and now of course like in officials. But I don't know, like he's just found this energy, and like every single time I open up the scoreboard, I'm like, oh, 20 and 4 in the first half. All right, okay, yeah, I'm okay with this. But yeah, I don't know, like he's one of those people who just have like this like magic around him. He will just make stuff appear out of nowhere. So it's super nice to see, you know, like Tristan, like the youngest player in the team, just popping off like that and just playing with no fear at all.
We definitely felt some of that magic today. Thank you very much, Boneko, for joining me, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you so much, Insu.
Well, the EMEA versus Pacific battle continues. After this break, FUT will be taking on RRQ.
Kayak orang tuh kalau ngomong manggil nama tuh kayak kelihatan sincere banget. Sincere apa? Tulus. Kayak beneran, lu tuh tahu lu ngomong sama siapa gitu. Kayak orang tuh disebut nama tuh pasti meleleh.
Bonko diartiin jadi rematik. Iya ya anjing.
Mansen udah ganti sempak RRQ bro. Mansen sempak ya RRQ. Enak ya
Udah
sih.
cok. RRQ to the bone anjing.
Apa tuh tulisannya tuh kecil banget.
Chill banget.
Nggak kebaca nih. Judi, oh iya ngebet Mansen. Belum ada ya? Udah, belum. Udah.
Udah apa belum nih?
Masih kok gua nggak ada pencetannya.
Belum anjing.
Belum. That will give you wings. FIFA RRQ. RRQ 2-0 ya. Mantap.
Kalau gini bebas bet lu sebat lah, maksudnya bebas bet sebat. Ini gue matiin facecam sebat lah. Undertip masih ada Suna nggak Blay? Masih anjir. Nggak mungkin dilepas anjing. Anak emasnya Undertip bangsa Tasuna.
Masih ada.
Masih.
Asuna, oh iya ada. Derek, Stellar, Cyrosels, Bang. Namanya Bang.
Jago tuh Bang.
Bang. Ketika dia main jelek ini ya elah bang gitu.
Iko nggak main nggak? Udah kagak dia Undertip, gila dia.
Ini kalau lagi supporteran nyanyi blind. Gimana lagunya? Lagu RRQ.
Skip banget mana anjing.
Apa?
Skip banget.
Apa?
Skip banget. Lagu RRQ.
Bukan lagu RRQ-nya, lagu orang supporteran, cuma kayak sama aja orang
gitu kan.
Apa?
Chance-nya gitu kan.
Chance-nya.
Chanting. Barca versus MU pegang siapa? Pegang Bandar. Halo Syarif.
Gimana kabar cewek kita, bisa cewek kita gitu ya?
Jokowi hari ini umumkan Indonesia sudah tidak wajib pakai masker di indoor dan outdoor.
Hari ini?
Iya. Kutipannya, saya ingin mengingatkan kembali bahwa PPKM telah dicabut di akhir 2022 yang lalu. Jadi, kalau tadi Pak Gubernur Kaltim menyampaikan yang pakai masker itu dianggap agak sakit, nggak salah. Jadi apalagi di luar ruangan itu sudah tidak wajib pakai masker, tetapi di dalam ruangan kalau ada yang pakai masker juga diperbolehkan demi kesehatan.
Welcome back, everyone, to Lock In. Here we got 1 down, 2 to go. And up next, we got football is taking on RRQ. And joining me on the desk, we, of course, have my partner in crime, Mimi, as always. But one of my favorite humans on the damn planet, it's Balla T Dubs. What's up, baby girl? How you doing?
What's up, bro? No, pretty good, pretty good. That was a fun game. I was really expecting Vitality to look
Lagi
good.
ada watch
But
party
most surprising of all, I think Global Esports had a good showing. So more unknown teams, I think, coming up, and I'm really excited to watch them.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be an exciting season. I can't wait. I'm just
every Pacific team I think has performed at least slightly better than I expected, so I'm excited to see another one debut here.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome now. But first, though, let's go ahead and take a look at FUT Esports, a Turkish team that, of course, is looking to rebound from a difficult preseason as well for the squad here in Balla. This is a team that they've had success, they've had ups and downs. There's a lot of potential.
Yeah, last year they won the VRL league, the regional leagues for all of EMEA, and that's a great success for them. But then in the offseason, you mentioned it, it's been a red carpet for them. It's been like 7 losses in a row.
Yeah.
And sure, in the offseason, you're trying to experiment a little bit. You're trying to figure out how you're going to approach the new partnership system for them. And it hasn't been going that great, but it's a new beginning, I think, here at Lock-In.
Yeah, but this does feel like the next step for this team, right? If you ignore the offseason, it's been a constant upswing from playing well in Turkish VRL, winning that, heading to the VRL finals, and taking home that event. I think they impressed a lot of people who were underestimating this squad. They had some good ideas that they showed, solid coordination, and most of their players were playing fantastically individually. But I agree with you. There was quite a fall off in the offseason. Now I think heading into this event, the question is, what edition of this footballist team do we see?
Yeah, and there hasn't been too many movements here on the roster for footballists since they did take down Vitality in that finals, which is what we were just watching moments ago. And that was also a Vitality that wasn't just the one we just saw. It has 3 new players completely. So I'm really looking forward to see if they've actually evolved past anything that we saw in that VRL and how they're actually going to be using what they learned in the offseason and carrying it forward.
Yeah, and I think that's important because compared to a lot of the other teams we've seen, this is a squad that the core has been together for over a year at this point. Some of the players have been on the roster for 2 years. It's just that one change. The consistency, the mental, the coordination, it should all be there.
It's funny that that's the team that actually has some of the longest cores in the tournament.
It's kind of wild.
Yeah,
it's kind of wild, especially coming from VRL. But here's the interesting thing. You know, whenever we talk about Turkish players, there's always a phrase that's thrown around, Balla.
Yeah,
the Turkish jet. And this time around, we're talking about another Turkish jet, the Turkish jet. You got yourself Kiwi, who's going to be taking the stage here. And maybe I'm kind of pumped to see what this guy could do because, of course, we know when Jet has a W key and they live in Turkey, they just go, baby.
It feels like we've had a non-ending stream of Turkish and Korean jets thus far this tournament, but Kiwi is one of those guys you got to look out for. He actually wasn't playing with them for some of those off-season events where they were struggling, but when they were popping off in VRL, it was this guy driving it home on Jet.
Yeah, absolutely. And he flexes as well to a number of other roles too, like the Neon too. So I'm definitely looking forward to see what he can do in a tournament of this caliber and against a team that is certainly still unknown quantity. Even though, like, yeah, we watched Boom Esports and Elmi Moore as well in the LCQ last year. It's kind of more known than an EU team that only played in the
20.000 no gua RRQ.
Sama, sama.
Awak kamu juga 20.000.
Sure, indeed there definitely will be. But here's the thing, let's go ahead and actually hear from Mr. Fallen as well as Maj about their 2023 outlook and what it means to play for Turkey during this very difficult time.
Ben Mr. Fallen, FUT Esports takımında RC'lim. Takım olarak yaklaşık bir yıldır birlikte oynuyoruz. Benim gelmemle birlikte aslında takım tam oturdu. Bir yılın meyvesini umarım bu sene yiyeceğiz. Takımımızın duelisti Kiwi, kendisi bütün maçlarda bütün enerjiyi, coşkuyu veren kişi kendisi
Ya bang
aslında.
kagak mau ada
Krax aslında
subtitle
takımın
bang.
gizli bir silahı ama
Iya ya,
bütün işi
kok
kendi
dikasih
yükleniyor.
subtitle sih?
Aslında takımın kendisi bir supporter'ı. Bu yüzden kendisi takımın
Yang
en önemli
edit
rollerden
juga
birini
nggak ngerti.
oynuyor. Ata Kaptan takımın en yeni üyesi. Kendisi şu an flex rolde oynuyor. En yana yakınımız herhalde Ata. Bu konuda hiçbir şüphe yok. Kiwi'de de en yakın arkadaş.
Ata Kaptan.
Mor takımın sentineli, takımın abisi, arkayı kollayan ve bütün herkese sakin olmasını emreden tek kişi takımdaki.
Ben Buğra
Semangat
Moş
FUT.
Kiraz. FUT Esports'ta 2 yıldır oynuyorum. Sentinel rolünde oynuyorum. Nereden geldiğimizi, ileri kat edişimizi görmek bayağı heyecan verici oldu. Şu an ise partner bir takımız. Gayet iyi ilerliyoruz. Burada da kendimizi göstermek için elimizden geleni yapacağız.
Şu anki amacımız önümüzdeki turnuvalara iyi hazırlanmak, bir vezileyi iyi geçirmek. Çünkü bu Berlin'in bir ön ayağı. Bir vezile ne kadar iyi geçerse bu
Keren
sefer
banget
turnuvalara
ya
gidecek.
proyektornya ya.
Ülkemizin şu son zamanlardaki durumundan dolayı
itu di
şu
mana?
sahnede oynamak
Turki.
özellikle bu durumdayken bizim
Tanka
için biraz
kebab
zor ama
Buset,
elimizden
buat
geldiğince
Tyson.
Türk halkını en azından bir nebze olsun şenlendirmek tek amacımız bu sahnede. Elimizden gelenin en iyisini yapmaya çalışacağız.
Türkiye'de valorant kitlesi çok büyük. Bu dönemde Türkiye'yi temsil ediyor olmak gurur verici. Bir aydır Brezilya için hazırlanıyoruz. RRQ maçında bu emeklerin karşılığını alacağız. Bunun için de hazırız. RRQ hazır olun, biz geliyoruz.
Amin.
Amin.
Obviously, a lot of pressure on this team. And by the way, for those of you watching at home, feel free to check out the Valorant YouTube channel where all those videos are available as well with subtitles there too. But of course, you know, I think when it comes down to it, there is obviously that added pressure for these players, especially given the events that have happened globally.
Yeah, it's a very difficult time, and I think that for the Turkish teams competing at this event, it means even more. The more you can do, if you can show that moment of light and pop off here.
10.000 dari Gus D. Pesan, jangan pernah mengatakan tidak jika tidak ada yang mengajak Anda bicara.
Jangan pernah mengatakan tidak.
They're going to be facing off against RRQ, which, you know, has a very familiar story here at Lock-In, right? A successful core mixed in with new faces. What you expect to see when the season launches, Bala? Something a little fresh here. RRQ, though, I feel like is the talk of the town for many reasons coming into this event.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. Some good, some bad. I think the mix of players that they put together from the Indonesian side has definitely spurred some excitement from that region. And then the Filipino players, they're kind of carryovers from this team in their challengers runs in the past couple of times as well.
Yeah.
We're wondering what can we expect from them. But for Flipsider, for Tabado, these are guys we saw play in last year's champions, and they had some good things to take away from that in that game against Optic. I mean, Tabado still holds the kill record for any global VCT tournament, so that's still pretty exciting.
Yeah, they had their moments, but I think now it's going to be about putting the pieces together. Because for Tabado, he's coming into this roster that, like you said, was already pre-standing. He's taking up a lot of the leadership roles, similar to how he did on Boom. And I think that's the biggest question here. How can they come together? Because for most of these players, this will be their first time competing where they're speaking English. Before, both these kind of halves of this team were competing either on full Indonesian rosters or full Filipino rosters. So this is a big change, which I think is going to be quite difficult for them to get used to.
Pinanglang Malakas.
I also, I mean, just looking at the highlights from Tabado's game here, just the fact that they're able to pull an overtime map against Optic is enough, right? That speaks for itself. And when we see all the Pacific teams that are competing at this event and overplaying their expectations from the Western audience, I think for most of us, we
Baru bakar
underestimated
lagi.
completely.
Ngantuk banget gua anjing
gives
kalau
me the
ngantuk banget.
hope that I'm going to see it again because you already have that upstart from those two players that have played on the stage like this.
Are you saying NA fans doubt international competition?
Not just NA fans, not just NA fans, NA casters, EU casters.
I don't like
everybody be underestimated.
Poppy, I don't like the way you're talking to me right now, okay? Okay? All right, well, look, here we do have a player, though, to highlight, and one of the guys that, you know, I think is coming into this with a fair amount of hype, Mimi. It's going to be Elmimore, who is a fresh face for myself. I haven't really got a chance to see him play, but I'm excited to see what he does on the stage.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Elmimore has a lot of respect at home in the APAC scene. People have been talking about this guy as a big up-and-comer for quite a while, and now he gets his chance to debut on the international stage. The streets have been talking. Apparently, at one time, he got offered to join Paper X, turned that down, came and played this team as well. I've also heard from the streets, apparently this guy is as good as Forsaken. He's living up to the expectations.
How often are you on the streets, Mimi?
I'm talking to a lot of them. Avenues, roads, streets, all of the above. And I've got some information that has my expectations very high. No, not courts. They don't give good information. I learned the hard way.
Fair enough. Stay out of the courts. Good. I think for Elmimore and as well for the other Indonesian players on this team, it's interesting because they came from the two best Indonesian teams, right? Boom qualified for champions, and then Onyx G, which is the team that Elmimore was playing for after purportedly not signing with Paper X, is the team that lost to them in that finals. And he was so good. So to see that mesh and go together, and now they're joining this Rex region team is really, really, really exciting.
Yeah, I am looking forward to it, and I want to get to know a little bit more about this squad. So ahead of Lock-in, we actually sat down with Flipsider and Tabaro for a closer look at the team. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Hi, my name is Saibani Rahmat. My in-game name is Flipsider. My role in the team is IGL, and then I play for Rex Regum Keon, RRQ.
Hi guys, my name is Tebotol. I play for team
Telur.
Keon, and I play controller for the team.
First, I think I'm gonna start with the Indo boys. Tebotol is my old teammate. He quiet guy, I think, and then he plays smoker in the team. And then the second one is Elmimore. He's like literally the most quiet person in the team. And then his role is initiator. And then the third one is EJ. He's the hyperactive in the team.
EJ is the clown. He's like making silly jokes and stupid things.
And then the fourth one is Eman.
Eman is like the cool guy in our team. He's quiet and I don't know, he's just cool.
And then the last one is 2G. He's quiet also, he's quite introvert. And then he plays
semuanya
smoker.
quiet.
Last year at champion,
quiet.
I think we learned a lot from the previous tournament.
Kalau si siapa IJ ngejokes berarti nggak ada yang nyautin.
Iya. IJ-nya clown, sisanya quiet.
Sisanya quiet.
Boost my confidence.
Introvert.
Fun fact, I make a
Kesian
tattoo, but
IJ.
this is my
Onjoy.
agent I use against Optic. It's the Viper, and I had 30 kills against Optic. This is the number 38.
Anjay.
Putu
Mayang bikin juga berarti sini kill coy 41
I think
kill
my
gitu ya.
goals should be able to qualify for master and also champion. I hope my team can do it. I think we can put so much damage. Just watch out maybe.
Pakai maybe sih. Kurang
pede.
Bang, jangan pakai maybe. Watch out.
On the 38 kills, that was no, but like honestly, it's like that's what this means to these players. You know, like having experienced that, being able to pull off an incredible feat such as that is awesome, Bala.
Yeah, it's so awesome. I mean, just to watch not only what they perform on the stage, but just how they are overall is really, really cool.
Yeah, it is really cool to see. But this matchup is going to be an interesting one. It is Football's kind of first time debuting on the international stage. They've been on this upward swing.
Nggak gitu, Faiz. Itu kasar.
Don't really have full expectations for. This match could really go either direction.
Yeah, and those are the types of matches that you want to see. You don't want to go into something and be like, oh, this is going to be just a easy clap for Team A, easy clap for Team B. No. You want to see a good competitive matchup, and I think that's exactly what we're going to get right here. So let's go ahead and bring out our two teams. We have FUT Esports and RRQ.
FUT Esports. Komsnya dari batin ke batin, nggak begitu bangsat.
Karena quiet semua. Yang ngomong IJ doang. Itu hoodie VCT.
Hah?
Itu hoodie VCT yang dipakai sama teh botol.
Wah. VCT sekarang kayak nggak ada deh.
Hoodie apa tuh?
Before we begin, we wanted to pay our respects to all those impacted by Turkey
Bahan
as well as
parasut
Syria
gitu.
in the earthquake with a moment of silence.
Berdoa dulu ya.
As events unfold globally, we are, of course, saddened, and our hearts go out to everyone in Syria as well as Turkey who have been impacted by this. And we, of course, hope for nothing but the best and provide our love and support for everyone around the world. Thank you so much. And thank you to RRQ as well for taking the time to be able to sit back and reflect on this moment alongside their brethren from Turkey. Thank you so much once again.
Lucu anjing, Turki parah banget ya.
That being, you know, obviously a thing that
Itu
weighs
perkara
on us,
gedungnya
right?
apa gitu.
It's something
Gue
that,
nonton dokumenter.
you know, and talking to a lot of these players, whether it be, you
Construction-nya cacat tuh pokoknya.
for example, chatting
Makanya
from
jatuhnya pada kayak gitu anjir.
There was obviously a lot of pressure on these players, but also for them, I think it's an opportunity to make their countrymen proud, regardless of the result, because they're here right now, putting it all out there on the stage, and ultimately that is all, you know, that we can hope for.
Yeah, and obviously continue to support as well because it's an ongoing situation. So it is on the minds, but now they got to play this match, and yeah, it's resting on them, but here we go. Single elimination tournament.
That's right.
And it's all here.
You know, both teams, and I think FUT Esports would want it no other way. They would want RRQ to play them hard, go at them, do everything that they can to pick up this win, because we all know that that is exactly what FUT Esports are going to do against RRQ here today, Mimi.
If anything, it means even more for them right now to go out there, play their best, show what they have been preparing, and try and win this game, try and stay in it. Of course, RRQ doing exactly the same.
All right, well, as both players get into their huddles and they get ready to go, we are going to dive into our Prime Gaming agent select as soon as we are ready to go. Our map vetoes as soon as we are ready to go here. And yeah, you know, Paul, I'm
warnet tuh merajalela ini.
What we're going to get here from
Internet cafe, Blay.
Really worked on in the off season to kind of give them a little bit of an advantage here against RRQ.
Yeah, it's interesting because I was actually seeing a lot of the maps that are gone now from the pool in there. But let's see, I've always thought Ascent is kind of a map that they like to rely on, and we have Lotus starting out for RRQ. We've already seen so many of the Pacific teams being comfortable playing this map. We just saw GE play it, and yeah, picking it right off the bat. No floating, nothing, just going right at them.
I think all these teams that are picking Lotus early, it is really a test of your opponent's off-season preparation. It's from your script.
Yang meninggal pemain Turki, keluarganya nggak sih kalau nggak salah ya?
Is one that, even if it's not the optimal one, is one that can catch them by surprise enough to win that match. But we'll head to Pearl as the second map in the pool there. That's going to be another interesting one for them. Another map that we've seen quite a lot of thus far this tournament.
Yeah, and I'm really interested on what kind of comp they're going to bring out on Pearl as well, given the flexibility that Kiwi has gone to. And we're having
reverse of map 1.
This is nice. I like
the reverse of map 1. We started off with Split, then we have Pearl, then we have Lotus. Now we just flip it on its head. We're going right back around over here. Do you think it's going to go to 3?
I think it's very possible. I think these teams are quite closely matched, but where a lot of this is going to come down to is what are the answers to this map on Lotus? We just saw 2 different compositions come out. One focused on the early with the Raze, one going for the Jet answer as well. There's a Reyna hover from RRQ. I mean, there's still comps that we probably haven't even seen yet.
Okay, well, let's see. Reyna hover would blow my mind. Okay, well, we have Prime Gaming agent select here. Let's see what RRQ likes to do here.
I think let him cook. I think Reyna has potential on the map. I think the flashes are really good here. They have the Neon to take early fights, and that's what they're going for.
This is awesome.
Oh my goodness. Reyna Neon on this map is not something I thought I would ever see. And double Neon too, which is kind of a rare pick so far. This is going crazy. You have the Sage, the Paper X-esque thing that's going on for Footballists, and paired with the Neon, that could be quite good.
Siapa yang pakai Reyna tadi?
Comps on the brand new map. We're going to
Siapa yang pakai Reyna?
team's answers. This is going to be exciting.
Oh boy, I love
Siapa yang
it.
pakai
I
Reyna?
hope you guys are all strapped in for a wild ride. Let's go ahead and send it over to the hottest casting team in Brazil. Literally, cassette the sweating. It's Pansy and Achilleos.
It's warm-up here, GB. It's an exciting game. You know, you get a little moving.
He's one to talk as well.
Yeah,
about
to be
sweating.
fair, get him a solo. Get it real close up and see how he's doing end of the day. Anyway, let's focus on the matchup at hand, because I think I liked what Mimi said about this, at least map select-wise, that Lotus is quite indicative of that off-season prep. How well you're ready for this. You're coming in with some very unique compositions. I'm going to leave you to that Reyna choice, because that's got to be at the forefront of your mind here.
It really is. I mean, Emin bringing this one out, it's the first time we've seen Reyna. This now means that we have seen every single agent in the pool having been played here. We'll see how they pilot this, but as
Suara kamu bisa dua kecil gini sih?
Neons on either side. These people going for that race instead, but right off the rim. Here they come.
Yeah, there's going to be walls galore, but already, good start for RRQ. Going to deny Kiwi any space, and he's one of the explosive players.
Sheriff
He gets
got
that
gas.
hot hand
Gas
early,
lie.
really starts feeling out the game. Super deadly. Want to see how this Reyna works, so that is so at the tip of the list for me in this point. Now, as it stands though, RRQ comfortably taken towards site. There is a little bit of resistance, but it's been dealt with somewhat handedly. Good trade sites theirs. Flag planted, and as is the spike.
Reyna's on the board, now has that higher HP, given the Devour. Shadow still
Aduh.
taking down. Maj looking around here at the drop, managing to find an opening kill. Gets Tevital in the head as well.
Nice.
And suddenly it's Emin. They 1v2, he finds the first.
It's one more, and it's all his, but time creeping passes the swing, and it's good. Football has somehow turned this around. That early fight looked perfect coming out from RRQ. They had everything they wanted.
A fantastic shutdown on Kiwi to kick things off, but a fantastic turn at the end as Helicopter just manages to find that last kill. Felt like Emin had that one in his grasp, but it gets stolen away. That's the first round out. Let's see if FUT can hold on to this next one, or if it gets snatched away from him, much like we saw for Global Esports in the previous set. What a great retake. And a great way to start off the series.
And a sigh of relief for FUT as well. Just getting comfortable on the stage. Yes, we
Deh,
have seen
rame
them break
banget
out
satu
occasionally to
bioskop
some more
ini.
international events, but they
Pais
certainly do
nanya
not have
pakai
comfort on
mic
a
apa
stage
tuh
like
Nanat?
this. There's certainly a little bit more pressure to it. We have seen them have issues in
Nemesis
the past with that sort of thing. Is finding consistency
MK05
throughout series, not getting put off
murah
kilter on those
murah.
early maps. So a good start for them
Bagus
could
gak tapi?
stabilize here well, but
Bagus tapi ini suara.
slept on by this early start.
Cam heard and destroyed.
Bagus mampus bahkan.
Looking for those headshots.
Iya.
Nanoswarms in response.
Iya buat seharga 400 ribuan ya.
Continue to try to hover around that side. Meanwhile, pressure being
Bentar,
applied on
Ara-Ara.
the seat. Wall going to be broken down.
Oh,
After
shit.
knocked out. Here's Mr. Fallen, finds one, but Emin swings around the corner, gets him with the sheriff.
No trade
Sini,
for
Bang.
slow,
Sini,
allowing
Bang.
that spacing to sit favorably at least for now towards
Murah
FUT.
buat yang punya
Rotation's
duit
been
ya.
brought in.
Buat ukuran mic 400 ribu murah banget anjing. Kualitas begini.
Soalnya tuh udah satu set sama mic arm, kondenser, terus filter, semuanya. Tripod.
Worth it
Jadi
aja.
nggak usah beli apa-apa, bener-bener nggak beli apa-apa lagi.
Just barely been able to see Maj there either way.
Even nggak 400, 360. Cashback lagi, pakai GoPay. 20.000. Gratis ongkir, Tokped.
Eco around across the board for them. The plant will come in, but Kiwi swings the corner. They find the eliminations, and that is going to be a 2-0
Iya
start.
paketan gitu deh.
I have to say as well, FUT not getting overzealous there, not feeding too readily, not getting too ahead of themselves. Aaron being incredibly cautious. Yes, that was that initial trade towards the C site, but no pressure on them yet. I like that. I like seeing composure in this team. When I look at football list, again, this is, because we've seen a fair amount of them in the EMEA region, I want to see discipline coming into effect. I want to see good spacing, good trading, all those fundamentals. I want to see them hold throughout this series. So far,
Apa bonus
not
round?
too threatening in the second round. We didn't see the Spectres or Stingers or anything
Mm-mm.
beyond a
With
couple of
this
sheriffs.
appearance
So
of Reyna, we
as it
have seen
stands,
all
RRQ
agents
still
played
looking like
out
they're working
locked
the map,
in.
getting the feel of it and the lay of the land. I
Ini
still
Reyna
wanna see
pertama.
what Reyna does.
Ini Reyna pertama.
So far, he's been doing quite a bit. Most right now for the team with that 3-2. Now with rifles in
Neon?
hand.
Oh Neon kemana-mana yang make ya di Pearl gitu kalau nggak salah.
Ada.
Di Pearl nggak sih? Bener nggak sih di Pearl?
Lupa. Tapi antara ini Pearl Fracture. Fracture kah?
Fracture deh.
There's no trade. They're desperate for it. To bottle swings, but football is putting bodies towards this. They want that fight towards Alon.
I mean, they just completely doused
Reyna
the
jarang
ground with
lihat,
that slow
baru
field
ini
on
Blay
the
anjing.
stage. There's no way for Tabuttle to just get himself out of
Gimana
it.
mau
And
jarang?
one kill.
Nggak pernah.
What MN Flipshatter can do is try to at least put a little bit more damage down onto the side of Footballist.
Footballist.
Themselves crept up all the way to ace stairs. If he overswings and gets pinched, that's just going to be the spike stranded.
Yeah, Krax needs to be careful though as well. If he goes down, there's a deep hold towards CT could be potential. Iman doing exactly as required, as prescribed. Clear the site, ensure no one's around here. Holding for about 45 seconds, and this is what I want to see from Footballist though. No overextension, no over push here on your own, no untradeable kills. RRQ, what do you do with this now? You've been given a little bit of freedom. Spike is going down, so the time will be in their side.
Have a little bit of time, but one of the biggest things they need to do is get MN this kill. So get the Devour off, the top back up. They're gonna fault line, he's gonna go for the swing. Both lined up, but he just can't quite find the eliminations.
Yeah, spacing decent enough there for Footballist. It's gonna ask a lot of it. Oh, no way, the paranoia. Zero vision, zero chance. Footballist again, they relinquish that A control,
Zero
they fall back a
vision,
little deeper,
zero
hold
chance.
CT. You saw Cracks down there, they took the double swing towards stairs, they were fully equipped.
Tadi
for
si
what's gonna come back
abang
their
yang
way.
di Pearl
This is great so far,
kesemok,
converting the bonus here, walking out with
mati dua.
rifles galore, they got everything they wanted.
Yeah, I mean just that.
Beda orang bang.
Setup shutting down those pushes over towards Rubble on the A side have been looking really good.
Udah beda orang, beda game.
See how that continues.
Beda tim.
That's widely just going to be Kiwi's playing ground, just constantly hovering around that side. But RRQ are now swinging their sights over towards C, perhaps. See if they want to up the tempo because they are going in. 4 Stingers, half armor, and everybody just a sheriff there for Elmimore.
Santai aja, Blay, baru 3.
Sock'em fight over towards A. There's a lot of utility behind it, a lot of presence. This could be a quick response, maybe test that C site if that's what they think is a potential vulnerability. As it stands, they're going to make it work with far less. They need a quick kill to make this actually count. The wall's going to at least temper the pace for a second. But the smoke's
Bang Lemon main apa? Main titit.
Done for a brief moment, tries to slide in. Oh, it's just going to be a stray shot through the smoke. Oh, that's disgusting from Attic. Takes them down. Spike still, however, going to be planted for RRQ. see how they try to defend this now.
The retakes have been
Titit
solid
tuh nggak
for both
kasar
boys, but
tau.
this time trying to get over-aggressive, overextend
Terus
towards
harusnya
CT.
apa
They get the
kalau
fight
kalau
they
bukan
want.
titit
The
kelamin?
trade's still so good from Footballist.
Get the triple stack. Templeton
Iya
will be
sih,
able to
penis
take
ya.
another one down with him. 3 members left standing.
Karena nama
Will be able to go ahead
biologi.
and counteract the stinger by, but cash decent, so rifle's going to be coming through for RRQ, but they need to get something on the board here soon. Don't want to let this run away from you, especially on the attack half.
You're absolutely right. I've got to say though, staying alive with 3
You absolutely right.
rounds, they've been keeping so many standing. They've been upgrading the rifles. The economy is so well situated. Crack's already on 7.2. You got 5.8 towards the Sage out here. You got the res on board. You got the lockdown there. They've got a lot going their way, and it's these retakes again. I am just enamored with. So well composed, poised.
Terbantai belum, Blay, relax aja, relax.
Well composed.
Squads they get very aggressive, hyper aggressive, and when you have a player that can pop
Nih ya, layar yang muter begini nih. Dalamnya tuh isinya kabel banyak.
Emang iya?
Iya. Terus tau nggak itu kabelnya kemana? Lewat atas, terus ke sono gitu biar nggak kelihatan.
Tuh, udah tau.
Yang masang abang-abang udah mau atraksi sirkus tuh.
Sen predik RRQ menang.
Iya udah Blay, gue udah predik RRQ menang anjing 20.000.
Give me something like that because again you have been getting the spike down, you have been doing really well in that regard. You've been getting into those post plants. Give me something on the back line, be disruptive.
Gue ngepredik RRQ cuy 20.000 poin.
They're not completely vulnerable to it.
Sampai kalah sih aduh.
I mean, you're mentioning those lurks. Capital, he is the king of it on this team. I mean, he's the reason why you saw them.
Gagal jadi king crypto gue Blay kalau kalah.
He was such a thorn in their side, constantly hanging back when he was there with Boom Esports. If they can get into a site relatively cleanly, get that spike down, and Tepital is allowed to lurk back, catch people off guard, he can do an immense amount of damage here to the side of football. So we'll just have to wait and see if they can pull it off. So we exit the timeout. Let's see what they've got.
20 poin bro tuh.
So far it's just that
Ini
moment.
cuy yang dari channel dong kagak dapat apa-apa anjing. Kagak bisa buat apa-apa juga. Bisa buat apa sih itu, bahkan kagak bisa dapat apa-apa kan enak ya?
Harusnya bisa ditukar kayak custom sticker di channel gitu nggak sih? Tapi nggak ada.
Ya kalau channel lain biasa ya. Udah nggak ngikutin Valorant lama, harga di RRQ Blay. Iya cuy. Harga, teh botol, semuanya.
That he's got the Rolling Thunder, and if he hadn't gotten the orb, well, he's got the Rolling Thunder now.
Feels like the first pick without a trade that we've had in a while. This is the perfect start for RRQ to potentially, I guess, oppose the narrative that we've seen so
Dibikin
far.
franchise gini jadi nggak ini ya, bukan dukung negara lagi, jadi dukung ya udah spesifik tim aja gitu.
Really slow up these attacks onto the sites. That all goes away. RRQ should have a.
Tapi kan negara Indo juga cuma satu kan bangsat. Tuh slot franchise-nya. Dia tetap negara nggak sih?
Asli kan di sini kalau menang masuknya Pasifik bukan Indo.
Oh iya sih.
Tim Indo juga duanya Filipin, nggak bisa kayak ngomong Indo Pride. Sebenarnya mah ya technically.
Unik bubar jadi berpindah. Iya nggak dapat franchise Blay. Bisa apa ya nih?
Kiwi eliminated. Cracks taken down. Rolling Thunder now going to be used defensively here for the post plant. Then while he does get caught, he still manages to find the
per
kill.
negara atau per
They will
region?
clean it up. RQ now on the board.
Love that. Pulled them around the map. It was so hard to pin them down. That early contact towards C. Yeah, they got that free pick obviously for RRQ.
Skor per negara juga buat apa?
Any day of the week you get it. Yes, the risk came up, but by that point they were already tested towards A. They were showing a little bit of presence there, pulling these rotations out of position, and then hitting that B side so well. They had to respect the lockdown, yes, absolutely, but they were ready to come back into it too.
Oh slotnya, gue bacanya skornya goblok banget mata gue.
So again, lovely time to stamp their authority onto the game. Maybe hit the brakes on Footballist getting too much
Pop me anjing.
inside them. But we noted the economy earlier. It was healthy. We're seeing the operator coming out now for Footballist.
On Kiwi as well.
Pop me bang bukan mie gelas.
See if we can get anything done.
Nggak punya bang
Now it's just
mie
going to be
gelas.
backing away quietly, surrendering the C site. Let's see where he decides to creep back up. Smoke is there. 3 people getting ready to push in. It's going to be Lear off the rip. He just continues to hold the angle, utilizing that pillar, making sure that he doesn't have that line of sight and doesn't get blinded.
smokes being invested so far from Footballers Fallen. Just about getting one back on now. Looking for that execute towards that B side. Let's see what the hold's looking like though. Moj is here, and you can see the utility is in place, but this is all being tested around the minute mark. This is fine. They still have time for a pump towards another side. And they're pulling players here.
Yeah, it looks perfectly intentional. Just put that pressure on B, burn out all of that Killjoy utility. So
Main rapi tuh masuknya.
A last-second adjustment, they can. They don't have to worry about it. And now they're just shoving Kiwi off these angles. Great relay ball out from EJ.
Kiwi.
Just denying him line of sight, but as that paranoid
Kiwi 1 itu ternyata Kiwi dibaca, Cok. Kiwi. Kiwi.
Unattended to. Spam comes in. They're looking to try and offset the timing here, playing back in ahead of this spike stall down. The perfect flash. Great work from Cracks. Swings in on, and now just one left standing in a 1v3. 20 seconds. This would need miracles to make happen.
It would be a monstrous clutch if he could pull it off with 67 HP and ops
Bisa,
there
guy.
against the waterfall. The odds are definitely stacked against him, and now he's only got 12 seconds. Pushes up, will find one. The up shot whiffs. He needs to either take the fight or go for the plant.
Gil.
Doesn't have it. Tries to swing out, and of all things, it's a
Dia
classic
tahu
that
guys
finishes it.
karat.
Kiwi just turns the tide right back into their favor.
Yeah, that pendulum swings right back through, doesn't it? They should be able to still get some sort of purchase for RRQ. I want to see what they go for. There will be some missing elements here, but this time super responsive. I love
Tapi
that
katanya
counter hit almost towards the side here. The pop flash
Lotus
through the smoke was
attacker
perfect, and Cracks
map
making the
map
most of
attacker.
it.
FUT viewing party.
Individually, I have to say it, we've been waiting a long time for the Turkish scene to have that team to really look good together.
Bukan katanya, itu kayak statistik nggak sih tadi?
Early Valorant lifetime, we
Jam
love to see what they
berapa
brought out.
di
Maybe this is the best looking team
Turki
for them so far, but it's still early days.
Malam.
But a little bit of a pace change this time.
23:28.
Pretty fast push up here into B.
Tengah malam ya.
Killjoy util
Iya.
fully dumped over towards C, just given that RQ have been widely swinging over towards that side of the map. Not getting too much of anything out here, just a couple taps through that smoke. Mr. Fallen just praying for a stray headshot
Ada watch
again.
party gak sih?
I like the adjustment.
Ada.
Ada watch party di Ayana kemarin dibuka buat umum tahu, tapi kalian mesti regis. Nanti kalau RRQ ini lagi apa namanya? Juga pasti ada lagi.
Terus tuh tahun gitu udah pasti ada.
Ada makan minum. Serius.
Sulit sih ini, Cuk.
Dipantengin sosmednya, kalau nggak itu aja IG-nya Ray. Kemarin Ray juga nge-share link
This is
daftarnya
lovely work from Footballers. I like these adjustments. I
watch
like these
party.
mid-round changes they're coming up with. This looks really solid.
Unfortunately for the side of
Aduh,
RQ, they have
6-1.
that double push getting ready to try to go.
Jangan
with
spike
the
keras
push into
dong.
B, but it just isn't really accompanied by much. Have that
Udah bukan
leader
spike
trying
rush,
to
ada yang baru apa namanya? Modenya yang kayak
Swift play.
Swift play.
That's
Cuma 5 round.
like Kiwi. You give him these individual fights one by one. He's being hyper mobile on the map too, which is great. I guess it works kind of nicely with the Neon, just swiftly getting through towards the sites. But
Itu Ray lagi
well
live
implemented
gitu
so
kan
far,
RRQ.
quite safe with how he's playing it. But again,
Nobar
this
ya,
time we see
nobar yang di
nice
Ayana ya,
crumble
di live-in ya.
from RRQ. Prior times we saw them kind of lean towards that early C contact and then kind of hit towards B as well. We see them being quite fluid with this, not afraid to get a little aggressive. So this could be a little bit maybe of a chance here for them, but I'm worried at 6-1 it does start feeling a bit one-sided.
It definitely does. You can see them just again applying some pressure
Anjir.
over here towards C Mound.
Tega banget
Grab
maksud
the orbital with a flip.
komennya.
Kenapa?
Just trying to get another
Bus
roll
ke
in the
bandara
round.
udah siap.
Komen di mana?
Silver starts walking
Di
towards B.
live chat RRQ.
Stingers the sheriff in hand.
Sedih banget.
Overdrive at the ready for EJ. Being able to get a thrifty, I think would be such a big
Netizen
momentum
Indo
swing
dah
for them if they
kagak
can
dilawan,
pull
Cuk.
off here. That's gonna really put some wind in their sails. Give them some confidence.
Really nice burst towards the site. They are. Oh no way! The setup again. They just aren't getting this pin down. This time Moj does find them, takes away that front line, but they are vicious about this. It's a 3v2. It's not over yet. And Alvimore is desperately fighting this out.
He's got the Nero death, but now he's gonna be taken.
Astaga.
They
Kiwi ini lo anjing.
Kiwi comes in to finish the job. I mean, a fantastic attempt at a thrifty, even with EJ dying right off the rip to those nanoswarms. Elmimore
Cuk, Kiwi ini meresahkan anjing.
3 fantastic shots from him, but unfortunately, it is a double ult commitment there at the same time here for RQ.
And this is one of those frustrating rounds too, because you feel like, oh, we're just on that verge, so close by, forcing a fair
Terus
amount of
Birbisnya yang komen ini.
that all from Kiwi, kind of playing safety net on it, trying to get out of hand there. But again, it falls short. It's still just slipping away from them. They do have a buyback in, and we see the madness once again over towards A.
But it's Kiwi who finds that first kill. Typical able to trade one back. Paranoia gonna go crashing across. As he swings wider out behind Rubble. Yeah, he will fight out of Captain, but no. Only more taken down, trying to get that slow creep into B.
Kata RRQ manajemennya lagi bungkusin oleh-oleh sen goblok lu
Again, the
bapaknya.
veterans remaining, but the veterans continue to deliver.
Tebotol is so clean as well. Loving the work in this round. Cracks back to the wall.
Kenapa harus Lotus ya? Udah gue juga bingung kenapa harus Lotus ya.
Feels inevitable. Mr. Farland is on the way. And RRQ have paused for thought here.
Soalnya tuh pasti pikiran orang kayak belum banyak yang persiapan laut terus kan map baru.
Playing it safe, playing it smart. It
Jadi
buys him
kayaknya
time.
udah
Now, obviously he doesn't 100% know where Cracks may be, but he's got a good read, it feels. How does he position in this? He has a little bit of freedom to play with, but that is now gone. He's heard it.
Ini dia kalau nge-clutch ace dong.
Does he actually aggro swing this? It looks like he's thinking about it. He's considering it. Knife goes out. He's going to get hit by it, and as he goes for the fight, it's Cracks who comes away with the win.
Heartbreak for Tebotol to be that close, that close. But you got to say, try and take a 1v1 duel against Turkish players in clutches. You're brave. I'll give you that.
Skip anjing.
Again, so close. How many of these rounds are down to one player now, like getting on the
Tumben
side,
masih
getting
bangun.
once they need.
Ini nggak tahu nih kayak cuma satu map sih anjing ngantuk gue bangsat.
Right on the cusp of being able to rack up a couple extra rounds. Heroic moves there from Tebotol. Just need a little bit more from the rest of the team. And you do have to keep in mind that these are three very unknown players on the global stage here in Elmi Moore, and as well as EJ. They don't have that much experience, and they're very reliant on the guidance of Flipstrider and Tebotol to get themselves, mentally prepared for a tournament of this caliber.
And this is probably one of the most prepared games I've seen from Footballist, it feels like, or the most adjusted. I'm seeing great things from already. This is wonderful news falling though. The utility work is divine. The support systems are there, and RRQ are in tatters.
Fortunately, it's just a little bit late. That swing off the Lear. They don't get themselves in there. They don't get that punish in the allow.
Ino nggak ada ya, Blay? Nggak ada.
To be able to stabilize and find those two crazy kills. Push out, and Elmi Moore just, again, trying to get himself into a position where he can get the jump on somebody, but Kiwi just continues to have the right read, continues to hold the right angles. And now it's just
Ini kalau nggak dapet 5 round, nggak gue lanjutin lah, map gue males anjing.
Grab an orb, eat the knife, see what he can do.
Temptation just a few steps away, but
map ini nggak dapet 5 round ya. Gue tidur anjing.
Sadly for RRQ, close but no cigar. All of these times we're seeing it 9-1 now. The scoreline is just drastically in favor of Footballist. But this is the one thing I will say. Seeing the veto, when I saw Ascent being banned, I thought, what the hell is Footballist doing? If you know any Turkish Valorant, that was their mainstay, their stronghold, one of their best maps to lean towards ever. Always good, always competitive. If they've been back in the lab and reworking map pools, reworking everything, we could see a resurgence here for Footballist. Again, hard to take context. This is still that round one game, essentially, in the Omega bracket. But as it stands, they've come out swinging.
It's looking really clean. Granted, again, maybe sometimes you just need to have that slow start. It's unfortunate for RRQ that it is here on their map pick, but we saw what Global was able to do. Bouncing back into that series.
Mirip Batman headshot dah ini anjing.
Certainly not out of this set
si coachnya RRQ mirip banget, buset.
Aslinya nggak mirip ya sih?
Hah? Emang lu tahu net shot yang mana? Terus nggak perlu bilang aslinya nggak mirip?
Karena aslinya dia nggak kayak begini. Ini dandan banget nih.
Ya terus
beda sama yang kita lihat aslinya. Jadi kalau lu bilang mirip orang, berarti kan yang ini. Aslinya dia nggak kayak gini.
Oh.
Berarti kan beda sama yang lu miripin. Karena nggak kayak gini.
Seeing Fallen set into motion here, nice little flash over towards C, but it's cleared. They know now exactly what's coming. They should be able to sit accordingly towards this. It's a different look for sure, but again, we haven't seen them make progress this far. Okay, it's not bad. This should be a competitive round.
Yeah, this time Footballers don't have that heavy stack defensive setup over towards A, so RRQ able to the door with relative ease. A little bit of tap damage as well. Did force the heal out. out of captains, and now it's going to be the rolling thunder perhaps out onto the side. Looks like they decide to hold this one. The fault line, however, still manages to clip
how's he alive? He's got everything. If he gets a kill, I'm done. Okay. The man is oh my god, the TP and the body spray as well to boot. The lockdown's still into play. They have to evacuate and make it quick.
But they can just cut over straight into B. EJ finding the kill as well onto Cracks. And now the spike will just be ushered in. Kiwi
Ya
able to
Allah.
find one more. But he might also think that he's safe from behind, and that could be a potential lurk in from Debatol to get in around the backside.
First time with huge favorable numbers. They're sat in this post plant. That operator tricky to bring into these right positions. Let's see if Moj can find some success maybe, but again, they're not being given anything. RRQ are going to hold on to this with both hands. Desperately.
Live chat ini kalau RRQ nggak dapat 5 round, gue tidur ya. Gue nggak gue lanjutin.
The back line there in case that fight went wrong. Bottle was ready for the swing. And now the final player for Kiwi. I mean, money is flush, but why would you give it away for free?
Definitely don't want to do that. So we'll just go ahead and hold on to this one. Still the creep around here from
Kanan tuh. Ada Marcella tuh dari lu nyariin.
nothing else.
Kan tadi udah ada Marcella.
Denting to the economy here, the side of football, especially given that it's the last round. You can also get that one extra charge over towards the neural depth, which is just 2 away.
Ntar 12 subuh.
Right now, it's looking like that's going to be maybe one of the more useful.
Pasti bakal dibangunin gue belai. Kalau 13-5 gimana belai? Ya minimal kan 5. Kalau dapat 5, gue lanjutin. Nonton map 2.
Now to see just how they're going to be able to make this a 9-3 and then believe in some curses. Dagger off the top, only catches 1. Cyber cage up. Only more just slow lurking. They're gonna start rotating slightly off A into stairs. Still 3 nearby, however. Didn't quite catch if that connector door has been destroyed yet. It has not.
A little bit of a pace change though. RRQ slowing things down this time. We haven't seen Fubbles particularly put off by this though. They have pulled the rotation from Kiwi, so he is present on the A side, so this could be really quite good towards C as it stands. But again, this is no discredit to Moj's utility. That has been divine. He's been doing serious damage, offsetting the timing, isolating fights really well, and buying time for rotations, because right now he is a mile away from anyone else. As it stands, RRQ should have the go-ahead, aside from this utility now.
They'll slow them up, fault line.
The paranoia!
Connect. He pulls back to the back of sight. He's going to try to get out of there. Looks like he will be able to do so. Should just have this 5v5 for the attempted retake now. Assuming that they can get the spike down. It's good damage out of the Cracks to begin. 7 HP. Mr. Fallen going to be picked off. And here goes Tepatol on a nice little lurk around the back. Has to get spotted by an alarm bot.
Yeah, still a little bit of fight in them yet though. Moj Kiwi in combination. It's a 2v2. 15 seconds. And where's the spike going?
Sprinting it over towards B. They just run it down. Tepatol again wants to get himself in a spot where he can potentially catch some people off guard. Heard the slide. Kiwi should not be ready for this, but he is. The swap to the Phantom, absolutely crucial.
And now the 1v2. So much pressure. Give them that gateway, that slither of hope. The first for the ult in the back. Kiwi keeps Footballist heading for success. 10 rounds to be etched on the board.
And that's a brutal one. A brutal hand to be dealt here for RRQ.
Kenapa dia nggak?
International debut with his new team on your map pick of Lotus.
Nggak dapet ya?
Wah, lu nggak bisa ngeliat facecam gue ya, kecuali liat streamingan gue. Nih, gue nunjuk pala. Lu tau kan di pala ada apa? Lu tau kan di pala ada apa? Dalam pala nih ada apa? Hah? Kagak ada, dalamnya itu.
Kiwi at the end of that game said, "Unlimited power." That's right. That's a Star Wars reference.
No more references.
You stop it. Okay, Balla. I have to be very real. Coming into this game, I wasn't sure what to expect from footballers, but what I'm seeing is fundamentals, what I'm seeing is solid, and I'm liking what FUT Esports is bringing to the table.
I think there was a number of really good examples of how they're approaching multiple holds on that first half, especially the A main control that they were throwing out. They started off immediately going for it on the pistol, and continued it on the bonus. I wanted to show the bonus here because they go for this control, they wall it off, and then Mr. Fallen also throws this great smoke after out of cap 10. Barely survives against the players that are still pushing in from RRQ, and he gets smoked off after getting the trade on Kiwi. And this saves him because the door wasn't broken yet, and he was able to escape, and then they were able to convert the post plant after really just releasing the reins on.
2-0 Barca menang tadi gue ngomong
on
kayak
their
gitu.
defensive side was that they had those setups where they were going for the A main gambit, but they also switched it up with Kiwi opting holding that space instead. It felt like the defensive setup was quite variable, and I think that this Neon pick was a big part of it. Sometimes Kiwi would send the off over to one of his teammates, he'd be part of one of the setups like the one you were talking about. Sometimes he'd be holding towards long. As well as that, he was able to really quickly pivot in the mid rounds, be somewhere new with his operator to find continual value, even when RRQ made a mid-round change. And now going into the second half, it feels like for the side of RRQ, they're gonna struggle
punya
to
nomor
shut
WA
this
Mimi
down.
gak? Ada Blay?
Is having an incredible
08
performance.
13 727 lo maju gue tinju.
I've seen a Turkish team come into this, and I think that's the reason why Kiwi is having such success.
Yeah, this
Dia
is
jokesnya
exactly
dari
what you
zaman
wanna
muda
see,
begitu
especially
terus.
for the people that are back home watching this FUT Esports team take it to RRQ, but RRQ need to find something, and they need to do it now, or else this could get real bad real quickly. Let's send it back over to Achilleos as well as Pansy.
Ntar kamu lantana ke sini ya.
Yeah, we
Apa?
certainly can't underestimate
1001 buku teka-teki lucu.
Maybe there's a
Biar nambah
or a switch they
jokesnya.
can flip, right? Something. Give me a little hope here, because again, this was their map choice, so pulling that into context, getting 2 rounds here, it's not the best look so far, so confidence is going to be pretty low at this point. I need them to bounce back. The pistol could be the first step on that.
Yeah, and obviously fans of a team, you're going to want to see them absolutely
RRQ
dominate.
dapat 5 ya, dapat 5.
We want to see a close series.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
RRQ.
more rounds the better.
Semangat dikit
Hoping that
bang.
RRQ can step back into this one. Already some early pressure applied over towards C. Ellie Moore getting tagged up just a little bit. They don't have that Sage to go ahead and heal him up. They've done that. They're going to swing over. It's just Emin right now in the B site. He's been noted over towards that connector door.
Ooh, good trade though. Spike now down. Let's look at the retake potential. Lots of pressure coming through that A connector. Cracks up for the challenge on 1, but didn't expect the second to trade so effectively. EJ is still alive. Let's look at the timing here. Perfect work! The flash came through on the other side, but he still made the most of it.
Yeah, not going to be a full flash by any means, but it's just enough to get the job done. This EJ just wreaks havoc now with this
1v3 bang. Gak mungkin kan? Gak
Gak
mungkin kan? Astagfirullahalazim!
Perfectly! A 3K to close it out! And it felt like RRQ had this pistol round in their hands. Mr. Fallen just snatches it away.
Football has just given them hope to take it away. RRQ, that's going to be gutting. That could have been the gateway, the stepping stone, the first rung on the ladder, and it get crushed by one man and his frenzy. And football is, yeah, that's the, yeah, okay. This is crushing now for RRQ. I think this one maybe focus on what you can achieve here, but that next map has to be good, because that Red Bull clutch was nasty.
RRQ though, going in with the stingers. They know they need to turn the tides right here and not allow this to go to map point, but Kiwi just has been absolutely on fire.
And what a treat for Kiwi to play in a team that's currently
Kepala
got
berat,
structure.
Blay.
To be able to kind of depend on your teammates to find that. Speaking of finding it, man, what a shot. Okay, you need a couple more of those, and I'm back on board. Give me a little more. Give me something to talk about here. Because footballists do have the 4 players in the post part still. A little bit of utility to invest in. Kiwi not allowing any more nonsense to come in.
I don't think he was expecting that re-aggression swing there from Kiwi. Now the fragment goes down, just further buying time. All the re-aggressing members of RRQ going to be coming from that defending spawn side. Pushing out of Hall, holding here. Fallen finds one, Tebeltal taken low, finished off as well. 12 and 2. One more to go, footballist.
Mana Nat nih, aduh.
Again, my expectations have been thoroughly shifted. I thought this would be a
Jangan
close
turun
game.
Blay,
I
ngeliat
wrote down my
lucu
little notes
begini kok
coming into
turun
this.
anjing buang waktu Blay, mending gue tidur siap-siap sholat Jumat ngentot ntar.
That's a really good indicator for me that if you do have the advantage, you're able to run it. You don't lose momentum. You don't lose your anti-ecos. You always put pressure in your ecos, or the trading, the spacing is good. All of the stuff that we kind of harp on about.
Paling bener main ML ya minggu.
Just poetry and motion from Footballist here, and RRQ have been shut out. The final go of things, if Footballist are able to convert now, the pressure is mounted, and they are looking towards that B side, but look at the wrap coming through as well. RRQ not going down without a fight.
It's an explosive round from them. The blink of an eye, Mr. Fallen's the last one standing, and he can't even get that singular kill. One more pump from that judgment. This is a major turn up here from the side of RRQ. And that fault line from Flip Cheddar was everything.
Ada harapan Mansen.
Gue bodo amat, gue gak mau nonton map 2 anjing.
Throws out the fault line, it intercepts everybody, and then from there RRQ just worked them to pieces.
It felt hyper-aggressive from Footballist though, but RRQ were up for the challenge. Slowed the roll, denied that pace coming in. Perfect. Able to fashion together, to cobble together a buy here. Guardian, Bulldog, sure, but it's something.
Senat masih semangat itu. Oh, gila bego dia asli dah.
Any chance of utilizing this? I want to see if he gets
RRQ bitches dia Blay.
We're not seeing those early tests towards A. Just investing old Tommy the turret over there and respecting those early smokes that are coming through. There's the ult.
There's the fast lane as well as the cyber cage. Taps on that one. He's playing up close. Slides in behind him. They've missed each other like ships in the night. They know he's at waterfall. They're trying to get him. He gets the think across, and Evan has the finishing shot.
Perfect, but all of this meantime, it's looking towards B. Now they know it for sure. The utilities there, that late lurk could come into effect though, but being met in kind by Tebatol.
Rapi banget anjing main.
Very well the timing.
Main ini FUT ini cuk.
Now they know there's only going to be 3 towards the site at most. What can they do about it?
DJ trying to apply pressure. Two people just around the corner. They get the stun, and Tebatol's the one who finds the kills. The Bulldog mows him down, but Mr. Fallen again finding some nice shots.
Buset.
Just as the smoke blooms. 3 for him, and in position to potentially have an ace.
Where is Moj? Where is Moj?
He's lobbing nanoswarms in. He's got lineups for days.
Oh, no. This is insane. I thought Moj had lagged down or something. He's a mile away over towards A, and Fallen is putting up numbers. Unbelievable round to close it down on.
Now there's something we haven't seen on Lotus quite just yet. Maj playing back, getting those nanoswarms perfectly placed on top of the spike, forcing them off. They can't even get it to half.
Dia ada line up swarm itu tadi.
Hah?
If Moj wasn't that patient, had that patience, would never have the chance to do this. I am mind blown by Footballist right now.
You can see how
Berarti 4 lawan 2 kan ya?
So damn badly. And once he did, that is the turning point in the round. That is the rug being pulled out from under RRQ. A fantastic start here for Footballist. But is this just the warm-up for RRQ? They've now had their first taste in the stage. Can they rebound? That is the question.
I can't stop smiling though. Footballist looking like they've turned a page.
Kau masih semangat buat nonton map 2?
RRQ need to get this.
Jangan nangis, Nanat. Lu nge-mute goblok.
Gak.
Nah, ini baru ada suara lu. Ya orang kagak ada suara lu. Gimana nih? Tuh nggak ada suara lu. Nah, ini baru ada.
Maksudnya kayak kalau kalah aja gitu, tapi nggak gitu-gitu banget. Ini gitu banget. Maksudnya kayak berantem kalah iya ya udah gitu. Cuma kayak tuh lihat coachnya pusing.
Udah lah ya. Kita sudahi aja lah ya. Gimana adik?
Udah jadi ewok kokok gitu kan.
Cuk, poin gua goblok anjing.
Siapa namanya yang ngebet? Si Gibran
Abin Gibran.
Abin.
Enggak ada dia.
Abin ngebet siapa lu? Anjing.
Udah enggak ada dia, tadi dicabut. Ah udah boleh. Aduh luka. Aduh.
Mager banget asli, nggak bohong. Kayak jangan gini-gini banget gitu.
Kalau
Gimana
kalahnya kayak kemarin Secret Liquid tuh kan, maksudnya di awal dibantai map 1 kan. Terus habis itu kan kayak sempet kekejar tuh. Mepet kan. Meskipun nggak kekejar juga, tapi
Lanjut,
masih.
Bang. Lanjut, nanggung Blay. Lu pada masih mau nonton, serius? Lu masih percaya nih map 2 bakal seru?
Ini mapnya FUT.
Itu tadi map picknya RRQ, Lotus.
Ini map picknya RRQ.
Map kedua map picknya Fracture, map picknya FUT.
RRQ gue ke kantor tau, ntar pagi.
Biar bahan tertawan. Aduh, gue takutin ntar gue di cancel anjing kalau gue maki-maki. Nggak di Blay. Gue takutnya mulut gue kadang-kadang nggak bisa ditahan, Blay. Ini nobar tuh gue nggak boleh maki-maki tim yang lagi gue nobarin. Ntar nggak bisa nobar lagi, Blay. Itu doang permasalahannya, asli dah. Udah. Lanjut besok, Blay. Lanjut besok tuh ada tim Indo lagi kok, Blay. Besok ada tim Indo lagi, Blay. Ada Rans Sport besok, Rans Sport lawan Rans Sport Tiger Wong. Besok ada Rans Sport, Blay. Masih ada tim Indo besok ya. Besok Sentinel Fanatik anjing. T1 Furia. Wah, T1 si Imba deh kayaknya.
Good luck RRQ, tapi sumpah map 1 ini lucu banget, lihat gak Twitternya?
Mana emang ya?
Iya.
Ya gue lagi liat FLR lagi.
Good luck RRQ, tapi map 1 sumpah lucu banget.
Kok dimasukin ke situ sih? Tolol juga anjing orang rakyat ya.
Karena ya positif aja, nggak ngatain, cuma testimoni aja.
Thank you, Blay. Kita lanjut pas Sentinel ya. Bye-bye semuanya, thank you.
Dadah.
Dadah, gengs.